Did you find that stream?
Yeah, all done.
We are back live. Some big technical issues there, but I think we've got that all sorted out. We'll see how we go over the next 20 minutes or so. Strap in. Massive game, as I said. Western Bulldogs and the Dockers playing for a spot in the finals. Jesse, I've already introduced you, but I'm going to do it again slightly here. I'm going to do it with a question about the teams. Western Bulldogs have brought in Arthur Jones and omitted Riley Sanders. What do you think about that?
One of Drew's arbitrarily selected favourite player is Arthur Jones. If you remember, he brought him up randomly last week.
Was he actually? I didn't rember that.
Yeah.
No, I feel like he is one of those guys you'd just throw to as like an Arthur Jones type as like a bottom 6 player on a list.
Yeah, that's true. No, he's a decent young talent. Yeah, interesting change. I can only imagine that's a balance thing, given they are quite distinctly different players. Hayden Young in for Fremantle, though, is a huge value add, I would have thought, even if he has been injury hampered. We saw him injury hampered against West Coast and win the medal a few weeks ago, playing 3 quarters. So I think that's a big in for the Dockers and probably their biggest, I don't know, what would you describe him as? The biggest, like, value add in terms of a single player, I think.
I think so for the Dockers, just because of the types of players that they have. So they have so many ball-winning midfielders in there, and he just offers them that something a little bit different, a little bit more damage with ball in hand compared to a Sarong or a Brayshaw type.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think their game is still kind of built off those other players and sort of winning the ball first. But if they can sort of, I think at the moment in their kind of form line with, playing Brisbane and when they don't have Hayden Young in the side, they just become a team that bombs the ball inside 50 a bit and doesn't necessarily get that kind of full cut through that someone like a Hayden Young gives you. And, he's also a goal kicking midfielder as well. So saw what he did at the back end of last year. He was pretty compelling.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know if he's the sub or anything. Maybe let us know in the chats. I don't know exactly, because I think it was a groin injury he did. We have some questions around Druzy. Druzy is at the Fremantle game. Funnily enough, I always picture Druzy being here for this game and being annoying, So it's going to be weird doing this without him, but he's a very hungover boy today. So he'll be sitting up in the stands, hopefully with not much to cheer about, Dylan.
I was actually thinking during the week, of figuring out a way that we could call him from the stadium. But I figured
depends on the result.
Yeah. I just thought it would be kind of cool to be able to do that and kind of see how he was going at half time and whatnot. But it seemed too annoying to actually do, so I kind of left it. But
yeah, I mean, one thing we've done in the past is just speakerphone up to the mic. He's done that. We've done that in derbies before. So that is where Druzy is today. So we're going to power on without him. In all seriousness, all jokes aside, I wouldn't say I'm relentlessly supporting against Fremantle today. I think we sort of chatted before the camera went on, Dylan, and we're sort of speculating what is the split of probability who wins this game. And I think I settled on about 65 to 35 in favour of the Bulldogs as far as my confidence in who's going to win goes.
And that's in favour
of the Bulldogs. Yeah, I think Fremantle start as outside chances in this game. Having said that, this is where Fremantle do their best work, when their backs are against the wall, when they're on the road. I know they're not a particularly strong Marvel team, and we've seen them once there this year, and it went terribly. And I feel like the Dogs, the Dogs are in ripping form. I watched them against West Coast last week, and they look pretty good, but everyone looks good against West Coast, don't they? Having said that, I just think Fremantle now, having got the bad loss under their belts last week, I felt like that was coming. I actually wonder if that will sort of galvanise them a little bit going into this game.
I'm 50-50. I actually think we could do a bit of a pros and cons list here. Mm-hmm. This is kind of just question without notice to you, but if the Dockers were to win, what would have to happen? As far as what are the obstacles for them? I mean, you mentioned the sort of the history of the club a little bit there, but what would have to happen for them to win? And then we can kind of do the same for the Bulldogs and vice versa. Pros and cons.
Fremantle, the Bulldogs' A game is the quality of their midfielders and the contested nature of them. That was one thing really evident. West Coast gets battered by everyone, but in particular, seeing how dominant their clearance midfielders were last week, they are good enough to beat any midfield in the competition.
The thing with the Dogs that I find too, I think the word that comes to mind for me is strike rate. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is all of those guys that you said, the contested nature of them, they can all kick as well. Mm-hmm. So they slice and dice from the midfield as well. I think the issue for them is if they concede too many entries, if the midfield doesn't dominate, the back line gets exposed, right?
Yes, absolutely. I think Fremantle has a pretty strong back line, to be honest. Now, will it be able to contain Darcy and Norton? That's a big question. And in some ways, a really big question from this game.
I would say if you actually look at Freo profile-wise over the whole season, the back line is the big... Darcy Wilson's just about to put St Kilda
10 points in front.
Yeah, I was about to say 14 with incorrect maths.
I'm glad I cut in there then.
Yeah, but we're kind of just watching the end of the Giants-Saints game here. But the Dockers, that's kind of been their biggest strength, I think, sort of defending. And whether that is like their back six or whether it's sort of a team defence overall, it's somewhat impossible, not impossible to say, but it's harder to say. But
yeah.
Can they, I guess like that's the question, can they stop a Darcy from kicking 5 and a Norton getting off the chain, kicking 3 or 4 as well? I think that's going to be difficult when you consider that the Dogs have two really potent offensive midfielders as well in Marcus Bontempelli, Ed Richards. They kick goals as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's like, it's probably nullifying the impact of those midfielders first and foremost, because if the Dogs are getting clean supply inside 50 through lack of pressure up the ground, then that is massive danger sign for Fremantle.
Yep.
But I do think it's absolutely possible. And I think so much of this game will come out as to who wants it more, as cliche as that sounds. Toby Green gets the instant reply. We're back to 4 points.
Jesus, good player. One thing about the Dogs, like we talked about Norton and Darcy and the strength of them, they don't have the most lethal small forwards when Cody Waitman is out of that side. So I do think that often in these big finals type games, even though it's not explicitly a final, you do have more ground ball in the forward 50 that you have to win. You need that pressure. And that's probably another area that Freo can sort of maybe get at them. Like if the Dogs were putting a lot of entries in, Freo can sort of counter-attack them from there with players like Jordan Clark. Luke Ryan's been probably a big part of that over a period of time as well.
Well, that's how they got Collingwood. I mean, at three-quarter time of that game, I've mentioned it a few times on the chat, but it was just an interesting game statistically. It was like they were minus 30 inside 50s at three-quarter time, but their defence was holding on it. And to be fair, the entries that Collingwood were getting were dog shit because of the pressure up the ground. And then in the fourth quarter, Fremantle just swarmed them with animalistic pressure and came back from 4 goals down in probably their best quarter as a football club for about a decade. It was so good. So if they bring that intensity, like, they can absolutely win this game. Like I said, I hold space for the possibility that Fremantle in this scenario bring their A game because they are a good team when their back's against the wall, and in some ways are worse when there is expectation at this current point in time.
Yeah, I'm with you there. If we go line by line, if you could pick out and bring to West Coast, if you could bring one of the two teams' midfields, who would you take?
Are we ignoring age, or we're just going best player?
Best. Because we're talking about this game. Okay. So who wins this game?
Well, Bontempelli is by far and away the number one midfielder I would choose. Is that what you mean? Like choosing an individual midfielder?
Or even the grouping of midfielders. So like who's better for today? I probably shouldn't have done the West Coast thing.
Okay. I'd say the Bulldogs have a better midfield. I think Hayden Young is a huge addition to that. It sort of diversifies and differentiates a little bit what they've got there, but Sarong and Brayshaw are very good footballers in their own right. I don't know if it's quite on the Liberatore, Bontempelli, Ed Richards level.
I'd say Libba and Sarong are somewhat similar players. Mm-hmm. Is that a fair assessment? Maybe Libba a little bit more defensive and Sarong a little bit more offensive.
Yeah.
To some degree, at least role-wise in that team, but kind of that smaller, nuggety little in and under clearance animal.
Yeah.
They're sort of both that type. And
both high caliber as well.
Yeah. The one thing that Freo have, I think, in Brayshaw, that's a bit of a point of difference there, is just how much ground he covers both offensively and defensively. And I don't think the Dogs have a defensive mid like a Brayshaw, a transitional defensive mid, someone that just gets... Like, he is just an animal with how he covers the ground. He chases people down. He's also a bit... those midfielders that are a little bit sort of limmy and rangy, and they can get arms in, make a lot of intercept possessions in the midfield, which are underrated, I feel. So maybe the Dogs don't have that sort of player, but ball in hand, Richards and Bontempelli, probably better than anything that the Dockers have. Hayden Young
would be the... that's right. They pack a punch offensively a little bit more so. I don't know who's the best stoppage team this year. I think
Dogs.
Yeah, was that also true last year? Because the Fremantle were really high in that stat at some point.
So the Dockers have been, with this current midfield group, they've been a really good team at clearance differential.
Yeah.
So winning raw clearances. The Dogs are good at scoring from them.
Yeah, okay.
So it's more potent. The Dockers, even last year, with that profile, that I think they broke records for clearance differential.
Yeah, okay, that was last year.
That was 2024 for sure.
Yeah.
But they weren't that good at actually scoring from the source. So like it obviously gave them a foothold in games to be able to like win territory and stuff like that, but it wasn't particularly a source of scoring for them. They more had to do that from their ball movement in front half turnover game. I will just jump into that for you. So 2024 clearance differential, where are you? Here we go. So now I've got to scroll to... I mean, I love Wheelo, but sometimes I just can't find stuff. Yeah, plus 7.1 per game.
Okay, wow.
So they were beating the opposite. And the next best was plus 4.5. Dogs plus 3.5 last year. So Dogs have always been a good contest and stoppage team. This year, no one's on the level that Freo were from a differential point of view. Is that Nasai Wanganimiller clutching his knee?
Ooh.
Oh my God, imagine that. Imagine that. Western Bulldogs plus 5.7. So not on the level of Freo. But when you...
Oh, sorry, this is distracting. Nazar is undoubtedly clutching his knee. There's no ambiguity about that. He is limping. He cannot walk. Oh, boy.
You'd really hope that is just a jarred knee.
Yeah.
What happened?
It's entirely
Goes up
possible.
for the spoil.
Oh, that's
hyperextension.
exactly how some of these bad injuries tend to go. Touch wood.
Oh, that would just be like can you imagine the storyline of like everything around his contract he signs and then he does his knee the next game?
And they've also lost the lead, which I know is the least important element of all of this. He's walking. That is not always a sign that you're safe.
He just had some pickle juice. I don't know if that's relevant.
Is that a cramp thing?
Yeah.
I can't imagine it's any other.
Yeah, it's like a get salt into
and now he's stretching the quad. So maybe his quad is cramped.
Yeah.
It also did look like a bad landing, though.
It did. That would be a weird coincidence that like both those two things happened at the same time. But yeah, you like the pickle juice would suggest cramp.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, we've gone off on a tangent there. But yeah like absolutely this season, potency and volume, Western Bulldogs.
Mm-hmm.
Freo weirdly have dropped from a differential point of view to like a mid-table team. They're, what are they, in 7th overall? So still solid.
Yeah.
But it hasn't become a real strength. And I don't know if that's a little bit more having Luke Jackson rucking more often this season. I haven't crunched the numbers on that particularly well, so I don't know. But like because he doesn't, obviously Darcy gives you that more stand and deliver, a little bit more dominance from stoppages, whereas Luke Jackson, or it could be a total like a game style thing. Like maybe last season they brought more players up to the stoppage where they've tried to, protect themselves behind the ball or get a little bit more offensive as well. So
I feel like Darcy himself also racks up clearances, like when he's in the team. So like if you go from like 6 clearances a game from Sean Darcy, I have no idea if that's accurate, but I feel like that would possibly be a factor. But I think you're right. It's probably also the way they're structuring up at stoppages that's probably having more of an impact.
Yeah, you'd sort of have to watch like all of their games consistently and compare it to last year to see what it was like. I know Darcy's missed a lot of football last year and this year, so it's kind of often Jackson's been in the team. And I imagine when they don't have Darcy in the team, they play significantly differently as far as the way that they structure up. They'd have to adapt to that. Jackson obviously not really, like he's more of while he's in the ruck, he's more of a pressure player and a ground ball player. So it's a different mix. I tend to like them a little bit more. I think they're a little bit more unpredictable when they play that way, with Jackson just kind of like running around. Maybe it's a little bit less controlled though.
Yes, for sure. Sorry, a little bit distracting. There's a potential top 4 spot. That's probably gone now for the Giants. We've just got that on the background for anyone unaware. There is 9.5 minutes remaining, and the Giants are in front by what should be 4 points. I don't know if the score's updated. Maybe it's 3.
4 points. There it goes.
There you go.
It is relevant though, as you said, because it probably a win or a loss here for the Giants either means a home final versus getting on the road. Although we were talking off air before about the Giants and how they've actually performed pretty well away from home this season. They've struggled a little bit more at home. Yeah,
some questionable results. Nearly lost to Richmond, lost to the Port Adelaide Footy Club, lost to Fremantle. And there was a Monica loss to the Bulldogs that was pretty one-sided as well.
We've actually the subs are in.
Oh, nice.
The subs are in. Who have we got? So
5.
Yeah, okay. That article that I brought up misled me. It's like Dockers star to be sub.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, yeah, okay. Fife
Possibly final game.
Yeah, quite possibly. If they are to go out of this one. What do you think these two teams, like, okay, let's assume that obviously one of them makes the finals. What can they do? Who's the most dangerous in September? Will they go on a bit of a run, one of these two teams? Or is it sort of one and done here and this is their final?
To be honest with you, I don't think either of these teams are a genuine threat in September.
To the premiership?
Certainly not. Like, I can't see any of them in week 3.
Yeah, okay.
But also fixture comes down to it. Like, could they win a final? Well, there's still a fair bit up in the air as to who plays who. I suppose we might have an answer on the Giants. Like, if they win or lose, that will impact it. And then there's the Gold Coast result. So, in other words, like, we don't know if Fremantle's going to be travelling to Giants Stadium, or NG Stadium rather, in week 1. To be fair, they've also beaten the Giants away.
Yep.
Or are they going to host Brisbane at Optus Stadium again? Because that could actually be worse.
That's true.
Given recent history. So, to answer your question, I don't think either of these two teams are a genuine threat. The Bulldogs also, I think, could either play the Lions at the Gabba or like host Hawthorn at the G, depending how that game goes. And that's also a really tough fixture. So, no, I think both of these sides are pretty much playing for their participation medal next week. Not to downplay this, but it's still fascinating and you still want to play finals.
So this game doesn't matter. Everybody that's watching, you can just leave.
Yeah, exactly. No, look, that's just my opinion. I don't see either of these sides getting...
It's totally fair. That's why we're here.
Like, Fremantle, depending on who they play, like either of these teams could get to week 2, but I cannot imagine them playing deep into finals this year. I suppose for the Bulldogs side of things, it's not that they don't have the talent and the potency. They absolutely do. But I suppose there's a questionable history against other contenders this year.
Yeah.
I suppose wins over the Giants twice. The Giants are now going to finish, let's say, 5th.
Yep.
That's probably the most likely outcome here. That's good, but in general, they have faltered against those teams. And if they play a Hawthorn or the Brisbane in week 1, I don't think I have that faith in them.
I'd agree with that. I suppose from the other lens of it, I'm just looking at if you're an opposition coach, like who would you rather play? And I think you'd be more nervous to get the Dogs. And we had that conversation last week with the Dockers. They're sort of that team that you don't want to play just because of the weapons.
Yeah.
And the fact that they can really get on fire quickly.
Yes.
But I do agree with you. I'd find it very surprising if even the Western Bulldogs, who are a very dangerous team, could get on a run to beat all of these good teams. They pretty much haven't beaten them all season.
Yes, yeah.
And then they beat like 3 or 4 of them in a row.
Be interesting to see, like, look back at 2016. Obviously, the year they famously won the finals, it did not even look like a real contender. I think in the final week of the year, they lost to Fremantle in Perth, and Fremantle finished like 2nd last or 3rd last or something that year. So I can't remember specifically, but it'd be interesting to see, like, they won 15 games that year, finished 7th, but were they beating contenders that year? And like, maybe
it's a really good question, isn't it?
I'm going to go back to it. It has really no relevance to this particular Bulldogs team, but it's interesting.
I suppose, like history overall. It's probably not even that it's relevant to this current Bulldogs team. It's probably more, has there been a team that hasn't really been able to beat those contenders throughout the season and then been able to go on a run?
Yeah.
Just in general, right?
Because I think teams who have made the grand final, at least from outside the 4, I feel like Brisbane probably did beat some contenders during the home and away season.
Oh, for sure. They were dangerous.
The Giants presumably did when they made it in 19. The Bulldogs in 21, they faltered in the last month to finish 5th, but they were still really good.
And this is purely anecdotal because it's just from memory alone, but I remember in that 21 season that the Dogs felt, even coming into the finals, they dropped a bunch of games in a row, but it wasn't. Yes. It was like poor losses.
Yes,
it wasn't like they'd lost to contenders. They still felt dangerous.
Yeah, 100%. And I thought they were clearly the second or best side in the comp for most of the home and away season. They fell away, and then it corrected itself in finals.
Yeah,
this doesn't feel like that kind of year for the Dogs.
The only thing that I would say, as a rebuttal to that, is I look at a team like the Dockers, who profile-wise are a pretty modest profile. Like they don't really stand out. They don't jump off the stat sheet in any one area. They don't really dominate you in any one area. They're pretty balanced, and I think they're a developing side. But they're not, like, comparing them to the Western Bulldogs that have a lot of weaponry in certain areas that maybe that's more of a sign that they could go on a run. But it's strange with the profile of the Western Bulldogs. It's strange that they haven't been able to, they haven't really been able to beat those good sides at all.
Yeah.
But they haven't beaten a top 4 side, have they?
Technically, the Giants are in the top four on the live ladder, but no,
they're a 5 to 8 side. The Giants, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they'll finish fifth almost certainly, unless there's a draw between Brisbane and Hawthorn. Somebody asked, can Fremantle make the finals if Gold Coast lose? Yes, to clarify that.
Yes, if Gold Coast are the current 9th place team, so if they have to win to jump in, we're just assuming that the Bombers are not going to be much of a match for them. But the more Gold Coast slip into this like losing mentality, and the Bombers have been, like you said, they've been a bit plucky and competitive lately. I don't know. Could they do some damage? I feel like still...
It would take a monumental collapse from the Gold Coast.
It would be the worst loss of all time to miss the finals. Like, it genuinely would be.
Yeah, and that's not even a reflection of how Essendon have been playing, but it's just the narrative of an injury-depleted bottom four side ruining your chances of playing finals at home.
Off a 3-match losing streak as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be horrendous. And that would be far worse than Fremantle's last year.
I don't know if you caught much of the Gold Coast Port Adelaide game because it was a doubleheader at the time, but it was like one thing that I did. What's that?
Oh, sorry, bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces. Yeah. Like Matt Rowell and Noah Anderson, who have both had incredible years, like absolutely disappeared.
Yeah, okay.
In that game, like they didn't do anything. I mean, I think they both had about 20 touches. Sort of not much scoreboard impact. It was just interesting watching the Port players who just seemed to want it considerably more. Zach Butters. There was a big contest with Matt Rowell and Zach Butters in like the final few minutes. And Butters just basically took the ball out of his hands, which isn't very... Like, that's one thing that Matt Rowell is known for, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I was switching between the two games. Yeah, I mean, when you do your ladder predictors, you forget about variables like Hinkley's last game and Travis Boak's last game. And a 33-16 free kick count.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think of that?
Because we were switching between the two games, I didn't have much of an opinion. I do feel like there was a couple of missed calls, but not a strong opinion. It's an insane count, though.
It is an insane count. I'm not so much critical of the count, but there was that one on, not Benking, Georgiades, like off the ball one.
Right.
It was like there wasn't really much in that. I suppose. I don't know, like watching it live, it didn't feel that bad, but obviously people get caught up. There was a game earlier in the year between Collingwood and Western Bulldogs too where there was a big free kick count in favour of Collingwood. Like, I don't always necessarily think that means that there were particularly bad mistakes in the game. Like, I think you can have a free kick count like that.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we are always on the wrong end of the count because we are bad and therefore we infringe a lot.
Exactly. It's like
that does happen.
There is like obviously like the tackle technique and stuff like that it's a moving scale of developing your players around how they should tackle.
Yep.
And going to contests and stuff like that. But also like you probably find with West Coast and North have been like this for multiple years. We're on the end of those like low free kick counts mainly because we don't win contested possession. Like if you're not, it's even just a talent level thing. If you're not first to the ball, you will infringe more, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and there's desperation creeps in as well.
Yep. Yeah, 100%.
I've been slowly scrolling through the Bulldogs like wins, and then I also can't really remember who else was good that year, so it's probably spent too much time on it as it is. But they did have a big loss to Geelong mid-year. So
I'm trying to think of who were the actual contenders in that year.
Sydney GWS and Geelong, I think, were the other prelim finalists. The Bulldogs also knocked out Hawthorn, who went out in straight sets that year.
Oh, wow.
Because that was after their three-peat, they went out in straight sets, and that was against the Bulldogs.
Oh, this is 16, right? I'm thinking 21 for some reason. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Gotcha.
No, 16 was the one I was just questioning. Just to get back to why I brought that up was I was wondering, had the Bulldogs like demonstrated throughout the season they were knocking off contenders? Or was it as random as I remember?
Gotcha. I'll jump into some comments here.
Yeah.
R1FTZ says... Oh, okay. With strong rumours, this is actually a question for you, I think.
Yes. I answered it in the first edition of this stream and he didn't hear it.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I'll just quickly...
With strong rumours linking the Eagles to Cooper Duff and Dersma, do you think that the Eagles view Bo Allen as their long-term crash and bash midfielder? So I assume he's going off that Kaltoumi recent... I don't know if it was a report. That wasn't necessarily linking the West Coast to those two players, was it?
I think the phrasing was... West Coast are expected to take the two picks, and you'd think it would be Dersma. And actually, I don't know how he phrased it, but I don't think it was like the rumor is that West Coast are taking them.
Yeah, I felt the same. He's like, I'd be surprised if they didn't, because like pretty much everybody doing drafts content has had those two at the top of the draft
Yes.
for this season. Cooper
No
Duff-Tyler and Willem Dersma, on talent, they are the top two. So if West Coast don't take those two players, they are deviating somewhat, I would say, from talent and going for positional types.
Absolutely. And I think if West Coast is keen on a trade down, for instance, they would say, no, we're keen on taking the picks and we're going to take CDT and Dersma because otherwise their negotiating power's gone.
Exactly.
So I don't know what the truth is on that.
It didn't feel like a strong link to me that Kaltoumi had major knowledge on that. It just felt like a...
If Ryan Daniels is reporting it, I'd believe it. This is West Australian.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was more of that. Well, these other... Because there has, for me, for quite a while in this draft, there's been like a clear top four. It's Dersma, whatever order you want to say, but Dersma, Duff-Tyler, Ewland and Patterson are like the four most talented players. Two of those are academy tied.
Yeah.
And then so the other two are clear.
Yes, yeah. So you feel like there's a bit of a jump in talent down if you trade down.
Yeah,
for West Coast,
just given the the quality and the quantity of Dersma and Duff-Tyler and the positional rarity of the type of players that they are, I think it would be hard to say no to them.
Yeah, fair enough.
You want to go to the toilet, don't you?
I do, yeah.
I'm going to let you go.
Thanks, man.
I'll jump into some more comments here. Brandon Cavallaro, didn't they beat West Coast in the 2016 finals? Talking about the Dogs there. That would have been a Elim, would it? Yep. Kane Burgess, as official as it gets. Kane, what's that in relation to? Doing the predictor winner of Dogs or Freo finish 6, assuming Gold Coast wins. Yeah, okay. That is as official as it gets. Lil Kyle Oz, who wins today and makes finals? We haven't gone into the full predictor mode, but I can probably share that with you currently. I think the Western Bulldogs will win this. I just think they'll have too much firepower. We talked about the percentage of chance of who we think is going to win this game. Jesse mentioned 65-35 in favour of the Dogs. I'm probably somewhere similar, maybe 60-40, a little bit closer to Freo. It is really going to be one of those games, I feel like, defence versus offence. And if Freo can fight their way into the midfield battle, I think they will be up to their eyeballs in the game. But Western Bulldogs just have such a... From stoppage, the way that they win contest and get the ball to the outside, to the Bontempelli, the Richards types, their balance is so good. So I'm pretty strong on the Western Bulldogs, albeit it's not a... They haven't been like an infallible team across the season that you can really, really trust. So Freo are going to be in it. You add in the Marvel factor, I think that suits the Dogs considerably as well. So that is an interesting one. Brandon Cavallaro also says, do you think Collingwood goes out in straight sets? Darcy Jones has just come in and kicked a goal and definitely won Giants the game. So they'll be finishing 5th or 6th. Do I think Collingwood goes out in straight sets? Jesse's about to join me back at the table, so we can probably talk. I'm actually good for now. I'm good. Absolutely. Go for it. Collingwood out in straight sets. I think it's on the cards. They're not sitting with the best teams in the competition right now. I know they're going to be a bit of a threat. They're definitely going to finish top 4 now, aren't they? So that gives them that's what you're asking, straight sets. I've messed up that question quite a lot. Do I think that they're going to get knocked out in straight sets? Who will they get in the first round? They'll get Geelong or Adelaide?
Yeah, I think it's probably most... Oh, no, because... Yeah, if Brisbane win, they'll probably go to Adelaide, I think, is the scenario.
So they'll lose that?
You'd think so, but they got pretty close last week. Was it last week we did that? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, they did. The Isaac Rankin thing does throw a little bit of shade on the Crows.
It does. I think they can win without him, though.
Oh, so do I.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I don't think Collingwood right now are competing with the likes of Adelaide, Geelong and Brisbane. I don't think they're on that level.
It's also the first final for this Adelaide group, which is relatively young as far as finalists go. So
you think that puts Collingwood in the...
I think it gives them a slight edge in if it's close. I know Adelaide just beat them in a close game, but I think it's a factor.
Yeah. No, fair.
But that being said, I think Adelaide start favourites.
The wild card for me, for Collingwood, is De Goey. And I think I said it a few weeks ago when he came back and he had pretty low volume in the game, but he had his numbers were really, really, really... I'm sorry, his speed and his explosiveness was really good.
Yes.
Even though the numbers were down. They need that speed. And I think like players like McCreery and Bobby Hill, DeGoey become really important. I don't think they can do it with this kind of slower midfield that they've been running in the back end of the season. So I think they're vulnerable for sure. Like if they were to get, can you imagine if they got, say, I don't know, Adelaide, they lose to Adelaide in week 1 and then they're coming up against the Giants. I'd be worried for them.
Yeah, Giants at the G, that would be.
Yeah.
We know the Giants can beat them at the G or at least get close to beating them at the G. So,
Yeah.
I think that would be a danger game. Who else would it possibly? I mean, it could be Brisbane. Could it be Brisbane? I don't know.
What if they lose to Hawthorn?
Yeah, they'd have to lose to Hawthorn, but I don't know if
that'd
they'd end up on the right side of the fixture. We'd have to find out.
Anyone coming out of the top 4 to play Brisbane will be shitting their pants.
I'm going to, just in the background here, I'm just going to get Squiggle up and see like who would play who.
Yes.
If the results go as expected.
The bounce is 5 minutes and 21 seconds away. We've got some comments coming in. Who are you tipping? I've gone with the Western Bulldogs. I think you're with me there, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm going to go the Bulldogs by 23 points.
23 points.
As in, if it... like if it's close, I just feel like the Dogs... I'll predict that the Dogs, it's close all day and the Dogs just skip away with the last couple of goals. That's my prediction.
My only problem with that prediction, because I was thinking the same thing, I'm like, this will be a grind and then maybe the Dogs get away. But Freo have been, if Freo are in the game, they've been dangerous.
Yeah.
At being able to like pull off the handbrake late.
Yeah.
And they're good at protecting the wins at the moment.
Yeah, you're right.
So I sort of feel the danger a bit for me for Freo is that the margin sort of just blows out early.
That could, yeah. It really comes down to how Fremantle show up. This is, like I said, I do think having the bad loss last week, going through 9 days of that and just sort of getting closure around that result is probably, I think it's almost not a good thing because you'd rather have won that game against Brisbane,
and be safe.
I think there's enough time there now for them to process it and then go again. So I'm not expecting a one-sided game here.
It's such those like what we've kind of gone over there though. It's such a flip of the coin because they're either going to wilt or they're going to come in really strong. And I feel like if they do actually come in really strong, they'll be in a good place to win. I'd almost start to lean towards them winning the game.
Yeah. I guess the difference is I think the Dogs are more potent than Collingwood.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Just not in terms of quality, just potency. So it's one thing to nullify Collingwood's mountain of inside 50s, as they did so well a few months ago or weeks ago. In this game, I don't know. Any results possible. I suppose the least likely scenario is that the Dockers win by 10 goals.
Yeah, but I think we've got to like stay on a side though. So I'm staying Western Bulldogs.
I will go with the Dogs too.
You're going with the Dogs too.
Yeah.
The Marvel factor I think plays into that.
Yeah, that's an underrated thing we haven't mentioned is Fremantle's record at Marvel is not great.
R1FTZ also just asked about the draft. Do you think the new ruck rules will help CDT and Harry Barnett? Not sure how Harry Barnett got implicated in that, but we are going to actually do that in this stream.
Yeah, we'll talk about some rule changes, which will be interesting. There's a number of things being canvassed at the moment.
Yes.
Which we'll possibly get into a little bit later.
I'm just about to crack my Georgian sparkling water.
Ooh. Yeah, me too. That's what I'm going to call beers from now on.
I'm just trying to be a little bit healthier, you know?
Yeah, must be nice. I wouldn't mind going for a couple of Georgian sparkling waters down at the old watering hole.
Exactly. Okay. So, 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Caleb Sarong, the barometer. They always bring out this stat that if Caleb Sarong has, I don't know if it's like 27 touches or more or 28. I don't know why there's such an arbitrary number around the fact that they win the game if he has more than that. I think stats like that are absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
What do you feel?
Yeah, you're probably right. One that comes to mind is the Eagles when we were good. It was 90 marks was our threshold. Like we always win. Yeah. And I remember the first time I saw that stat, we ended up losing that game with like 110 marks. So.
Yeah. I sort of get it. I mean, like with a stat like marks, right? It's like if you control the footy and you control the uncontested possession, but it's like all of those stats, like they're stats until they're not, right?
Yeah,
because eventually you'll play a game where you have 95 marks.
Yeah, and it means
and then it's
nothing.
like, do we change the number? Do we just go up to like if they have more than 95 marks?
96?
Yeah, so it's like I don't know.
Yeah.
Bontempelli on screen, a minute 30 to go. He's coming to toss the coin. I really like those. You know, like they use those like DSLR mirrorless cameras nowadays.
I totally know what that means. Yes, I know what you mean.
It looks really
it's almost like a video game.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, yeah.
It looks like a video game.
Yeah, I like that too. It's a little bit WWE.
Yeah. Has a feeling, I don't know if you've ever watched like Ted Lasso.
Yes.
Some of the game footage on that just looks like so like robotic.
Yeah.
And like video game like.
That's right. Yeah, good show. I grew this mustache right after watching that show.
Was it actually?
It was somewhat relevant. I kind of grew it as a joke, or I shaved it to a mustache, partially because
You've had it for a long time, haven't you?
Yeah, so when I watched that show, it was like early 2023.
That stayed.
Yeah, it stayed. My sister hated it, mustaches in general, and I was staying with her, so I was like, look at this. And she hated it. And then I didn't mind it, so I stuck with it. Now my face looks weird without it.
I hate that when you do that to yourself. Like you make something, you kind of have to keep it there.
I know. Well, I remember shaving in December of last year or the year before.
Have you ever had like a full...
I can't really grow one. Like I've had like a real patchy beard, but I wouldn't say it's a proper beard. So yes, I did for a number of years.
You don't seem like a person that couldn't grow a beard.
Yeah, because I have dark hair. Yeah. But no, it doesn't grow very well. No, my old man could grow a full beard at like 24. I did not get those genetics.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he looked very Colombian when he was a young man.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you have Colombian heritage? Or is that
no.
Yeah, okay.
No. But he went traveling around the world. There's a massive tangent. He went traveling around the world and had like massive tan, and he had long hair, like really long curly hair, and a massive beard. And he said he had trouble getting into certain countries.
Yeah, right.
Because he just...
Sounds like a free spirit. Here we go.
Yeah.
They're in there. Shea Bolton's in the midfield. Bontempelli gets it out to Richards. Freo are done.
The potency.
Norton. Oh, Brendan Cox, smooth.
Ooh.
Ball.
That's possibly ball. What's the umpire said? He's paid it.
Yep, had to be.
Did he get a hand on that?
1 second.
I'm not sure if he got a handball to that. Dockers fans, let me know in the chat if you're furious about that call. I keep looking away every time there's a replay. I've seen one where if Tex kicks more than 3, the Crows win 80% of the time. Yeah. Riley Garcia lines up for the first goal of this, not final, but it feels like it. And he has missed. It's not a great set shot from a very gettable opportunity there. Is Squiggle loaded? Yeah, Squiggle's loaded. So I'm just going to whip through some of these results. So as it stands, unless Brisbane lose tonight, Collingwood likely go to Adelaide week 1. So if they lose that... We'll just go through some of these other results. Then they probably play the Giants. Yep. That's not a great result for them. They'll play the Giants or the Suns. So, yes, absolutely. I mean, it's an even enough competition where you could say any team could go out in straight sets, really. But Collingwood seem particularly vulnerable because of their form slump and etc. Fremantle are not a serious football team and should not be thought of as such, says Landgraft. That's savage. That's savage. I think it comes down to if they win this game, they will absolutely deserve to play finals. It's funny to think they have more wins than the Brisbane Lions did last year. With 2 weeks to go in the season, that was true. Stoppage in the forward pocket, basically, for the Bulldogs. Baker. Baker is such an iconic footy card looking fella. Oh, tackle without it was Bolton. Did he ham it up? A little bit, but possibly could have been paid. Repeat stoppage. I got 42 in the chat. Chuck a like on the stream if you don't mind, guys. That would very much help us algorithmically. Jordan Croft, man, he played well against West Coast last week. That's another strong mark overhead and lines up potentially for the first goal of this wildcard final. The Dogs just love churning out key position talent with famous fathers. Darcy, O'Donnell, Croft. In addition to Liberatore, Mitch Wallace. Oh, Croft has shanked that. Lara, his auntie, would not have been pleased with that. Lara Croft. Dylan's giving me the thumbs up for that joke. I think it was... yeah. Oh, that's all right. Who doesn't play well against us is a very good point, Brandon. But he did look like a talented youngster last week and a former first-round draft pick. Kennedy gets the hands out. O'Donnell to Baker. Gives a little shimmy. Who's this? Libba. Jams it on the foot and pretty aimless kick. And Brendan Cox takes a good defensive mark. Guess they don't need Jamara. That's very true. I really don't think they do need Jamara. Fremantle need to control the footy a little bit here as Jordan Clark rebounds. It's up on the wing and Lob against his former side punches it out of bounds. Blow the siren, I reckon. Rogi's in the chat. Welcome, mates. West Coast ended the year with... I don't want to read the rest of this sentence. Yes, I know, Rogi. Thank you. Ugh. Imagine they kept Dunkley. That's true. Smith and Jamara. I know that there's been so much talent out of the Bulldogs. I mean, some of it's father-son and academy, but I mean, Bailey Smith was just a drafted player. As was Dunkley. I mean, that was Sydney's father-son. That was a shocking kick from... I actually didn't see who it was. A blonde Western Bulldogs player. Brendan Cox has taken another intercept mark. He's featuring early. Hey, Rogi, what's Collingwood's win percentage in 2018 Grand Finals? It's not good. So it's been played in Fremantle's back half at this current point in time. Dogs just slightly getting the better of them aerially because they're getting a lot of forward half turnovers, although Brendan Cox has been a brick wall in defence. And this time Chapman takes the mark and Pearce wins a free kick. Ban Rogi. Cox prominent down back. Story of my love life. I don't know why I do this to myself. Okay, Murphy opens up the field. Some nice rebound play here. That's a good kick to the advantage of Tracy. And now Fremantle lining up to take the lead. Some counter-attack footy. G'day, Brooklyn. Hope you're doing well. Jesse, would you swap pick 1 for 6 and 10? I probably would, to be honest, assuming we would still have pick 2 in that instance. Yeah, I like some of those prospects in that sort of 4 to 12 range for West Coast and allows us to still take a top 2 pick if we like someone out of Dersma and CDT. I'd imagine if somebody else has pick 1, it's more likely to be Dersma. Oh, Tracy missed, by the way. Thanks, Brandon. It has been a while, Brooklyn. Hope you're doing well. Hope your team gets up today. I'm not tripping. I remember getting confused if you're a Dogs or Saints fan. You're a Dogs fan, eh, Brooklyn? I don't know why the Saints thing threw me. I think you just had a lot of St Kilda stats one day. G'day, Darthy. Hope you're doing well. I'm just glad we got top 4 now, mate. Cheers, Port. Yeah, have a bit of a reset after a pre-finals bye. I mean, teams do just like routinely come out a different team after a pre-finals bye. So Collingwood's definitely still in the mix. Went from it's it's Jova, isn't it? To we're so back to Jova. Yeah, okay. I get your point. Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, Norton. Little bit of the Mario Balotelli on that one. That was the most random Premier League footballer I could think of. Go Doggy, says Brooklyn. Agreed.
I'm back. What have I missed?
Darth Jar Jar says, yeah, I'm good, mate. Just depressed over the last 4 years. He's an Eagles fan. That's funny.
I know how you feel.
Yeah,
I
true.
mean,
You're preaching to the choir here.
It's probably even worse for North. I mean, no, it's not probably. It is a lot worse for North Melbourne.
Yeah, you mean longer stretch of time?
Longer stretch of being bad.
Yeah.
I mean, we're obviously slightly better than you right now, but very slight. Is that the Dogs or the Dockers?
Norton socketed that through, and they were reviewing it by the looks.
That's hit the post, hasn't it?
I didn't think so.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Oh, maybe not.
Looks
Is that
okay
behind?
to me. It looks like a goal to me.
Yeah, there's no snicko.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the snicko there. Rogi says he's appreciated the last 4 years.
I mean, there is. I suppose there is like some element when you're a team that's really, really had that period of struggle that when you come out of it, I mean, comparing that to say a Geelong, if they have a deep run into finals or win a premiership, surely Darcy's being held there.
Didn't matter. He took the mark, didn't he?
He
But
did.
yeah.
He's an insane player. We'll probably feature in the All-Australian later.
Yeah.
That is a great goal. I mean, Dogs look hot here.
They do.
I know I've missed most of the game.
Yeah. No, it has been played in their forward half. Fremantle intercepted well. Brendan Cox a feature. They had one counter-attacking shot on goal and Tracy missed.
Oh, that was actually their first goal.
Yes, that was the first goal of the game.
Interesting.
There's a few behinds. I don't know if any team in the league swings as hard as West Coast in both directions. As far as like going from like considered a powerhouse of the comp for an era and then become the joke of the competition this is the second time in my lifespan West Coast has become a joke.
To do a peep show reference here, would they be the perfect team to say, like, what does it feel like?
Well, we spent so little time in the middle.
Yeah, because I even remember back, I can't remember when this was, but there was a period like after your 05, 06 flags. This could be like 10 years later now. I'm talking about this, but didn't you have like a period there where you like really dropped off and finished like second bottom?
Yeah, so
and then bounced again.
Judd and Cuz left in disgrace.
Yep,
that was the first time. Like it was just a horrible time to be an Eagles fan. But we only spent 3 years out of finals.
Yeah,
and we won a spoon and we finished 15th.
You won a spoon, yeah, that's right. And then you sort of rebuilt quickly.
Yeah. I mean, differentiating that to now, I think we had, when we were terrible, we obviously had no young talent and the decent players we had also all got injured. So then we started being this team of 18-year-olds. Only for in 2011, all those players sort of got fit again.
Yep.
Like Daniel Kerr came back and played some really good footy. Andrew Embley.
That's right, yeah.
Which we don't have those equivalents now.
But I mean, you essentially would have been. When did you get back into the grand final against Hawthorn? 2015.
15. We played a prelim the year after the spoon.
So less than 10 years, you were sort of like you'd gone through a proper rebuild and then back again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
It does feel like as much as you make those, you know, like people say things like, oh yeah, you can bounce and you can bounce quickly. Like people always say that about North Melbourne. And I'm like, there's nothing quick about this.
I think it gets to a point where there's too much inertia.
Yeah.
I mean, like Collingwood bounced for a year.
Oh, he's kicked the goal.
Oh, wow. Bolton's kicked a great goal.
That's why he's in the team.
Yeah.
That is the exact reason that they've brought him across. I feel like in these sorts of games, in these big finals, you have to be able to nail a couple of goals like that. You can't just pepper.
Yep.
Absolute bonus goal. People don't... I think... We've talked about this tons in the streams and stuff, but like I feel like people don't respect the quality of that enough. They'll see that as like a fleeting moment of like almost arse. But look at the two players, like Hayden Young out of the stoppage, gets right out the front.
Yeah.
And then Bolton kicks an opportunistic goal. Like that's worth more than 5 disposals.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
What a goal. He's got Rory Lobb, like 205 centimetre guy.
Goal kicking accuracy is the number one predictor for who wins a football game.
Yeah.
More so than any other variable.
Yep.
I learned that from Druzy. He studied that like during his honours. I think he did that as like a uni thing.
Oh, right.
And that was the conclusion. It might sound redundant, but like it's
in what, all levels or just...
That's a good question. I think it might have been AFL level. I'm not too sure the scope of it. But you know, it like more so than a inside 50 differential.
Oh, sure.
Like goal kicking accuracy.
Yep. This is hot. Bray. Oh. Murphy Reid is high. Hayden Young looks good. I thought he was going to look really underdone.
Yeah. I suppose he didn't miss that much footy. I guess like because he had 2 injuries,
didn't he? And then
he came back, and then so there was a bit of a base there.
Yeah.
But a groin injury also would probably... I think that's what it was, wasn't it?
That would, I think the most recent one.
That would limit your
hammy first?
Yeah, I think so. Let us know if we're wrong.
Groin usually would be a big problem to like your lateral movement.
Yeah. And, explosive movement as well.
Explosive, yeah. Davidson
movement
again.
In general, Davidson.
Oh. You nervous?
Not at all.
Really?
Yeah, not yet. No.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tim English, big bump on Swikowski. Did he get low enough? He did. It's a good bump. Jordan Clark, I think he's been, for me, probably the most impressive player consistently for Freo across this season.
Does he make the All-Australian team?
You'll see. You will see. He's close. I think he's
Yeah.
very close.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's...
There is a lot of quality, though, in those like running smaller defenders.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Bailey Dale is another one who's playing today.
Yep. Bailey Dale's numbers, too, are like really hard to look over.
Yeah.
I reckon the hardest thing with doing that All-Australian team at the moment is just kind of deciding on whether you're willing to like play midfielders out of position, like how strict you want to be on position, and also how much you want to give to teams that have won games. So like kind of rewarding the team effort on some level as well.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of don't think too much about the team they play for. I kind of just try and be unbiased around that and not discriminate on that based on just pure performance. Having said that, there is always a trend of the most All-Australians come from the top four, usually. So, I think the first mid-season one we did, I wanted to have 4 St Kilda players in there.
Yeah.
I was like Wilkie, Higgins and Nazire and Sinclair, I think were the 4. But I just know that would never actually happen in reality for a team that finishes that low.
No. I almost feel on some level too, it's like that's almost impossible that St Kilda could have like 4 All-Australians.
Yeah.
And be that, like their win-loss record be that bad.
I know. For the record, I think as it sits, they probably just end up Nazire. Garcia.
Has to kick that.
Nah. It's missed.
That's the difference. That's the difference between Shea Bolton
and Riley Garcia. You heard it here first.
I didn't mean that for that. What I meant by that was, I guess, like that's the having ruthless small forwards.
Yeah, for sure.
It was more of a wider conversation.
Yeah, I know. That finally puts that debate to bed. Garcia versus Bolton.
Yeah. The big one. They'll be battling it out for the All-Australian, no doubt.
Rogie says, in my opinion, team effort should have no impact on All-Australian selection.
No, I disagree. I love you, Rogie. But
well, West Coast had 2 All-Australians last year, and I think both of them deserved it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it can't. Like, Nasiah Wanganeen Miller, I mean, I don't think we're spoiling anything by saying he's an absolute lock for an All-Australian. So there's like a point where your performance... But I do think, like, we're trying to win games, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you can't get it in a lower-ranked team. But your games are more meaningless. Like, it's just a fact.
Yeah, but then, by that logic, Gary Ablett Jr., when he was at Gold Coast, shouldn't have received any accolades.
Yeah, but he was too good to ignore. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like there's a tipping, like there's a line.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there's no like you can't get in if you play for a poor team, but I do feel like when it's like you do have to have an exceptional season.
Yeah.
Like I reckon a West Coast and North player have to have a pretty exceptional season to make All-Australian.
Yeah.
Given the amount of dead rubbers they play in.
Yeah, I suppose.
Nasiah Wanganeen Miller is like the example of having an exceptional season.
Yeah. Definitely no.
I know I'm probably in the minority here with this. I feel like I am in the minority.
Definitely no West Coast or North Melbourne All-Australians this year, I wouldn't have thought.
No, I don't. I mean, I think the closest for us would be Tristan Sherry, but
true.
I think he'd be unlikely to get in.
The only one, I think, is the squad out? It is, isn't it? I think Baker made the squad.
Yeah, I think they got the 40 man. Yeah, Baker did.
Yeah,
Baker was in the list.
He deserves the recognition for that, but not.
I agree.
He's not a chance.
There's no way he's making it. Yeah. Freo are up for it. Yeah. Hayden Young looks.
They've hit the front, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yep. A live ladder moves them up to 5th.
That Gold Coast game though.
So then that's true. Yeah, so with let's say Fremantle win with the margin right now, one of Brisbane or Hawthorn will go ahead of them.
Yep.
And Gold Coast would, I think, as well.
Yeah, these two teams, I believe, can't make the top 4.
Yeah. But I'm just thinking, can they make a home final here, Fremantle? I think they can. Hawthorn would have to lose by 1,000,000 points.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. No, they wouldn't. That's irrelevant. If they'll just go below the winner. of the
It's
next
a bit
game.
of a, like I bought the ladder up last night and was having a look at it again, and it's like it's a bit of a mess as far as trying to work out exact ramifications. Good
Yeah.
mark, Cleary. Oh, that was Garcia again. Oh no, not Bramble. Freo are up and about. Jordan Clark gets it out to O'Meara. He fumbles a little bit. Where's the cleanliness?
Someone's saying that Allen has officially, like the stories broke that he's requested
a trade.
move, yeah, or at least like because it wouldn't be a trade, it'd be.
I actually wanted to in this stream to bring up X on my iPad so we can just kind of like follow anything like that. Fraser, great mark. Oh, free kick against.
I'm not sure where that story is on Oscar Allen, but honestly, probably the worst kept secret in football.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening, right?
Yeah, AFL sites, I'm saying.
I feel like you know that it's a done deal when, reputable AFL journalists, people like Mitch Cleary and Cal Toomey, are pretty much anything they do around the draft, they're assuming that you guys are getting pick 2 with everything that they do, right? Like even...
That's true,
It's not just fans kind of speculating like fan channels and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's sort of, it's just seen as a done deal at this point.
Yeah, it is on the AFL site that, or it just says he will leave, and he's informed the club. Okay, yeah, no big surprise there. I think I saw that coming since. Excuse me.
Where are you on that now? Are you sort of happy with that? As that is Croft.
Croft, good mark.
Very good mark.
Am I happy with it? I think it's a good deal for West Coast if we end up with pick 2. I do feel like a bit uneasy just about treating our club captain like this. It doesn't sound like what I don't like is Alan's going to walk away thinking screw West Coast. I'm not sure if Barras feels that way, but we kind of greased him out the door as well.
Honestly, I don't think that the element of it, I think where West Coast could have been better, it's not necessarily that they're actually doing this and going through with this. I think that's fair enough. Like, it's fair to have to want to be ruthless as a football club.
Yeah.
I don't like that Oscar Allen was made to look like, for like a 4-week period there in the middle of the season, was made to look like this real arsehole dogging the club. And I reckon that's what's going to rub him up the wrong way.
Yeah.
And I think West Coast could have helped him there.
Yeah, I get your point, although I don't know what West Coast do. Do they openly say, no, we're orchestrating this?
No, I don't think they have to say that they're orchestrating it. But I think they could have been a little bit more public with the offer, right? Just around, because that whole they didn't do it, like they didn't come out. They even put him in front of the media when all that stuff happened with Sam Mitchell. I think they could have just protected him a little bit and come out as a football club and said like what happened between Oscar Allen and Sam Mitchell was, we don't see a problem with it.
Yeah,
I know that maybe that sets a precedent as well, but
I mean, the club did do that. I don't disagree with you. Yeah, McQualter did a number of times.
Oh, okay.
But that being said, it was still kind of horrendous when they put him in front of like he was kind of on the verge of tears in that interview. I just felt bad for him. It's not his fault.
Yeah, like he obviously cares about the club.
Yeah. That's the part from the romantic notion of club captain grew up supporting West Coast, doesn't want to leave, is now being forced to and is villainised like that. I don't like that. But
yeah. I think ultimately, I don't think Oscar Allen will would be really hard on the club for just wanting to get the picks given the stage that they're at. But the fact that they did that to him, they didn't do it to him, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, it depends what the comms was like, because he said that, I think Allen was quoted as saying the contract talks have broken down. Which is that? What does that imply? Does it mean West Coast have said nah, or have they just stopped communicating properly?
Well,
we don't know.
I would take from that most likely scenario is he's said I'm not happy with the contract. I had a counter offer.
Yeah,
and they've gone
real quiet.
Just slid out of the chat.
Yeah, like Homer Simpson into the hedges.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We've actually got a super chat.
Hey, thank you.
From Slobbo.
Oh, Slobbo once again. Thank you, mate.
Slobbo comes through and he says, Big D Bonte flexing.
Yeah, that's some real Gen Z conversation there.
Yeah.
No, thank you, Slobbo. I appreciate it.
The Dogs have kicked a couple here. Was that Riley West?
Yeah, I reckon it was.
He's had a good season.
He has.
I think he actually is in the 40-man All-Australian squad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's kicked I reckon mid-30s for goals.
Yeah, he's been and doing it as well. I think that's relevant in the absence of far out. Was that
it was Richards. I saw it in real time, but we were mid-conversation. It's a great kick by Ed Richards.
Ed Richards is such a good player.
Yeah.
Such a good player.
Yeah. Like, you go back to that 2017 draft. I think he was picked 10 or 11.
Yeah, he wasn't super high.
Norton 9 and Ed Richards 10.
I didn't think he was that high. I actually thought he was more of a steal than that. I thought he was 20.
I think he was... Don't think so. I reckon you'll find he's 10 or 11.
Yeah, let's have a look. You're usually right on past draft
Yeah.
ratings. Keyboard. Show keyboard. There we go. I'm just having a bit of trouble here with my iPad. You know when you make that move
Yeah.
from laptop to iPad, you really struggle.
Players meet with Oppo coaches every year all the time. Yeah, absolutely no doubt about that. There's so many deals that you never hear about.
Oh, yeah.
I remember Shuey dropped on a podcast like post-retirement. He's like...
Pick 16.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I was still wrong, but...
Yeah, for some reason I thought he was like 10 or 11. Sometimes I think I might remember in my head where their mock draft ranking was. That's probably what it was there with Richards. Either way, yeah, a bit of a steal.
Absolutely.
Like Jack.
His issue, I imagine, as far as like not going higher, would have been position.
Probably, yeah.
Because he wouldn't have been a midfielder.
No, he was a half-back flanker, I reckon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Clubs always like worry about that in the top 10.
Yeah.
Bolton.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, Shuey dropped that, like, in 2017, the Eagles got really close to signing Zaharakis. And I was like, wow, that's never been reported on once. It's just fascinating how many other cases there are of that.
Yeah, wow. Oh, what's gone on there?
I have no idea. Bit of chaos. Bolton thrives in the chaos, kicks it inboard. Oh, Jackson.
Oh, wow.
Nearly a great mark, but just the double touch cost him.
Oh, Murphy Reid slips over.
That was slick by Garcia.
But he turns it straight over,
like
kicks it to Chapman.
Bolton.
Yeah, he so is. He wants to be him.
Speaking of, Bailey Banfield lines up.
Freya, you've told me a few times that Dockers fans... So that was holding the ball, so I'm just going back to this. Croft then picks it up. What's gone on?
I don't know. Wait, who got tackled on the ball?
Jackson got caught holding... I believe Jackson got caught holding the ball. Umpire either paid advantage or Croft just played on. I can't really tell. Bailey Banfield has kicked 4 goals too this season. Good stat.
Potent.
Yeah. He's played half-back, hasn't he?
Yeah, and just that shot on goal was half-back flank-esque. It fails to score.
I've just got a comment here from R1FTZ, a good contributor to the channel. Dylan, what would a Liam Ryan trade look like to the Saints, I assume?
Contracted. And 29 this year, 30 next year.
One of the more difficult deals I would have thought to not to get done. I think it's probably something that could get done. But I feel what's in it for West Coast, if the pick isn't significant, what's in it for West Coast to actually let him go?
Yeah.
You're just basically letting someone that's under contract walk away. And I think he's still a pretty valuable player, albeit he doesn't really shine in a side that's... He's one of those guys, I think, that would shine more in a top team.
Yeah.
Probably why he wants to go to St Kilda, who he thinks are a little bit closer to maybe pushing towards finals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wouldn't it have to be a pick inside the top 30?
I think so. I think like 35 would be a bit of a slap in the face. He's contracted. So I think if you're like 27-ish.
27-ish. I reckon in this draft, you'd feel fairly comfortable if you got like a 25 or like 20 to 25.
Yeah.
If you got that feels, on some level, feels a little bit overs, but I suppose it depends. In a good system, I think Liam Ryan is a pretty unique player, very highly skilled player. Foot skills are great. Brings an aerial presence in the forward line for a small forward.
Yep.
Would St Kilda pay that? I don't know. I'd imagine they'd be trying to get him on the cheap a little bit.
Yeah, well, I think if he's contracted, though, and they're courting him, it implies that they've got to be somewhat willing to come to the party because, as you correctly, in my opinion, pointed out, there's no real incentive here for West Coast to do this deal. It would just be to look after Liam.
Yeah, exactly.
Weakening our team willingly in a draft where we already have a strong draft hand for a pick that's not going to be that valuable, really.
Exactly.
So, no, I'm with you on that, 100%.
I think the only thing that you could... Yeah, potentially. Like, I don't know if they have a specific player. What are your picks like in that area? I think you've got pick 30.
Yeah, 32, I think.
Which is going to
to
be like 40 by the time.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's not...
Nah. I'd be asking the question of like Boxall, but I don't think he would be traded. He's for 1 year into his
he's
2 year
WA
deal.
boy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. He looks good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the smart play for West Coast is to ask as Riley West kicks a goal to make it 29-13 with 50 seconds to go.
Take me inside the mentality of Druzy right now. He's in the stands. They are down by, 16 points?
Probably, yes, equal parts focused on his hangover and the results. He will be a sad... Well, actually, I don't know. He wouldn't have given up on this game, but...
There'd be a lingering anxiety and depression.
Yeah.
That's probably been there since he opened his eyes.
Yeah, probably.
Dread, some existential dread.
Some self-loathing.
Yeah. We've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all been there. 68 in the chat
I
too.
just realised we don't have the scoreboard up. Was that a technical issue?
It's a technical issue.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, working on that.
No, that's fine.
At this current moment, between being on the stream and the technical side of it, I can't put my finger on why we can't get that to work.
I feel like at least I'm so bad at tech, but I feel like there's a different issue every time. Not with the stream, in tech in general. Like there's always a different issue every time, and there's no rhyme or reason why it happens twice and then doesn't happen twice.
So the first issue that we had, I don't want to go into this too heavily, but the first issue that we had was sort of like we figured that out. We restarted, but then when you restart, you can sometimes create more problems that you haven't like checked off because you're doing it in a rush.
Yeah.
And that's sort of where we're at the moment. So
that's cool.
If you are watching along, we don't have a scoreboard, but I imagine most people are kind of either watching along with like a screen of the game potentially.
Yeah.
There's a bit of that as well. So we'll try to give some scoreboard updates as it goes along. Western Bulldogs currently 29 to Freo 13. 22 seconds to go in the first quarter.
Matt Scott Malcolm says Reid to Sydney via McDonald, Sheldrick, I presume, Buller, and a first round pick. That's a lot to pay for Archer Reid.
Hang on, say that again.
He said Reid to Sydney, McDonald, Sheldrick.
Harley?
Yeah, presumably. Sheldrick, McDonald, Buller, and a first round pick.
Reid to Sydney,
sort of
Sheldrick, Buller, and a first round pick.
It's kind of like getting to the shops and just pulling all your 5-cent pieces together.
Exactly.
Try and buy something valuable.
What can we give up that we don't want? What can we give up that we don't want? That's like basically like I mean, I almost feel in that trade, okay, first round pick, which for Sydney is like 10 or something, which will probably become 15. Ish.
I think this was a facetious comment, by the way.
Okay.
If I had to guess.
Okay,
I don't know if we need to analyse it.
We don't need to go to it. Okay. Yeah, like what I was going to say though, just on that, like the Sheldrick and Buller part of it become kind of irrelevant.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You're basically swapping. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Sheldridge too. Yeah.
It's like trying to go to a hotel and try and pay for your reservation at the Marriott with Thai baht. It's exactly like that.
Left over from your travels.
That is half the value of the stay.
Yep. Oh, how many times does that happen to you when you travel and you end up with some like Czech kronas or something like kicking around? Crohn's? Crohn's disease? What am I saying?
That's the worst kind of Crohn's disease, the Czech version.
Oh, dear.
God, how do we get here? Ryan for Marshall. I feel like Marshall's gone to the Cats.
Cats?
Rowan Marshall.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
This season?
I think so. I feel like we've discussed this. You seem surprised.
Yeah.
Have we not?
Honestly, I thought that he was probably going to stick around for one more.
Oh, okay.
And go in 26 was my feeling. I know we have like discussed the links.
Yeah. I think I don't know. That could happen. He's still contracted, I believe, to the Saints, but I think he's quite coy about his future. And I think there was some like half-assed article about him getting a haircut in Geelong last week. But I think his brother plays down there, something like that.
He's from Portland, which is not Geelong, but it's down the Great Ocean Road segment, like what's the town? Like near Warrnambool.
Okay.
Essentially, which is just past Geelong. So he's from that area.
Big Timberwolves fan, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. I remember actually the first time I ever heard that about Ryan Marshall. They're like, he's from Portland. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
There's a place called Portland? Yeah, no, there is.
The article I read as well was like, Marshall, who has New Zealand heritage, was seen in Geelong last week. I was like, what the? That's got nothing to do with anything.
Did it really say that?
Yeah, it did.
God, articles are written so weird these
Yeah,
days.
it's probably AI, honestly.
Probably.
Probably ChatGPT.
Yeah, who has a grandfather with Maori descent or something. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, he would be great. Like, that would be a great pickup for the Cats, I would have thought, just given, what is he, 29?
Yeah, something like that, I reckon. And Reece Stanley's like 36, I reckon. Probably 35.
Yeah. Great. Like, I reckon Reece Stanley's been a great player for the Cats, just to consistently keep them up there. But I think from a ruck perspective, like, Rowan Marshall would give them a little bit more in the ruck. He's just a good player, isn't he? Like, right, he's not great. Like, he's not a top 5 ruckman in the comp
caliber.
Yeah, but like exactly what you kind of need in that position. And he'd be a good, at least, like, stopgap with the ruck rules and stuff like that we're going to talk about. The question for me is, for St Kilda right now, like, are they doing the right thing? Do you think? Because obviously Tom de Koning pushes someone like a Marshall out. Is it the right move?
I think that they intend to play them together. It probably is the right move. I think there's a potential for an upgrade there. I think like TDK, particularly last year, was it last year with this the Blues were going pretty well? I reckon it was last year. He was like by far and away the most impactful player, and I think there was like a huge correlation between him playing well and Carlton playing well.
Yep.
I remember some stat about that. I can't remember specifically what it is. I think he definitely adds a lot to St Kilda, and there's probably an opportunity to move Marshall on. I think if Marshall wants to go, then I think you'd be amenable to that as St Kilda. I don't think they need to play both of those guys in the same team.
No, I totally agree. I think the only argument that you could make for what they're doing is like, is Marshall, he does like seem to feel like one of those guys that's like a culture guy, and quite a connection piece maybe for like some of the younger players and stuff like that. So it's more of a cultural question, I think. But mainly because it's not as if Marshall's that old. Like, you are actually kind of saying, we're just upgrading you.
Yeah.
Like, quite early in your career, I think is like the question. But
yeah.
I
suppose the AFL is getting more ruthless.
The AFL's getting more ruthless.
Yeah.
I think that's okay, that you want to move players around and everyone's kind of okay with that. I guess, the question is, like you said, do you actually get a big bump out of someone like a TDK? I think like St Kilda have been criticised for not being able to land these players. So it's to be able to re-sign Nasai Wanganeen Miller, or one of the best players in the comp. TDK is an emerging player. That would be pretty big for them as a club. Absolutely.
There's also Lika Leah. I mean, obviously different scale, but just sort of summarising St Kilda's off-season here, it's quite a busy one. Lika Leah, Liam Ryan, who we just discussed there. So some pieces to add some depth as much as anything, and TDK is probably more than depth, absolutely. Max King could return, you'd imagine. So whatever your thoughts are on him, still an important player for them structurally, and over the stretch has kicked a lot of goals for him in the time that he's had.
I mean, I think at least to come back into that team and just be a bit of a focal point would be the sort of, I guess, like the floor there at the moment for like what you would get out of someone like that. And it probably helps players like Owens and Sharman.
Yep.
Like they obviously weaken the defender that comes to them.
Yep.
So that'll be. I mean, I reckon they could be in for a bit of a bounce next season.
I was about to ask that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Philippou comes back in too.
Yep.
Who hasn't played a lot of football this year. Like, I reckon he's a potential A grader.
Yeah, Philippou coming on would be huge. Then I just think that, like, we've talked about the youth in general at the St Kilda Footy Club. I think Alex Taru looks like an absolute jet.
Oh yeah.
But it's like, I think I was watching on Saints TV. I think Jake was talking about how St Kilda's strategy was to hit 4 drafts, right? So that would be 21, would it be 21, 22, 23, 24? That's what they've done now. So if you go back to 21, that was the Windhager, Machito, Owens draft. Off the top of my head, there might be more.
Yeah, no.
But are those two?
NGA.
Yep.
Did they get somebody else? Was that Wilson?
I think they might have busted their first pick. No, Wilson was 23.
22. No, 23.
23.
Yeah, you're right.
I feel like their first pick didn't work out. I can't remember who it was, though. It might have been a tall. Not sure. But Windhager and Owens, solid return.
Was that Keeler?
No, Keeler was 23.
I'm all over the place. Sorry.
2022.
Do I do draft?
Yeah. I am spacing on who they drafted in 22. Like Saints fans can let me know there. 23 was the Wilson draft. Who are some of the other better young talents?
I mean, I think of Philippou. They've got Collard.
Oh, Philippou was 22, sorry.
Yeah,
That's who it was.
Collard.
Yeah, Collard was 23, second round.
They have Angus Hasty.
Yeah, I think he was 23, if I had to guess.
I'm just having a look at 21 here.
It helps to have these things in front of us.
Oh, they definitely didn't bust in 21 because that was Nasiah.
Oh, it was Nasiah. Oh, my
Yeah.
God. I was like, yeah, no, I think they busted on a tall player. Yeah, no.
Yeah, that
my
was
bad. That's what happens when you go from memory. Of course. Okay, so that's an outstanding draft.
We literally just redrafted that and we both forgot.
Yeah, yeah, we did.
Yeah, so they went Nasiah at 11,
Yeah.
Machito at 33,
Yeah.
and Windhager at 47. They then went Oscar Adams at 51, who's probably a bust.
Oh, that's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that was it. I thought he was a top 10.
Yeah, I thought yeah.
Yeah. No, but you're right. They've definitely done this as a group of drafts, right?
Philippou, Wilson, and last year Travalia and Taru, and that's probably selling their youth short. There's more. Hugo
it is
Garcia.
because last year, Hugo Garcia, that would have been 23,
I reckon.
And then last year as well, like they did take a couple of like later speculative picks that I think could be really important for them. Alex Dodson was at points considered a top 20 pick.
Yeah.
As a very athletic sort of ruckman.
Oh, Jai Amos. You would love to be Campbell Chesser.
Was that Freo going for? I thought that was Freo in defence.
So did I. That was confusing because it's Amos kicking backwards and turning it over to Bont at the top of the goal square.
Great intercept there by Bont.
Yeah. 3 minutes into the second term.
They also picked up a guy from the Calder Cannons, whose name is now escaping me in the 2024 draft. The Saints. I mean, they've just... God.
We've come into this really well armed.
Yeah, we have. I mean, this was off the cuff.
Okay, so
right?
Boxall is another good young talent.
Yeah,
he was
going to
start listing.
They took a lot of players last year.
Yeah. Yeah, Dodson. Yeah, I think they took 6 picks.
Patrick Said is the guy that I was looking for. He's playing VFL at the moment.
What did he say? Sorry?
Patrick Said.
What? He said what?
Oh, jeez. Oh, dear.
I'm sorry. Isaac Keeler. I suppose you could say Max Hall was a recent recruit.
Oh, yeah, mid-season from last year. Yep.
Yeah, so a good influx of talent there that has all, to different extents, shown signs at AFL level. In addition to Max King coming back to the side, Nasiah re-signing. He's already a good player, so not. I mean,
he's a
massive
gun. He's a genuine gun.
Exactly. And then a few structural pieces, Lika Lear, and potentially Liam Ryan, assuming that's true, TDK.
Yep.
So, yeah, to some extent, I almost feel like the Saints underachieved slightly this year.
Yeah, they definitely did as far as wins and losses, although they probably eradicated that a little bit towards the back half of the year because they did pick up some wins.
They kind of racked up single-digit wins over the worst teams in the competition. I don't mean to knock them too hard for that.
They are the team that lost to you guys.
That is true. Their form against those teams hasn't been really compelling this year.
Yeah, but then they've surprised.
Amos.
Oh, no way.
That is ironic because I just slaughtered him for not being Campbell Chesser. Great goal. That was a great goal from Jai Amos.
Hasn't had a great season.
Yeah.
But that is a good goal.
I like you thought that turnover was in his back half before.
Yeah,
so I was like, oh my God.
I thought he just gifted Bontempelli a goal.
Yeah, that's a great goal.
Yeah, people just talking about the young talent like Travalia looks the goods. I guess with that 2024 draft, I really liked it from Saints. I thought it was really ballsy to go after Tyroo, who was a bit of a draft bolter across the season. Travalia, again, like both of those players, they weren't players that you were going to get instant impact out of. You know, like we are seeing on some level instant impact from Tyroo, but I don't think he's like changing games yet. It's just like you can kind of see what he could become.
Did he have like 14 intercepts in a game or I might be making that
spoils.
Up. Oh, was it spoils? I thought it was intercepts.
There was spoils, which was like a record.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like his running vertical is insane.
Yeah. He's a star, I reckon.
Yeah.
I suppose the only question mark that was considered at the time was there was no midfielder taken with those early picks. In fact, I remember making content
That's kind of what
year.
I meant. That's kind of what I meant by taking... They took seemingly 2 defenders.
Yes.
Although I do think that their plan will be that Travaglia will start as a halfback winger.
Yeah.
And then probably the idea would be that he'd move into the midfield.
Yeah. I think I got criticism from Saints fans for suggesting in one of my early mocks didn't take a midfielder. So I was like, I downloaded that feedback. I was like, okay, so St Kilda, well, they did need a midfield. They also traded in
honestly,
Jack McRae.
If I had a nickel for every time any fan ever said we need a midfielder, I'd have a shitload of nickels. Like
That's true.
That's kind of what everybody wants all the time. So as soon as you mock like a tall to anyone, they're like, but we need mids.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, on some level, I feel West Coast fans are doing. I know you do need, you definitely do need mids.
We probably need mids more than anyone else in the world.
Yeah,
to be fair.
But at the same time, you are still dictated to by the draft.
Yeah. It's a great mark from Jackson.
Yeah.
Fremantle on a bit of a surge here. They're going to cut the margin to 3 points, you'd think.
Roe Wright says this stream needs a midfielder. It so does.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting beaten at stoppage right now.
I think Rogue said something before about me. I just glanced on it in the chat that I should play key forward for North.
Yes, I think I got something about how I could replace Owies. That's probably true, though.
So I'm a key forward and you're a small forward, even though I'm like 175.
Yeah.
And you're like 188, which still surprises me. But
you didn't have to add that last bit.
Oh dear.
R1FTZ, let's just call him Rifts from now on, says, Dylan, where's Noah Hibbins Hargreaves rated on your board? Any chance he's still on the board of the Eagles pick 14?
This is good. This is tricky. So I did a recent, a midfield kind of matrix ranking the open pool mids in a video this week. I had Hibbins Hargreaves after the champs, and he had an injury, and I thought it was actually a pretty bad injury, but he's back playing footy again. I had him at that point at 20. I reckon he's actually way better than that.
Yeah, I think ESPN rates him really highly. I think it's ESPN.
Okay.
Disproportionately higher compared to everyone else.
Yeah. He's definitely I don't know, it's hard to explain, particularly with him. He's just a bit of an unusual player. He doesn't really have a position. He's played almost entirely as an out, coming in off a wing, which the first thing you think there when they're playing for Vic Country or for Dandenong Stingrays, if you're playing as a winger, you're kind of not considered. They are on fire here.
Clearance from Sarong, daggered inside 50. Shea Bolton takes a good contested mark.
That's a consistent problem for the Dogs too. Just getting run-ons. So when you think, okay, he's not even at Dandenong Stingrays level, generally speaking, even if you're not a midfielder at that level, if you're one of the best players, you'll play some mid.
Yeah.
And he hadn't. But since the champs, he's come back in and he is, and he's been getting a lot of the ball. He had 20 on the weekend. Or the previous weekend, not the one just gone. He had 29 disposals, kicked 5 goals.
Oh, that is a shocking miss from Bolton. I mean, look, it wasn't the most gimme of a shot, but that was never going to be a goal.
What would Riley Garcia have done? That is the question. So 29 and 5 at the weekend for Hibbins Hargreaves.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he can do. And I've said it multiple times. He's so technically gifted.
Yeah.
Very poised. Just a technician in general. His movement and the way that he can distribute the ball by foot and by hand is better than anyone in the crop.
Yeah.
There is just a look to him though when you're a bit of a skinny build and doesn't necessarily absolutely crack in at the contest. He's sort of he could be described as a nice player.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And without a defined position, what does he do at AFL level? Yeah, he could probably play a lot of different positions, which is good. Oh, Dogs are on here.
Baker, how you like them buns? Nice.
I get it.
Weird
Baker.
thing to say, yeah. You have to get up pretty early to beat Baker.
I see what you did there. 59 on the stream, and they are loving this chat.
Go. It was a behind, actually. I should clarify because they can't see the score. 30-27.
Oh, it's on. This is a good game. Yeah, so strange player, Noah Hibbins Hargreaves. Where do I think he's going to go in the draft? You said, will he get to pick 14? I doubt it.
Yeah,
I think, but that's probably that's pick 14 open draft, right? So that's not going to be 14. That's going to be 20. Is that right?
No. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So that'll fall back.
My brain faltered there.
Yeah. So no, he won't get to that pick. If West Coast wanted him, with what they've got right now, they'd have to take him in the top 2, which I don't think they will. I also don't think he's like a particularly well-suited player to you guys, unless you were getting like 4 or 5 players. And
Great kick from Bont to the advantage of Norton, who takes a mark in the pocket. On that note, Lewis says, what midfielders do you think West Coast could get with 2, 6 and 10? So that's the
from the split.
From the split, yeah. So what do you think about that? Even though he asked me, I'm curious as your opinion. I mean, I'll throw some names at you. Like Dyson Sharp is a player we've considered.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I'm straight off the top. I reckon you'd want Dersma if he was available. That'd be Dersma or Duff.
Yeah.
Titler.
Yeah.
Dyson Sharp at 6. And you potentially could be looking at a player like Noah Hibbins-Hargraves, but I think maybe you'd go Sam Cumming if he was
That's what I would have said.
Yeah, Sam Cumming, or like he's more of a contested type player. But if you wanted leg speed, which I think West Coast probably also needs some leg speed, Sam Grill.
Yep.
Hibbins-Hargraves is that kind of more like utility poised type player, but that's who you'd be looking at.
Lindsay would probably be in that conversation.
Lindsay be in the conversation for sure.
Yeah.
I do think that probably one of Essendon or Richmond will take Lindsay ahead though. Because I reckon that 10 would be coming in after Essendon.
Yeah, it would.
Which would probably remove him.
That's right.
Who does North go after in the draft, says Brandon Cavallaro. Do we have any picks?
Yeah. Start of second round. I mean, Harley Barker could be available with that ACL. Amos.
Actually, it's a great shout.
I really hate how much Amos is playing well after...
Did he kick that goal?
Yeah, after I just chipped him out. Fair play. 2 great goals from Amos after a error earlier that wasn't even that bad.
That happens so often, I swear, in big games where like someone's had a terrible season and you pot them and you're kind of like, oh, they're not good enough. And then they just do this.
He's a fantastic shot on goal. That's his one word. So I think the lead is 2 points to Fremantle, 33-31. We've got a game on our hands. The live ladder keeps shifting violently.
Based on our pre-match discussions, this would sort of suggest that Fremantle are sort of like riding this up into their eyeballs, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Kind of that. I mean, I mentioned that I thought that if Western Bulldogs were to win it, they would sort of jump the Dockers. Mm-hmm. They haven't done that.
Yeah, I agree. That's Fremantle will build into this game, you'd think.
Yeah.
They're a pretty good finishing team as well.
I'm just really happy that it potentially could be coming down to the wire here. Scores from defensive half in the second quarter was like 12-2 there in favour of the Dockers. So moving the ball well.
A lot of the
Sam
stats
Davidson is having a game here too, by the way.
Yeah, he's had a good couple of weeks. I know he's had a good year in general, but I feel like... Oh, again. I was like, when did I see him? Oh, yeah, everyone played well against West Coast.
Yeah.
Clearances are dead even. It's a very even game statistically. It's just about taking those opportunities.
Hayden Young was really good in the first quarter. I haven't seen him that much in this second quarter yet, but I could be totally wrong there.
Liberatore leading the disposals. Shea Bolton's also had 11, which is one off the top disposal getter.
He's been starting in the centre bounces. Like he seems to definitely be more forward.
Yeah.
Post that. Oh, Bond. I just love these games where it's like there's a big carrot on the line, and both of these teams have superstars in the lineups.
That's true, yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like it's cool to watch how much they like the best players, how they go about it in these moments, I feel.
Yeah, true. Will it be Bont or Brayshaw or Sarong or
Bray.
Young?
Uncharacteristic.
Liberatore. Bolton.
Do you feel like at times Andy Brayshaw can just be like a little bit, not like butterfingery, but just like a little bit, I don't know why I said fingery there. It made that sound way gross.
I didn't think of it until you said it and drew attention to it.
I'm so scared with you. Like I'm like he's going to be on it. Anything that I say.
Now, Butters plays for Port.
But like just sometimes cleanliness. Do you see that at all, or am I?
Oh yeah, he's probably not the cleanest player all the time. I mean, if he was, he'd be.
He is very clean.
Top
I think he's
talent.
very clean. But yeah, like
yeah. Yeah, I mean, he goes in pretty hard. That's probably a factor in that.
I think what you get out of him defensively, like I said off the top, is kind of almost the point of difference for him.
Yeah, and it kind of makes him maybe not entirely unique, but most teams don't have a Brayshaw.
No,
to be honest. So
I like in level of importance. I like the balance.
Kennedy,
goal. No,
he's my president. No, he missed. Some gentle comedy.
This is a good game. It is a good game. Is that scores level?
No.
Dockers by a point.
3-0 in this second term.
If you're a coach, would you have Jordan Clark kicking the ball in, or would you have Luke Ryan kicking the ball in?
I don't think Liam Ryan. I think Luke Ryan's actually a pretty good kick. That's Murphy. This is a great run from him.
Oh, he has kicked a goal.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
God. Great goal from Murphy. And I'm a little disgusted at how happy Druzy will be with that.
Yeah.
That was a great goal.
Why?
He's got great, he's not quick. Does he test quick? I don't think he does, but was so evasive.
He didn't test at the combine.
Okay.
Because he had an injury. So,
yeah, but he just doesn't look like he's quick, but he just doesn't get caught. And this is a good run. There's no way you do this if you're not fast.
No.
And it looks like he's slowing down and he doesn't get caught. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a great goal.
Yeah, he's just a mover, isn't he? I don't know. Like, it is weird. I find sometimes players like that. I would almost go as far as saying you would consider Murphy Reid slow.
Yeah, that was kind of my impression.
Yeah.
Although a player that finds time.
Yeah.
So it's not like a problem.
I would suggest that he tests poorly.
Yeah. Great run.
Wow.
Kane says wins rising star.
Yeah, I mean he's up to his eyeballs.
Yeah, I mean this performance could live long in the memory if it's
a big game.
If it ends up being a good game.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's out of him and Curtin.
Yeah, definitely. Great tackle. So 7 points the lead to Fremantle.
Wow. 8 minutes to go in the second.
There is a sense of in terms of I don't want to say the characters, maybe it's not the best word, but which team was less likely to show up to this game? I think it was always going to be the Dogs. That's not actually what I think is happening, by the way. I don't think this is the Dogs not showing up, but I feel like Fremantle do have a harder edge of mentality than the Dogs.
Yeah, okay.
If we're honest. I think that's on show at the moment.
Is that based on 25 season? Or
Yeah. Yes, I'm trying to think. Well, the Dogs also faltered at the end of 23 as well. And 24, they played finals, albeit crashed out in week 1. That was a tough one because they played the Hawthorn, who were in exceptional form.
To be honest, I feel like both of these clubs in sort of recent years, like Dogs under Beveridge, I don't think there's anything that you could judge them on as far as turning up to games. They always turn up, but I think the mental fragility element is more than that.
Yeah,
because
great.
I reckon Dogs have probably given us, over the Beveridge era, they've probably given us some of the most classic performances. I don't know, the 26 grand final, making the run to the 2021 grand final. So they've always been up for games, but I suppose there's a difference between coming to the game and being ready for the game and then being able to finish it when it's there. And I think maybe both teams are actually the latter, struggle with a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's why Freo are, 5-0, 0-5 from being at winning games to qualify for finals. And Dogs have had similar matches, like the game against you guys.
In fairness to Fremantle, though, I think there's two things differentiating them. They're young, and the Bulldogs don't quite have that same narrative.
Yep.
But also, out of those 5 games, and it's a great goal from Bolton, 13 points up, Fremantle. They were all over him. Clearly nudged ahead in terms of dominating, to be honest. But in those games that Fremantle lost last year, only one of them was bad. The Essendon loss, where they lost by a point. Because there was also a loss to Geelong, Port Adelaide, who finished top 2, and GWS.
I felt the Port Adelaide loss, though, in the final round was quite bad because Port Adelaide weren't playing for anything.
Well, they were playing for top 2, weren't they?
Oh, I didn't think they were.
I could be wrong. I thought they won that to secure top 2.
Maybe you're right. I felt like that was a disappointing loss at home.
Yes, Port Adelaide are a bogey side for them.
Are they?
And I remember watching it thinking, gee, Port Adelaide.
I love how you know so much about Freo.
Yeah.
They would say that they live rent-free in your head.
I think it's more you have extra exposure to the other team in your state.
Absolutely.
I work with a Crows fan as well, and he seems to know Port pretty well. I think it's the media as well that you get exposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that. But I remember thinking Port Adelaide defended Fremantle really well in that game.
Yes. Okay.
Erasmus. I thought that was weird. I was like, what happened there?
Did he just
he rolled his ankle.
Run into Murphy Reid?
I don't know. I think his foot just got caught in the turf. I don't know.
Dogs need a response here.
They do. Fremantle have lifted to a gear that the Dogs are not matching at the moment. Well done, Chapman.
They're on here.
This game is opening up, and it's all Fremantle at the moment.
Yep.
Voss gets spoiled at the last minute. Murphy.
O'Donnell just got lost.
Couldn't quite gather.
How much time has he got?
Yeah.
The Dogs' defense is terrible.
Yeah. Bit of a up and under hopeful kick from Fremantle. Didn't see who it was. Dogs just looking rattled.
Even that high ball there that came into Tracy. Tracy was like 4-on-1 against him, and he was the one that punched the ball.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, was it Voss?
Oh, I thought it was Tracy.
I don't know. Might have been different ones. Oh, that could be Ball. Got away with one there.
Jeez.
Thought Liberatore might have been pinged there.
They have absolutely bought the heat.
Bit of chatter from Brandon saying the umps are helping Freo here, but I haven't really noticed that.
No, I haven't either.
But it is hard when you're doing a stream to pick up on everything like that.
Yeah, the Dogs are getting screwed.
They're really screwing the pooch. That's a dog pun. Do you think they've been quite poor?
Yeah. No, actually, honestly, jokes aside, I
didn't agree to that. Sorry, continue.
I don't think Western Bulldogs have been poor in this game.
I agree, yeah.
I think Freo have been really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like they've elevated in the last few minutes and the Bulldogs haven't elevated.
They haven't gone with them.
Yeah,
that's correct. Oh, Darcy, great contest.
Yeah. Probably could have taken advantage there, but no.
Oh, that's a poor.
I don't know what happened there, yeah.
I thought that was a free kick to Darcy.
Yeah. Oh.
Amos is up.
Voss.
Did I hear a
Big
whistle?
goal.
Wow.
I don't think so. Goal has been paid. Fremantle, 6 goals to nothing in this second quarter. This is outstanding footy by
that was a
Fremantle.
really poor free kick, though. I have no idea what that was for.
Yeah, I agree with that. This is a little bit like their last quarter against Collingwood, where they just swarmed them with intensity as much as anything.
Can we look at the contest? You just gave us the...
Yeah, true.
Yeah, no, you're right. They are... What are you doing there, Rory Lobb? Any chance you can grab his arm?
Yeah, that wasn't great, was it?
Nah.
But another good goal to Fremantle. What's the margin? 19.
Yeah, it's getting away.
It is.
That's what I'm...
They're all over them.
I'm concerned for the Dogs if this turns into a grind, because when Fremantle defend well.
Yeah,
when
they
have to defend margins.
Yeah. Another clearance to the Dockers, it's just easy. This is a little bit like... Yeah,
this is bad now.
It's not on the same scale, but the 21 grand final when the Dogs just stop.
That's what I'm talking about. They've got this... That is... Kane Corn talks about it a lot, but it's it's systematic. It happens to them too much.
I'll never forget, and I love him as a player, and he's a champion player, but I will never forget Bont's body language when the Dogs started to lose that grand final.
Ooh,
walking off at 3/4 time, his head was down. And it's you are the captain. So he needs to, amongst others, lift. They just need to limit the damage before half time, because Fremantle are going to kill him at this point.
Yeah, it could be... big miss.
That is...
Did you know...
Not great.
That the biggest stat... I've actually forgotten the words that you actually said. What was it? With
the biggest predictor of
winning.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the score, it's 4-8 to 8-4. So both teams have had 12 shots. The pressure factor is 283. I don't think I've ever seen that before from Fremantle. Wow. 283 might be the highest I've ever seen.
What's the margin at? 20?
20.
You wouldn't want that to get any higher.
You really? Well, I mean, Fremantle fans might disagree, but for the sake of this contest, yes, it does feel like they're about to break the Bulldogs' backs.
I'm just really terrified of the Druzy
Hype train.
Yeah, just the overconfidence that will come from this win, like the snap from we've got no chance in this game.
Oh, I know.
To
they all did that.
We're going to win the flag will be ridiculous.
So if Brisbane win tonight and Gold Coast win, Fremantle will host Hawthorn at Up the Stadium. If they win this game.
Tell me that again, sorry.
If Fremantle win this game, if Brisbane win tonight and Gold Coast win, Fremantle will play the Hawks at Optus Stadium in week 1.
Okay, we'll break all that down.
Yeah.
I'm keen for that.
And then the Hawks win that. Then, so as it currently stands, Fremantle will play the loser of the other game tonight.
Ooh.
So they play the Brisbane Lions in
at
that
home,
scenario.
though.
Yes, both. Yeah, I mean, this, as it currently stands, a home final is the way it's going to be.
And it would be Expansion Cup in the other one.
Yeah.
That's if Gold Coast wins.
It's kind of a grim final. It does rely on the Gold Coast Suns winning.
Yeah.
Tracy lining up for another shot on goal.
I'm fairly confident that the Suns get knocked out week 1 of the finals.
Yeah, me too now.
Yeah, I think they're the worst team in the 8.
Yeah, that's probably true. I think they were capable of more. I think on talent, they're not the worst team in the 8.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
But their form line suggests. And I think it probably does show when you do have to, you're gunning for that win at the end and you can't get over the line. It probably shows a little bit what you're going to be like in finals, right?
Yes, yeah, certainly in the context of this year. Yes,
yeah.
I can't imagine Tracy's just almost like they've half killed off this game.
Yeah,
let alone just built a lead.
No, I think it's probably over. Scores in the second quarter: 0 goals 3 to 7 goals 2, and the Dogs are cooked.
Like the family dog. I'm gonna pee.
You go, and then sure? I'll go. Yeah, you got this.
God, you're so polite.
I'll go through some comments. 63 in the chat. Rogies in here in a big way. Just making finals be a huge win though for the Suns. Yeah, fair play. They need that. It would be like if they lost to Essendon, what a disaster. Because then they'd have to go through everything again next season. And I feel like until they actually get to play that first final, even if they go out in the first round, they'll just have that on their back constantly. So I agree with you there. Saw your top 5 players discussion last week and hot take. Sam Darcy isn't a top 5 player currently. I think people get lured by the future potential, but on current performance, he's just not there yet. I'd honestly have to disagree. Just looking at numbers alone, I sort of get you on. I feel like it's a bit of a key forward thing. I mean, not every key forward is Jeremy Cameron and touches the ball so often with as far as from a disposal point of view, but just looking at Darcy's numbers, I've got them here. I mean, his player rating alone is 15.39, which is more than 2 points better than the next key position forward. He's kicked 48 goals from 16 games, so his average goals per game is 3 per game. That is right up there. The only players in the comp currently that are better than that are Jeremy Cameron, who we mentioned, who's probably had a significantly weaker draw than what the Dogs have overall. And Jack Gunston is the other one currently that's had more goals per game. You kind of look at the forward line too, where Darcy's also got Norton, who's kicking a lot of goals. I think the dependence on Sam Darcy from a defensive point of view of the opposition has opened up space for Aaron Norton as well. So I disagree. And the other stat that I'd want to draw you to there is the contested marks. So he's had 3 contested marks per game. The next best is 1.9. So it's a significant difference there on just the aerial threat alone. I don't know how you could make that argument personally. Rogue says, I'd only say just like he'd be top 10. Yeah, okay, fair. There's definitely I think when people do rate Sam Darcy as a top 5 player, it definitely is still largely on projection, but he's still his output is still crazily good at the same time. Just talking, Jesse, about Sam Darcy. Rogue reckons not a top 5 player and slightly overrated. And I just went through some of the numbers. He's clearly the highest rate from a player ratings point of view, clearly the highest rated key position forward. He goes at 3 goals per game, which is third in the comp.
Has he kicked one today?
Don't think so.
I don't think the ball's been in their front half this entire second quarter.
No, it's hard to say. I mean, he's been in some contests. 3 contested marks a game, though.
Yeah.
Next best is 1.9. Like, he's a threat, isn't he?
Yeah. I'd have him over Phil Thorpe slightly.
Yeah.
And Phil Thorpe's pretty close to that.
I think he's been the
5,
second best key position forward in the comp this season.
Behind Cameron?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Only played 16 games, though.
Yeah, so, yeah. But, 3 goals a game puts 2 at 66, which would be second.
In the Coleman.
Yes.
Although you've got Gunston, who's going at 3.2.
Oh, yeah, true.
60 goals from 19 games. And you've got... Who's the other one? No, that's it, yeah. Cameron and Gunston. I mean, this is massive. Massive for the Dockers. What do they lead by, Jesse? 26 points?
Yep, 26 points is the margin. Were they slightly down at quarter time?
Yeah, they were.
It was 6 goals to nothing, or
let's have a look.
6 or 7 goals to nothing in that term.
I'll jump into the app, but the Dogs at this point, if they doubled their score in the second half, they'd get to 64 points.
I can just imagine the Big Footy thread on the Western Bulldogs board right now all saying sack Beveridge.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What sort of vitriol are we talking about?
I haven't gone on there as it currently stands, but sometimes I just go onto opposition boards just to see what they're saying in the heat of game day.
Yeah.
And there always is a lot of anti-Beveridge rhetoric, I suppose, because of this isn't the first time they found themselves in this position.
Yeah.
Faltering in big games. Mind you, I mean, to credit where it's due, Fremantle has swarmed them, and I think few teams would have coped with a pressure rating of 283 or whatever it was. So they are getting beaten by a team that is playing so much better.
I bet the Dogs fans really didn't need a Bont World ad. Cash converters straight after that halftime. They're actually such a fascination because I get that from fans because I feel like there would be some disappointment that they haven't done better since that 2016 flag, and like having players like Bontempelli, Sam Darcy on the list as well. This is Beveridge and its list management, I think, though. Like, as far as the way that they play is very open for those run-ons that they concede consistently. And that's just happened to them. So it must be something to do with their system. But also, like, their list management gets praised and it is really good. But they've drafted consistently a lot of midfielders. And I feel like they've always done well there, but they've always had holes in their list.
Yeah.
Ever since 2016, since that breakthrough flag, like they've always had, is their defence going to stand up? Are they good enough there? Do they have good enough small forwards? Those sorts of things. So it's hard. I feel like the fact that they're kind of consistently competing and the way that they play, like they've had some of the best contest and stoppage numbers in the comp for years under Beveridge. So he does some things right.
Absolutely.
Tactically.
Yeah. I suppose they're, results oriented, and it always feels diabolical when you get yourself to a position to make finals and falter, and then you got to include the 21 grand final in that as part of his tenure.
Yeah.
That being said, in the context of the Western Bulldogs, it's the best the Western Bulldogs have been as a footy club.
That's the other thing that I was going to say. Like, it's not as if the Western Bulldogs, although they have had some help as far as like father sons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They haven't. It's not like they can really go after big fish.
Yeah.
As a club overall. So it's not like they've been able to do a Geelong model where they get Jeremy Cameron level players and stuff like that. Like, who's the best recruit?
Tom Boyd was probably the biggest high profile one.
Yeah.
In terms of where, like, presumably other teams would have wanted Tom Boyd.
Yeah. And that was like, I don't know, that was off the back of them losing multiple players to the Giants. Like, they lost their own captain.
Yep.
Ryan Griffin, Callum Ward.
Callum Ward, another one, yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like recently the only player in this team that's really been like got after is maybe Rory Lobb. But was he kind of pushed out at Freo anyway?
Yeah.
It wasn't like...
Until Atrelaw similar at Collingwood.
Yeah, that was the salary cap one.
Yeah, Matt Kennedy was another one. Pushed out a little bit.
Pushed out, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But they've done well with all of those, really, in terms of the play they got and what they would play like at the Dogs.
I'm going to make a quick run here.
Yeah, no worries. Matt McCann says, an Eagle supporter saying Freo play like this sucks, but I guess it keeps footy in WA relevant. I would rather just cop the irrelevance, be the irrelevant state. I'm joking. Fremantle are playing unreal, to be honest. In fact, it's probably the most impressive I've seen them all year. What would Drews be thinking right now? Can we get a live cross? I'd really rather not deal with that personally. I'm glad he feels better about his hangover, presumably, but I live with the guy. I'm going to hear about it for the next 2 weeks until they play. Had a quick look at the Dogs' big footy, a bit of beverage and a bunch of English hate. That's another whipping boy for him. Also was a fair bit of people questioning no Treloar selection. That's true. That's something we didn't actually discuss in the preamble to this game. Treloar was not selected. I don't know if it would make a lick of difference right now. But I suppose when you appear to be faltering, then criticism of those decisions come. But I don't think it would have made a difference at this current point in time. This is like team football from Fremantle. There'll be plenty of English hate during the Ashes. Nice. Max is on fire. Got 74 in the chat. Thank you, guys. Chuck a like on the stream if you don't mind. It just occurred to me when we select what finals we stream. Now we've got to consider there might be a Fremantle one.
Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're unbiased, but
like it's actually crazy. Like before doing the stream with Druzy, Freo made me feel nothing.
yeah.
Like it would have been indifferent if anything, they would have been a team that I'd want to see do well because they haven't done.
Yeah.
Totally different vibe now.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've actually been fairly Fremantle neutral over the years, but now I'm just like, oh, this and the Eagles suck.
Yeah.
All my chickens are really coming home to roost.
They are. We've got some segments to do. What are we going to go into first here, Jesse?
Do you want to talk about rule changes?
Yeah, let's do that.
You sort of alluded to these. I think you're a little bit more across them than I am. I don't know if you want to be the one who runs us through some of the proposed changes to our game. And also, like, I'm interested in your thoughts on how that affects recruitment because that's kind of your niche that you've carved out on YouTube. You have a really good understanding of that. So,
I think that's kind of the main part of it, particularly with like a lot of people are asking questions about trades and the draft, like which players you go after. And I think these rule changes, like already we've seen with the recent ones, and I've got a couple of stuff that they want to do in the future. But if you have a think about recent rule changes, the ones that come to my mind are like the stand rule.
yeah.
As the biggest one. And even that, just that slight rule kind of like moved the like prototypical midfielder that recruiters would go after. It moved it from like a more contested inside player to someone that has good foot skills on the outside. Because you can really, with having that man on the mark on controlled ball movement, you could have that the players with good foot skills can basically, it's easier for them to cut you up.
Yeah.
And less easy to defend. So that's like an example of a rule change. The other one I can think of is like the ruck rule changes, I think at the end of 2022 or 2023 it was. And it was you were able to put an arm up to block, and it was to kind of get rid of some of those like injuries to ruckman where they had like knee on knee before you couldn't put the arm up.
Yeah.
So to get rid of that, they said you could, elevate the arm basically. And that sort of brought rucks into this like major wrestle, which took away from those older sort of athletic ruckmen, I suppose, like Nick Natanui would be one that really thrived previously that may have struggled under like a wrestle because he was more of an athletic type player.
Yeah.
Whereas you look at some of the rucks that are dominating at the moment, Tristan Sherry, a lot of strength, Darcy, Lloyd Meek is another one that probably usurped like a Ned Reeves from Hawthorn. So there's some of the things that can basically, like you bring in a rule change, it can affect the recruitment significantly. The ones that we have floated and looking likely to come in 2026 is the last touch rule, which already happens in the SANFL.
Yes, interesting. So when is it last touch or last disposal? We're talking about when the ball goes out of bounds, instead of a boundary throw in, they would award a free kick against the team that touched it last. But I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, so it says a free kick may be awarded. That's an interesting, where the ball goes out of bounds from a player's unimpeded disposal.
Okay, so if you grab the ball and get tackled over the line, presumably it's a throw-in.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's important to know because the game would get a lot more frenetic if it was simply last touch.
I think it would essentially be, and I also think like if you say you're kicking out from a point, most teams kick wide when they're kicking in from like a kick in essentially. You go long to a contest, the ball hits the contest, goes out of bounds.
Yes. A couple of people clarifying. Sorry, Rogie and Max saying last disposal. But
last disposal.
Continue. Yeah. So if it gets spoiled out of over the line,
exactly.
Throw it back in.
It essentially becomes like as we have it now, it's the, what's the exact definition of the rule? It's not deliberate out of bounds. It's insufficient intent.
Yeah.
So it becomes like that hyper.
Yeah.
So pretty much every time you dispose of the ball and it's it goes out of bounds, like you lose the ball. So what's that going to do? That is the next question, right? So I think that is going to create less stoppages, clearly.
Yep.
Because you're going to have more players just getting free kicks. So it's going to suit those more outside players with good skills, good ball use, and it's going to remove, firstly, I think the amount of stoppages, which means like, do you have to carry a genuine, strong, enormous ruck that doesn't really transition? You may be looking for that more athletic ruck that can be in the play a little bit more. And probably, again, it reduces the need for that bigger bodied inside mid that can't spread as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's an interesting one to try and quantify. We got a comment there from Thomas saying, isn't it between the arcs? Now, we don't actually know that yet. I suppose we'll find out. I think there's an AFL Commission meeting in September. So we'll get clarity on this, but that's another important one to some extent, because we're talking about how many of these free kicks are going to be paid. I think... well, at least in the notes that you've written here, I think you've got this from Fox, or Sen Fox, that the approximation is 2 per game. So that doesn't sound so bad when you say, or so impactful when you say 2 extra free kicks as opposed to a boundary throw in.
Yeah.
It seems like an underestimation, though.
It seems like a massive underestimation.
Yeah, like when I picture it in my head, I think of the game changing quite a lot.
Yeah. This would modestly increase free kicks by roughly 2 per game. Yeah. I mean, I just took that from an article.
Yeah.
I didn't actually even see that when we were like putting this together, but I would have thought it would have been by more than that. But I guess this is a wider discussion and a movement that the AFL has been trying to go through for maybe 4 or 5 years to clearly open the game up.
Yeah.
Right. They don't want the ball to be in congestion all the time. They want it to be like flicking around.
Yes.
More of an outside game. So as far as, I guess like with what your list already is currently, like again, I feel like it's more of a supercharge towards this, like what Carlton have at the moment with their list, like some of the conversations around that. Melbourne, a lot of inside bull type midfielders, bigger bodied type players. You want speed. You're going to want speed on the ball, leg speed, more outside type players. So again, in that draft picture, I'm looking at
Dyson Sharp as a player we've discussed who would be impacted by this.
I think like the thing is you're always going to want those first possession players. Like you're always going to want at least one of them in your team. I think what it doesn't necessarily affect like a Dyson Sharp, an Oliver Greaves or a Dan Annable that specialise in that position, but it probably means you need less of them on your list.
That's true.
You need a specialist, but you don't need, you know, maybe that was kind of the bankable player previously where you went, we'll get 2 or 3 of these guys in the draft. You might only get 1 now.
That's true. And Dyson Sharp has played Sandful as well and played well. So there's a bit of nuance to that conversation as well. Yeah. What about Cooper Duff Tytler, a ruck who isn't necessarily known for his tap game, correct me if I'm wrong, but more so that kind of transition player? Like, do you think this rule change kind of suits his game, if anything?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So he would be that player. Like numbers-wise in the Coates Talent League currently, he goes at like 25 disposals a game, which is showing that he gets the ball in transition as well, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And in recent games, he played Essendon VFL a couple of weeks ago, kicked 3 goals. So he's starting to like carve out a bit of a niche as a genuine forward target as well.
Okay.
So I think he's a big one that's affected by this. Maybe of all of the players in the 2025 crop, he would be the most affected by this, I would imagine.
But in a positive sense.
In a positive sense,
yes.
Definitely, yeah. So I think he was likely to go in the top 2 or 3 players anyway, but maybe clubs now go, well, you look at, like we said, it was St Kilda, like TDK, that type of ruckman, Luke Jackson. I don't know, maybe this will push us to an area where we see those like Meeks and Kieran Briggs and Tristan Sherry, like maybe we see them far more out of the game and used more sparingly, maybe like matchups. I don't know exactly.
The other impact on the game in general and the athletes it requires is you're going to need to be a pretty good endurance player. There's the demands on your endurance and ability to just play in transition over and over again will be higher than ever because stoppages allow players to get their breath back. So if you're one of these players that doesn't have a great tank to begin with, if the game has less stoppages and you're constantly either on offense or defense in transition, then I can't imagine too much of a future for these players that don't have a great tank.
Which plays into the next rule change that they're talking about, which is reducing dead time, tightening up stoppages. So on top of those rules where the ball's flicking around more and you're running more, also you're not going to have, currently as it stands, like you see in a lot of games, umpires do a lot of waiting around for ruckman to get to the... So there's an argument that people say, well, they should just throw the ball up, like even if the rucks aren't there.
Yes.
That's what they're going to try to do.
Okay, interesting.
So again, it plays into that. Often these bigger body type rucks, like a Tristan Sherry, you watch him like he labours a little bit, like running around the ground, like he can't get to those contests. If they do just decide, well, we're just going to throw the ball up, again, probably more of your smaller body players are going to come into it. The guys that can get from like the Cooper Duff Tytlers.
Yes.
He's a good runner.
Yeah.
So
all those taller midfielders might have to take a few more hit outs.
Yeah.
like your Tom Greens and your Bontempellis and
Exactly. Exactly. Now, what else do we have here? The other one is removal of the substitute rule. I don't really know the knock-on effects of this as far as the draft. Like, it's just a general rule change.
The first thing that comes to my mind is small savings in match payments to players under the salary cap. This is the first thing I thought of. I think it'll be a massive
Interesting
percentage boost, but when you think about it, like 23 players get selected, that's 23 match payments. So in theory, one player gets paid less per game. One player per game doesn't get paid.
Yeah.
One less player.
Yeah. Which helps the
that.
salary cap and whatnot.
Yeah,
as
it would
well,
have
I
some
guess.
sort of a little bit of effect
Yeah.
without being, massive.
I feel like
guess-
over time the league has kind of gone towards that a little bit from a business sense as well. I feel like it's become a more like star-driven league where
Okay.
the top end of the list gets paid
Yeah.
significantly more, and they are trying to develop that more. It's all around stars and profiles and things like that.
That's true. Yeah, the wealth disparity, I think, in the AFL was supposedly quite high. Yeah, I mean, the sub rule I kind of like, but I don't like it at the same time. I guess from a fan perspective, it's annoying having one like young player every week at West Coast just sit on his ass for 3 quarters and then, get 2 touches in the last quarter. And from a developmental point of view, when you see it over and over again, it's kind of annoying because they don't obviously play VFL or Waffle that week usually.
So my understanding too of this, it would be that the bench becomes a 5-man standard bench, not cutting it back to 4.
That is also what Bobby Magic says. I heard they're saying 5 players on the bench.
Yeah, so you still have, like, essentially it will be the same.
So they're obviously not concerned about the concussion implications here because that was kind of what the medical sub was originally around concussion, I think.
Yeah, that was the start of it for sure because it was like it protected you. The opposition didn't have that extra player when you were down an injury to consistently rotate.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
So you could either use it as a kind of a concussion sub, medical sub, or a tactical.
Yeah, I think also possibly like disincentivize clubs from trying to risk a player who has a potential concussion from coming back on. But I wonder if the protocols are so in place now that there's no chance that a doctor would sign someone off, whereas maybe that was a question before.
For sure.
I don't know. Rogie says that from a super coach perspective or fantasy, the sub rules hell. I do agree with that.
I was going to say, I sometimes wonder if the vitriol around the sub mostly comes from that community because I'm a big fantasy player or was back in the day, and it was incredibly frustrating, and it felt like it turned the game so much more. Obviously, in a game like that, there's a lot of luck involved anyway.
Yes,
but you wanted to remove all of the things that could go against you, and that was so difficult.
Yeah, that's true. 5-player bench is interesting.
Yeah,
I suppose it helps with that endurance piece I was talking about. If these other rules come into play, you'd have to increase the interchange cap, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Logically.
I think...
or maybe not.
They don't have to. They don't have to, but yeah, that would be something that they would look at. What is it now, like 95?
75.
Oh, 75.
Yeah, that's max.
Yep.
He's clarifying that there's still only 75 in that instance.
I think the entire thing, you mentioned endurance. I think the whole thing is like being built around speed overall. So as much as you think endurance, but the game has slowly moved away from longer stints of slow running into shorter stints of fast running. Like it's contest to contest. So like Patrick Dangerfield was talking about Max Holmes the other day, and he was saying like when Max Holmes does like a 2K time trial, he's not like, or a 3K time trial or whatever, like he's not particularly quick in something like that. But what he's really quick at is doing 400 meter sprints. Like that's kind of the game now.
Yes.
So being able to do that and there's an endurance element to that as well, but it's like, it's high intensity speed running.
Yeah. That makes sense. I suppose the point there was just that if there's less stoppages, there's less opportunities to get your breath back.
Yeah.
So those types of athletes that can do that repeatedly will probably have a premium on them to some extent.
Absolutely.
What about from a draft and trade and list management point of view? There's been some discussion around. It's been one of the hottest topics in the list management space. Has been the father-sons, the academies, and the general compromisation of the draft. What can you tell us about what might happen going forward from that point of view?
The big one that came out this week, I think it was Cal Toomey who reported on it, was around the AFL and potentially this coming in from 2026, so it won't affect the 2025 draft, but basically making a protected zone around either, I think it was more likely to be the top 5,
yeah,
but also they mentioned potentially the top 10, so that is basically a controlled zone of the draft inside the top 10, so if there are any bids or anything like that, basically those clubs can't match anymore. Is my understanding of it. So say, for example, probably the clubs that you look at that could be screwed over by this, like someone like a Carlton, who have Cody Walker coming, potential number 1 pick there. He would then be like off the table for them.
Dougie Cochran for Port Adelaide. I think is there some doubt about his NGA?
Yeah, so he actually isn't, currently he is not an NGA. I think there was, his parents might have done some exploring and found they had some Indigenous heritage, which potentially pushed him into being eligible to be an NGA. So that's kind of what they were exploring.
Interesting.
At the moment, and obviously that's a bit like highly incentivized for Port Adelaide to go after. But
happened with Riley Sanders too, wasn't he?
Yeah. No.
Because he wasn't part of the academy, and then he found out or proved that he was of Indigenous heritage.
He was North Melbourne's academy.
Yes. But then there was the ban on the top 20 bids.
That's what I was going to say. So that got flipped. That strangely got flipped back last year.
Yes.
And that opened up Isaac Kako to Essendon.
Yeah. You'd be pissed. Like if you're Melbourne who had Mac Andrew.
Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. They've done that so poorly. How they switch. I think they switched the NGA thing to, what's the word for it? Like appease.
Tracy.
Is this Freo's forward end again?
Yep.
Beveridge.
This has dangerous signs of being a belting at this point.
Yep. And Beveridge is sweating.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the thing with a player like Rory Lobb, like he doesn't have enough physicality to play on these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, no. There's a complete mismatch there with Josh Tracy.
Yeah, he's a utility. You saw him before when Voss pushed off him, like in that tackle.
Yes, yeah.
What was I talking about?
Let's kick to goal.
Let's go. It's over, Jesse.
Just about. It's hard to imagine the Dogs being able to come back from this margin.
Yep. Yeah, they're done. They are absolutely cooked. Dockers are in the finals.
Well deserved.
And the Dogs could still be in the finals.
Yeah, I guess that's still technically possible. Although I hope they don't if they lose this badly. I don't think they deserve it.
This is not good. This is not good. What was I saying? I was talking about
we're talking about the draft and Riley Sanders. I can't remember exactly where we finished up. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically making a top 5 zone for the very top talent. So that would mean I assume that still has a knock-on effect to the Northern Academies, which would mean players this season like Zeke Uland and Patterson and these kind of guys, they would then be eligible. Like if you wanted to pick them up in the top, you can.
Yeah.
And then the academy tied stuff comes in after the top 5.
Yes.
As was reported. So interesting. Very ad hoc, all of this stuff, isn't it? Like it changes from year to year and you can either be on the right end of it or the wrong end of it.
It's been an unprecedented period of father-sons being amazing prospects for year on year on year. Like over the last 5 or 6 years, it's become a regular thing. Whereas 15 years ago, it was kind of rare.
100%. Well, I find it quite funny, the anti-academy sentiment and the non-anti-father-son. People are very pro-father-son, but very anti-Northern Academy. And I think the father-son has produced a lot more superstar players.
Yeah, it's less fair.
Yeah,
there's no fairness.
There's no fairness.
It's a romantic notion.
Yeah. You're not doing anything to cultivate that player.
No,
in the father-son. It's just
not.
Yeah,
but I also find myself one of those people that has liked it, but it is becoming a problem in a way. Like I never would have thought there would be the sheer volume of top-end father-son prospects that are now dominating the competition.
I don't know though. Like to me, I do get the nostalgia, like on some level, but like, is Sam Darcy playing for the Western Bulldogs? Like, is that any more special to you than if he was just playing for Richmond? I don't know. Like, does it?
Yeah, Luke Darcy was a pretty important Bulldogs player for a long time.
Yeah, but I guess like what I mean by that is like he's still the son of a superstar AFL player. If you look at it from like a league-wide thing, superstar AFL player, and his son's a gun AFL player, and it keeps the competitive balance of the league in check.
I think the truth is that here we go, Fremantle. This will seal it if they
read
get
with
goal
the
here.
hands.
I did think that Fremantle were capable of playing well today, and that last week was their bad day.
You did say it.
I didn't predict this, but I'm not surprised that they're playing well. I am surprised at how easily they're shrugging off the Bulldogs.
The Dogs have a stinker in them. I mean, do you call this a stinker? They didn't start bad.
I think it's getting to stinky levels.
It's stinky now, isn't it?
Yeah. There's got to be some resilience. There's no resilience at the moment.
Fallow says, if it was really that special, these Suns could request a trade. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I suppose there will always be that implied risk with players. Like if you'd be a brave man at North Melbourne to draft Nick Dacos at the time.
You would. Albeit, like I always feel with this, if you did draft Nick Dacos, you are like, I know you're trying to build something and you want to get the players in and keep a stable environment and stuff, but like Nick Dacos, it's like if he's that good a player, then he'll be good, and then you have if you had Nick Dacos after 2 years, he's actually worth more than the pick that you would have spent on him.
I suppose, but there's always the inconvenience of trading a player who you've put 2 years into development of. That does have its own effect on like hampering you in your own development.
It pushes you back.
Yeah, exactly.
It pushes you back, but
you're right in that there's mechanisms to ensure that you don't get screwed over.
Yeah,
it's just inconvenient.
Yeah.
You'd rather have that player.
I actually think you would find that after that time, like you said, like you could leave after 2 or 3 years or whatever, and I think a lot of the time you'd probably find that the player would just stay at the new club.
Yeah, that's true. That's probably true.
Yeah, the part that you sort of that doesn't make a lot of sense about it is it's really like it only becomes like a big deal with the top end players.
Yeah.
Like nobody cares about the guys that go with like 50 odd in the draft, do they? And like they sometimes, and it's only romantic until the point that the player is good, because it's not like some unknown father-son who's not a very good player. Like they're not going to gift him games.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what point I'm making there, but it's kind of, I don't know, like I think it should be favoured around competitive balance more so than the nostalgic element of it, I suppose is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I just think it was kind of unforeseeable how much they would start dominating the competition. I don't think we've ever seen this before.
I think it shows you how much having the knowledge of a professional athlete in your family is so important.
Yeah.
Like it's such a leg up.
Fallow points out Finn McGuinness. Murphy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's kicked out on the full. Dan Curtin would have kicked that. I'm joking.
You're so right.
I think, though, with this rule, and I see the same thing on the opposite end of the spectrum with West Coast and like potential rule changes and academy changes, or at least like compensation changes, right? You just don't want to be the first team that gets screwed over with it. 100%. And so Carlton would, within their rights, feel aggrieved about losing out on a top prospect when their arch rival has picked up Nick Dacos not 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed.
Oh, Bond. Needed that.
Same thing with, I was going to use Cochrane as an example, but I don't know if he is eligible for Portal.
He's not now, but he could be.
He could be, yeah. Yeah. It's the same thing with, there's tons of examples, but Carlton in particular is the best example.
Yeah. I also wouldn't mind knowing exactly how much clubs invest in these like NGA, because I feel like it's not as much as they sort of, we put all this time into this young player and then we couldn't pick him up. Like, I don't know how much they actually put into them.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, and a lot of that would also be down to catchment areas.
Lewis says, in regards to father-son, does Judd's boy go to West Coast or Carlton? I think it's up to the kid, right?
Yeah, it is. We just saw Jeff White's son, Kalani White, nominate Melbourne, even though he was also academy tied to the Gold Coast Suns.
We also saw Nick Blakey
Yes.
go to Sydney when he could have gone to North Melbourne as a father-son.
That's right, yeah. As far as I'm aware, Judd's kids, are they even footballers? That's the first time I've ever heard that Oscar Judd, I think, is the oldest.
No idea. He's probably studying a business degree or something.
Yeah, I didn't think he was a footballer. Yeah. He is an Eagles fan. He loves Nick Nat, and he grew up supporting West Coast. But in this hypothetical scenario, let's say he's a footballer, I reckon by the time you turn 18, you take the Melbourne team if you're a Melbourne boy.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he joined West Coast.
I feel like anyone tied to Chris Judd wouldn't set foot out of Brighton either.
Yeah.
Be one of those kind of situations. But yeah, I mean, when you talk about the nostalgia of it, like Nick Blakey, his dad, major North Melbourne person, and his son just played for the academy side. So
yeah,
that didn't matter then, did it?
Exactly.
Maybe that's why I'm anti, because of like situations like that. I feel that actually ended up coming down to like a business decision where it's like, which team's better?
Yeah.
Sydney's a more powerful club.
Yes. And
the nostalgia went out of it. So like, I don't know. I feel like if it's not going to work for everyone, it shouldn't just work for some.
Yes. Hodge's son will also have an interesting decision.
Yeah.
I think he is a footballer. And he
absolutely is.
Yeah, Lions Academy tied. How old is he? When's he eligible? Next year?
I think he's 09 born, which makes him
27.
I think so.
Tassie draft.
Yeah. Let me check that up. Fraser.
Oh, baby,
Fraser,
I hear
goal.
the Blues are calling. Toss salad and scrambled eggs.
They're back.
It's a Fraser theme song.
You always.
Yeah, no, I like that show. I like that show.
Do.
Anything else as far as rule changes go?
Well, the last one is the mid-season draft pick trading. So currently we have the mid-season draft, but you can't really do anything else to improve. I would have liked to have seen this go to like a mid-season trade period. I think that would be really great for the comp, personally.
I dislike it.
You dislike that. We'll talk about that in a second.
Sure.
But this would be a mid-season draft pick trading. So essentially in that period where you can pick up players in the draft, you can also... For example, say you had pick 4 in the mid-season draft, you could try to get up to pick 1 if you wanted a particular player and trade your national draft pick. So it's a convolution of national and mid-season, like them all kind of binding in together. Mm-hmm. And a period, I believe, where you could probably just switch national draft picks too.
Yeah.
In isolation. Did I explain that well?
Yeah, I think so. Mid-season draft picks just on their own, I feel like it's kind of a pointless rule change. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just don't think that would actually get used that much.
Yeah. Well, can you not do that now already?
No.
You can't?
You can't touch them.
Yeah, right. They're locked in. I didn't even know that.
But I mean, like, what trades would be done for pick 1 in the mid-season draft? I suppose it's good for it to be possible, but it'd be quite brave.
I agree with you. It's like teams aren't going to...
Yeah, I don't think it moves.
Generally speaking, there's not enough talent in those drafts anyway to like make it really significant. Maybe this year, I feel like there was quite a gap between Tom McCarthy.
Yeah. I mean, in hindsight, knowing Tom McCarthy, like if he had come into a contender this year, he would have made a big difference on a finals push. I reckon.
Yeah.
He is that good, and so maybe you'd say, yeah, that would have been worth trading pick 40 at the time. Like, absolutely. So maybe I'm just little skeptical of how much impact that will have.
Not much, because most mid-season drafts don't produce that much.
Yes, exactly.
Just a fact.
As for mid-season trading period, okay, I wouldn't be against it if it was picks, because it adds a little bit of that lottery sense. Like, we'll give you our first round pick, and then that team crashes out. Like, that's kind of entertaining.
Yep.
And adds a little bit of a tactical edge. What I don't like is that I think we'll find that if your players can be traded in the mid-season trade period, it will vastly serve Victorian teams, and the teams outside of Victoria will not be able to benefit as much.
Explain that to me.
If you're mid-season and what are the odds of players going to make the decision to join an interstate club in the middle of the season while they have to, front up for round 13 straight after that?
Yeah.
Whereas if you get traded from Richmond to Carlton, the incentive or the prospect of joining Richmond from Carlton in the middle of the year is so much higher than it is, I'll come join West Coast or Fremantle or Adelaide or Port.
Yeah.
I think that will have an impact.
Freo have just kicked another goal through Frederick here. 11 minutes to go in the third quarter, and that's back now to 31 points.
Yeah.
We are getting close to done here, I would say.
We are.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think the only thing I would say to this, though, and I guess that is kind of flowing into what you're saying, because it's not going to be big players swapping. Like you're not going to get Bontempelli, who's finished 10th with the Dogs, to come to Collingwood, who have finished 4th, right?
That's another element that I would hate, though, if that happened.
You'd hate that, like those big moves.
Like Bond, excuse me. If Bond hypothetically got traded from the Bulldogs, who were, shot hypothetically, and the Collingwood were 5th, and they've just traded for the best player in the competition mid-season, and he takes them to a premiership. I kind of like the idea that you have to build your list.
You have to build
at the start of the season, and you can't just sign Bontempelli. I know that would be a hard thing to do anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point would be though, right? Like if in a hypothetical situation, if you were looking at players like that, you would have to pay overs for them.
Yeah.
So
that's like that in the Premier League with the January transfer period, isn't it? Like those players are more expensive.
Although like how their whole business of their sport is set up, you don't really like signing. It does now a bit with FFP, but previously it didn't really matter. Like if I'm Liverpool and I spent 50 million on some striker and overpaid 20 million for him, like I just spent more money.
Yes.
Whereas conceivably with how the AFL works, you're always paying something. So if you wanted Bontempelli in the mid-season trade period, you would have to give significant future picks and whatever picks that you had available, right? And you might be trading into like a 29-year-old and having to give up major draft capital that could then screw you over in the long run. I think the negatives of that is clubs could... I feel like AFL clubs, honestly, like they're so conservative that they would...
Great goal from Erasmus.
Far out.
Druzy will love that. Oh, my voice broke right at that time as well. A double shame.
They just wanted to emasculate you even more.
Druzy would love this.
Oh.
That was a good goal.
Dylan Zhang said Bustlinger has been subbed out tactically. Yeah, he's had a shocking few weeks, Bustlinger.
Yeah. How do you say Bustlinger?
How do you say it?
With a
Bustlinger.
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 Yeah.
What did I say?
To be fair, I can't absolutely lock in that I'm correct on that. I just assumed it was Bustlinger. Buslinger.
Is that what I said?
You said Linger.
Bustlinger.
But now I think about it, I can't think of like...
Jeez, I don't know. I just say things. I just say.
Yeah.
I make sounds.
Yeah.
Bustlinger.
Bustlinger.
Okay.
I reckon during the draft they would have corrected me if I was wrong.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Yeah. No, I like your pronunciations, to be honest. I was just curious.
No, fair. Libba's getting in there. Bramble.
Too little, too late, I reckon, here from the Dogs. Just another
shocking kick there.
Average clearance.
Straight to Pierce. No, it's just over for them.
It is.
We were talking about the mid-season. So, yeah, I think there is a potential there that clubs could actually, going after trying to win a premiership, could probably get too creative, which could hurt them in the long run. That could then later create disparity between teams that make good decisions and teams that make poor decisions. Like you could find, like the situation North Melbourne and West Coast are in, you could probably get that even worse, right?
Yeah.
By them trying to chase high-end players and stuff like that. So I think probably how the AFL would do it though is that they'd cap it on salary, right? So you could only offer like certain salary grades to players. So it would be more those players who aren't free or on again here.
They've got players like good spoil in the middle. Yeah. Or tried to take on too much. Probably should have been paid holding the ball there.
Yeah, I don't know how he disposed of that.
Not well, I don't think.
No.
Darcy brought down.
Yeah, so I think it would be more players, but then that goes into what you were saying about who's a good example? Someone like Alex Davies, maybe at the Gold Coast Suns, not getting a game.
Yeah.
Someone could make a play for a player like that.
You could see like rucks or keybacks being like part of that when injuries happen.
For sure. I mean, like probably the Western Bulldogs would be a good example of it right now, playing in a basically a final here
Yeah.
to save their season, and they need a key defender. So like they could go after a player like that and
Lee
someone
Kalia or something like that.
yeah, exactly. Someone that's not playing. Oh, nice.
Arthur Jones kicks a nice goal.
They're
He's
back.
blowing his lid as though this isn't a one-sided belting.
Wow.
But they need a bit of a
To be fair on him,
five-sider.
he's just come on the ground,
That's
hasn't
true. Yeah, it was a good goal too.
he? Yeah.
But read the room, bro.
Gary Smith just says, agree with Jesse's pronunciation of Buslinger.
Nice.
That's my dad.
Yeah. Oh, is it really?
yeah, it actually is.
Yeah, Gary.
Oh, dear. And he also said, I just read here, Riley Sanders should not have been omitted. Western Bulldogs lack grunt in the middle. I mean, how can you lack grunt in the middle when you've got Liberatore, Bontempelli and Ed Richards? That doesn't make sense, Dad.
You can just tell it's your dad by the firmness of your response.
Do you have those sorts of conversations with your dad with footy?
Yeah.
And you're like, come on, mate.
Yeah, I try to be a bit more, I'm a little bit more diplomatic with dad.
Okay.
I feel like he
needs that, does he?
Yeah, he needs it a little bit, I reckon. Yeah, but he's got some strong West Coast views.
Sure.
Definitely. I don't always agree, but sometimes he's bang on. More often than not.
Shallow entry up. I think that was Darcy.
He's been in a very negative space with West Coast, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
Not a lot of good things to say. Darcy.
Oh, I got to take
couldn't
that.
call-
You got to take it.
Yeah, that felt like one that Darcy would normally take, as hard as it was.
Maybe Rogue Wright was right. Maybe he is a spud. He never said he was a spud, by the way. He said he wasn't a top 5 player. This is Lewis.
Yeah.
Jesse, Neil Erasmus, should West Coast make a play for him if Freo don't offer him a contract?
I don't know if there is much chance of Freo not offering him a contract. Like, I don't think he's by any means an important player for them, but I would have thought he gets offered another contract as depth at this point of his career.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with
in that hypothetical scenario, yeah, I think West Coast desperately needs some midfield reinforcement, regardless of the level. So I think, yeah, he would get a game at West Coast.
Do you think, though, like, say Freo put a contract in front of him, do you think there's any element of him that says, well, I'm going to struggle to get ahead of Sarong, Brayshaw, I was going to say Fife, Hayden Young,
Yeah.
even like on some level Murphy Reid could end up playing a bit of midfield time. So like, does he think that he's behind too many players and he would look at a club like West Coast where he fits more easily?
Possibly. But Fremantle and West Coast have not traded since I've been following footy, which is going on 25 years now. And I don't see that changing.
We mentioned the Barcelona, Real Madrid.
Yeah, I think it would have to be delisted free agent scenario, which I don't know if he's quite there.
No, I
I
agree.
think if he's playing in this game, he's not going to be delisted.
I don't think there's a lot of gain for Freo just to cut him.
Yeah.
I mean, what draft was he?
21.
Yeah, so he's not even like been on the list for that long.
So, look, let's say he played for Carlton and was out of contract. I would probably say, yeah, West Coast should try and get a player like that to... We just don't have enough midfielders in general on the list.
Yeah. Which goes into the next one here from Riffs, that we're saying, right?
Yeah, let's go with it. Riffs.
Dylan, is Will Phillips a bust? Do you think Eagles should target him? He's not a bust. I don't think he's a bust as a player. He's a bust as a number 3 draft pick. That side of it is a bust, but he's not a bust as an AFL player. So I do think West Coast should go after him. And I think it's probably best for him, if I'm honest, with the midfielders that North have got around him. I think like he probably doesn't necessarily fit long term. I don't think he's going to be like you're not going to get him and he's going to turn into a superstar, but he could be a decent player for West Coast.
Oh, good
mark.
Oh, nearly a good mark from Fraser. Dockers mop up and get out of trouble.
They really needed another goal.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still 5 minutes, so there's actually plenty of time. Good kick.
It's a risky one. The bounce, it was gathered well by Bolton, but he's nearly caught. They just couldn't get wrapped up in that tackle. Well done,
How has Luke Ryan got that out of there?
Yeah. The tackles are being shrugged off with ease in this game at the moment.
Yep. I totally agree. Like that you had to stick that.
Yeah. And conversely, I feel like the Dockers are not missing their tackles.
Rory Lobb. He's had a stinker.
Yeah.
If there was ever an endorsement for a game where you got to stick that, Davidson.
Yeah. It's been a problem most of this game, to be honest.
How many's Amos kicked?
He's kicked 2 good ones and 3 totals now come on the screen.
A miss. Oh, so he got this.
No. It's on... Well, now he has... Oh, no, he missed.
He missed.
Yeah, no.
That would have been 4.
That would have been 4, yeah.
Wow.
Jeez, all of the Fremantle players that Druzy defended against me last week are playing well. Erasmus kicks a goal. Amos kicks 3.
I feel like that's happened a lot. Like, we were particularly strong on Freo beating Collingwood.
Yeah.
Or not beating Collingwood.
Not beating them, yeah.
And that one came back to bite us.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Erasmus has done a single other thing, has he, in this game?
No, I just feel like
this
it's
is not the time for me to have a pop. To be fair, just make it a point.
Keep going.
The pressure has been intense from Fremantle. Can they?
Oh, Baker's just going to screw this up, isn't he?
He
Like
is,
just 100%. Oh, he's
done pretty well there. Yeah.
Frage. Oh, great kick.
Oh yes,
Huge.
That needed to be Bont who marked it because the player was bearing down on him.
Yep. 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go in the third quarter. This game has gone quickly. Probably not for Western Bulldogs. Or maybe it has. Let's have a look at some of the stats. So disposals are pretty even. Inside 50s, 42 to 37 in favour of the Dockers. So they're slightly ahead there. I mean, a big part of this game feels to me like goal efficiency, right? Like Dogs are going at 16%. Dockers at 28. Do you get it?
Yes, he did. Bont kicks a much needed goal. Well, yeah, the scoring shots are even, I think. Or in fact, they're even. They've had the same amount of scoring shots. In fairness, I'm not suggesting at all that this has been an even game. I think Fremantle, from the eye test, have been all over them.
Absolutely. I think the Dogs have had, I think clearances, what are we at? 28 to 23 in favour of the Dogs.
That surprises me. I feel like the Fremantle clearance has been better.
They have.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons for that is it's 10 to 8 in favour of Freo centre clearances.
Yeah.
Which have been those big open 6-6-6 clearances, you know what I mean?
Yeah, a couple of them might have led to goals as well. Like that's the wrong one where he slapped it straight to Bolton.
It's always the problem for the Dogs though, right? Because it's like their defence is exposed constantly. So if you get those quick centre clearance entries when it's 6-6-6, like a miss, they can't handle all 3 of those forwards. Voss, Tracy, a miss.
Yeah, that's very true. Hayden Young with an inside 50. In fact,
Frederick did a bit of a poo there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know.
Just a bit, like fair enough, but
yeah,
I'm not going back with the flight there.
Yeah,
I was actually, I went to the game with Vika, my wife, yesterday. It was a Sandringham versus Oakley game, and I was explaining to her the worst thing that you can hear on a football field when you're playing. I don't know if you would agree with this, but you know when someone says, you hear the words, you got to go. You got to go.
Yeah.
Like the ball goes in the air and someone goes, got to go, deal. And you're like, no.
Yeah. Or you're hot.
Oh, you're hot. Yeah, that hurts. I feel like particularly scary is that though, like you've got to go because it's always like an aerial ball and you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Darcy.
That's a good mark.
Everyone's,
the aerial ball's the worst. It's low percentage pass.
Particularly when you're 175.
Yeah. Good mark though. Be a tough shot. Needs to kick it.
He does. He's a right footer. Not ideal. Very little chance, I'd say, actually.
I remember in one of my first games, in fact, it might have been my first game of footy at uni, I took a mark and then I, for some reason, fancied myself to run around the man on the mark. And I shimmied him and he didn't see it coming and I got around him really well. And pure adrenaline, I managed to, what's with my voice? I managed to get around him and it was quite like a good highlight. And then I just hear, you're hot. And I just jammed it on my boot and shanked a helicopter and missed. And then I found out later, it was the bloke chasing me saying that was nowhere near me.
I love that.
And I was like, oh my God. So I actually burned him off and then panicked for no reason.
What was the one that happened this year in I think it was Gold Coast and GWS earlier this season, and someone did one of those. They call play on, yeah.
Oh, that's funny as.
And they call play on.
That'll do it.
Oh,
yeah, that'll do it. Goodbye, Bulldogs.
Had to be Voss.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, he is. It's annoying though.
Who are you going for?
Neutral. Don't care. I want a good game though.
Yeah, which this is. Well, I mean, I would say it's not a good game. Like the Fremantle have been impressive, but it's not,
for sure. I
there's
mean,
not much doubt.
I
who's gonna
mean,
win.
close game.
Yeah.
Again, Voss has broken a Rory Lobb tackle again there.
Yeah.
Like, just bloody tackle him. Yeah, Rogue Wright saying, made Mac Andrew give away the 50, because what he did, it was a Gold Coast player, I think it was like Ainsworth or someone like that. They tried to scare the player having the shot at goal, and they yelled play on, thinking that he would then think that he... But what it did was Mac Andrew ran at him and gave away a 50.
Oh.
Because the umpire didn't call it.
That's classic.
Yeah.
That's classic.
Kind of reminded me of that. With you're hot. You're hot.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'll never forget that because it would have been such a sick goal had I kicked it, but I didn't even barely hit the ball with my foot. That's how much pressure I felt I was under.
Erasmus has just won himself a free kick. What is that kick?
I'm going to do my three-quarter time.
Go for it. I'll have a look here. Lewis has the crown today. Good work, Lewis. Dylan, does North need to trade up the draft to get a certain player that will massively improve them next season? They have picks 20, 21, 39, 57. Thanks for including the picks in that because that's hard. I would have to go to look for that. Okay, do they need to? I think the players that North would be looking at, Jesse actually mentioned Harley Barker, I think would be a great player, someone with elite speed on the outside for us, could play like a genuine sort of wing role. I don't think we have necessarily that sort of player. And I think the others we'd be looking at would be sort of key position types. So Louis Emmett, Archie Ludovic. That is 3/4 time. By the way, Freo lead this one by 32 points. I think it's too late for the Dogs. They're not playing well enough. Archie Ludovic, Louis Emmett. So where's our pick? So pick 20, that's going to come in at getting closer to 30. They'll be gone, those types of players. So I think to answer your question, yeah, they probably do have to get up if they want to get one of those types of players. I'm trying to think of the other... I wouldn't mind us actually going after a Mitch Marsh or somebody like that, even an Aiden Schubert. You're probably close to needing a top 10 pick to get that done, though. So, yeah, potentially, whether we trade back, given that we're trying to reboot the list and try and improve quickly, I suppose, I think you'd be better off trading in. If you thought you could get a Schubert or a Marsh, even an Emmett or a Ludovic as well, I think you'd probably look at that. But one of those guys, I think Harley Barker, you're probably safe with your pick 20, that sort of area. So maybe it's trading a future first again, kicking the can down the road, trying to get up into the top 10 or 15 that would get that done. Do I think they should? Well, they definitely need key position players. I think what they're probably going to try to do is recruit players from other clubs. But again, North haven't really been super successful at doing that either. So it's a tough one, Lewis.
Do you mind if I grab another beer?
Go for it.
Thanks, man.
Why are you asking me if I mind?
Well, that one was mine.
Oh, no, absolutely. Jesse putting the stream in stream. Is that because of the tinkle? Yes. Yeah, okay.
I like how tinkle is normalised now.
Yeah. Matthew McCann says Erasmus has been solid. Wherever he ends up, he might be a steal. I mean, I think you're right, though. I think he might end up just staying at Freo as the most likely option. Is there kind of genuine jeopardy there that Freo don't offer Erasmus a contract?
I don't think so. I think for him it would be motivation to get more game time. But, I mean, he's in the team, so I think he stays at Freo.
I mean, he's playing their most important game.
Yeah. I mean, he'd probably get more money somewhere else.
Yeah, and more opportunity.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That would be the question.
I don't know. I mean, the Dogs, ironically, were the team most closely linked to Erasmus, which you'd think he'd have the same problem there.
I was going to say, he feels like an awfully similar player to me to Caleb Poulter.
Yeah, okay.
I know, Caleb Poulter's probably entered a banter period, so that sounds harsh on Erasmus, but they are kind of really oversized tall mids.
Yeah.
Not particularly athletic.
I think running capacity Erasmus has.
Yeah. Well, probably what I mean, I should have said speed.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Yeah. I wonder if Erasmus wants to be that stoppage player. I don't know how much centre bounce time he's getting at Fremantle.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
that would be the only motivation. But again, the Bulldogs are not exactly that team who can give him centre bounce.
No, you're not going to walk into that team. You'd have to go to like a St Kilda potentially or someone, maybe an Essendon.
That's probably a great shout, to be honest. One of those two clubs, yeah.
Yeah, someone like that.
Or West Coast.
Zeke Bellart says score. Yeah, we've had a malfunction with our scoreboard today. We haven't been able to get it across. So currently, Dogs trailing the Dockers at 3/4 time, 52-84. So a 32-point margin in favour of the Dockers.
7 goals, 10 to 13-6. Accuracy, absolutely a factor, albeit, as we said, it does feel more one-sided than that. I don't think the Dogs have played anywhere near to the level of Fremantle today. Yeah,
I think like momentum, the Dockers have just really got not activated. What's the word for it? Made the most, I guess, of those like momentum swings that they've had too. Like it's been more just intensity, I feel.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, the pressure and intensity, which is not quantified here.
Yes.
But the contested ball, the Dogs are actually +4. I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah.
Based on the feel of the game. It's actually the uncontested ball where Fremantle is +16.
People have spoken about the free kick count, which I do. I usually there is a relationship there between being behind in contested possession and then you'll be, but like if you're behind in the contested possession, you'll be behind in the free kick count. So it is a bit maybe odd that Freo are 15-10 in free kicks, but behind in contested possession. But that can, as you said off the top, it can be just a technique thing as well.
I don't know how current these stats are because it says Fremantle have 2 minutes time in front. I'll just refresh. No, the numbers have all stayed the same except.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just a quirk on the AFL website. It says last goal was in the second quarter. There we go.
Right.
Now it's shifted.
Change now.
52 minutes in time in front, Fremantle.
I think the fact that it's 9-9 with contested marks. I reckon the Dogs would have really wanted to control the aerial game more than this.
I feel like they started that way.
Yeah,
but it didn't last long.
Didn't last long at all.
No,
it's been pretty convincing. Like it would have something crazy would have to happen for the Dogs to overturn this one at this point. I mean, even honestly, this game, it's almost like not quantifiable on a stat sheet because I feel like you read through everything and it feels like the Dogs are 50-50.
Yes, yeah. I mean, some games are like that. I mean,
yeah.
Our game against Adelaide, where we nearly beat them a few weeks ago, the stats were no more in our favour than any other game. It didn't make any sense. But again, that was pressure. Pressure is the hidden stat there.
It's the hidden stat
that affects everything else. But
yeah. I think probably what it shows from a Western Bulldogs perspective is they've turned up to play here, but they've been shell-shocked.
Yeah. That's it, yeah. I would agree with that assessment.
Yeah. I don't think there was anything in the Western Bulldogs like at the beginning of this game where you went, doesn't look good for them.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they didn't look sloppy, but Fremantle's pressure was animalistic.
Like turnovers, 50-51. Like it's not even like they've particularly like used the ball. It's just poorly. It's like on the outside that is like it's just contest stuff maybe like big contests, crucial contests. You mentioned those centre clearances.
Yes.
Which are only slightly up from Freo, but it feels like they've walked the ball out of the midfield when they've had centre clearances.
Yeah. And some counter-attacking goals where Fremantle go end-to-end and score a behind. Maybe it doesn't feel like they're playing that well, but they've kicked goals just about every time.
Yeah. It's big though. This is massive for the finals race. I think most people would have had pretty much banking at the Dogs were going to be in the final series, and we were talking about how they could potentially do some damage, not necessarily with the fact that they haven't beaten any top teams, but definitely the way they play and some of their weapons point you in that direction.
Yeah. So the Dockers, the most likely outcome here is the Dockers play the loser of the other game tonight, Brisbane and Hawthorn.
Yes.
At the Optus Stadium, assuming Gold Coast wins the other game.
Which drags us into a conversation about that game. So, because the more and more that this season has gone on, I was hot on Hawthorn early in the year. Once they lost Will Day and they had some sloppy form in the middle of the season, I got off them a little bit. I feel like their late season form's been really, really good.
Yes.
I know it's against Melbourne, but they were so good with the ball against the D's when I watched them the other day.
Yeah.
I could see that. Like, I don't think it would be crazy if they beat Brisbane.
No, I tipped them.
You tipped them.
I tipped them. Admittedly, sometimes like my tipping sucks, and I will throw out these ones. I think the logical tip is Brisbane, but I think there's enough of a Hawthorn chance to tempt me, and that was my upset of the week. So I do think I do agree that they're a good chance. Am I really expecting it? No, I think it's 55-45 confidence in Brisbane.
Oh, okay.
But I think they're head to head. I mean, I think the two sides don't play at the Gabba very often at all, and haven't for a while. And their head to head has generally favoured Hawthorn. I think there's been a lot of Tassie and MCG games in there.
Right.
But the Lions beat them earlier this year. Admittedly, like you said, though, I don't think they were playing well mid-year, Hawthorn.
I've got this memory from like look how open Dockers are when they transition the ball. Is that Voss again? Mm-hmm. I've got this memory of when Brisbane Lions still had that kind of MCG hoodoo.
Yeah.
And Hawthorn weren't a good team. This was back like 21 or 22. It must have probably 22.
Yeah.
And the Hawks unexpectedly beating them by like a lot, and have just had a pretty good run over the Lions.
I got a feeling it happened more than once.
I feel that as well. And I feel like there's a bit of a narrative of the Lions being not very strong at the Gabba this season.
That's true. The Lions beat them at the G this year.
Right. And that probably was in that Hawthorn form slump.
Yeah, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
It was such a subtle slump that I just kind of thought they weren't good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when Collingwood fall off, you're just like, oh, this is a slump.
It's not even that you don't think that they're that good, but you're like, are they genuinely going to contend?
Exactly. I was going to say I didn't doubt they'd make finals. Remember we did do a ladder predictor where we thought they wouldn't.
But this season is a bit of an outlier in the sense that making finals, there was a clear top 9 this year.
Yeah.
I feel like if you were a part of that top 9, you kind of were a finals team.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a 9 and then there's the rest, isn't there? Like there was
agree.
Massive haves and have-nots this year.
Yeah.
Why can't I see his face properly? What's going on there?
I don't know. Reflection on the glass, maybe.
Yeah. It's irritating.
Sarong, another clearance. Bit of a blind hack, but it could be effective with the way that Fremantle are playing at ground level at the moment. Libba wins the ball out. Bont leaves it behind. Can he get out of trouble?
I feel like Bont hasn't been great today.
No. I mean, I think he's kicked goals.
He has.
He's kicked one, at least.
I mean, he's probably the best player I've ever seen.
He has the most possessions and a goal and the most fantasy points.
Yeah. That's
not really a rebuttal to what you said, but he's found it. I think he's been okay, but I think Fremantle's pressure has really curtailed his ability to put the Dogs in good positions.
He's had a couple of opportunities to score that I feel like he's missed, which has made me probably think that his game's not as strong. Oh, no.
I love your reactions. You'd expect me to be the one groaning, but I'm actually keeping it together here. This could be a coming of age for Fremantle. I can speak freely now. I was not at all impressed with their massive winning streak.
No.
Like when they were notching up wins over North Melbourne and St Kilda, like those were close games and they shouldn't have been. Essendon, they beat by 41. They won the Derby. I just feel like they almost slumped against all the crap teams and notched up wins. But this, I think, is the most impressive I've seen them this year. I think even the Collingwood game had a caveat to it a little bit in terms of how good are they?
They got belted in that game.
Yeah, but I mean, they defended really well is probably how I'd phrase it. And it didn't, they took their opportunities and were great in the last quarter.
Yeah.
This is a much more comprehensive domination. This has been a dismantling.
Yeah.
Purely by playing pressure, team-oriented footy.
Absolutely.
This could be a coming of age for them.
I think the Marvel factor's big here too, because they had a bit of a hoodoo there.
Yeah, true.
It's probably like where they was that where the Essendon game was last year?
No, that was at the G.
That was at the G,
but they did lose to St Kilda in horrendous fashion this year.
Yeah. It is funny with Freo's season holistically because you've kind of had this narrative of them dropping because they lost to Brisbane last week and they could potentially have lost the 6th game to like not get into finals. But really the poor form was at the beginning of the season. Like the reason that they were going to miss finals was because they lost to the Saints, right?
Yeah.
At Marvel and that early season form. Like I remember Geelong, what did they lose in round 1?
84 points or something like that.
Yeah, it was like I remember doing the streams early.
Good
Gee,
goal
there's
by
another goal
Bont.
by Bont. Wow.
Too little, too late.
Yeah,
I've said that not for the first time in this stream.
it's fine. We can keep going with it.
Yeah. I remember, I mean, it was only a moment in time early in the season, but I do remember thinking in the first derby that Fremantle looked pretty rank. This is a very different Fremantle. Long-term consequences for the Bulldogs being knocked out of this final series. I'm not sure if there are long-term consequences, but it is another year that Bont is getting nudging closer to the end of his career, and you have to think there is a sense of urgency to do something while you have one of the best players of a generation on your list. He's not really slowing down by any stretch, but
How old is Bont?
This
29?
is a failure. He's 30 this year, I reckon.
30.
Yeah, 95. If Freo win this, do you think they're capable of winning a final? Well, yes, they'd host either the Lions or the Gabba, as we said, Matt. Yeah, I think they could. They've beaten Hawthorn at Optus early this year. They got touched up by Brisbane, but I think there's night and day between this Fremantle and they were quite poor last week against Brisbane. So who knows? I'd probably still tip Brisbane at this point. But
you'd have to.
Yeah. But they can win a final, yes, considering it's a home final.
Who, now that we have a little bit more clarity on teams 5 to 8, can anyone, who's the most likely team to do damage outside the top 4?
So we're talking GWS, Hawthorn, Fremantle and Gold Coast.
Yeah, or I suppose Brisbane.
Yeah, they'll possibly win tonight and go into the 4.
Yep.
We
don't know which one of those is going to be.
Yeah, so if we assume by the betting odds, I'd imagine it's Brisbane. Well, if it's Brisbane, then it's clearly Brisbane the choice. You know what I mean? If we assume that Brisbane's 5 to 8, then I'm clearly going to say Brisbane, so let's remove them.
I would almost say now, given the totality of everything, I would say Brisbane, then Hawthorn.
Yeah.
Then Giants.
Yeah. I mean, with Hawthorn, there's the MCG factor.
What's the MCG factor?
They play well at the MCG, and they could
that wasn't that complicated.
they could have away finals against Geelong or Collingwood, which are not really away games.
Yeah, got you.
So I think that plays into it a little bit, and we know where the grand finals played. That being said, on the form of it, you could say Hawthorn, but then I also don't think it's a gimme that they go to Optus next week and beat Fremantle. So
what happened there?
I don't know. Sarong doesn't look happy, so is it a Bulldogs free kick? Or
it looked like a pretty good contest. No,
that's definitely a high bump.
What on earth was he complaining about?
I'm not sure.
To be honest, in real time, I thought it looked like a good contest, but he absolutely turned his body.
Yeah.
Well done for Croft. What's that logo in the centre of the Dogs jersey? It looks.
I noticed that at the start. I don't know what that is. It's obviously some sort of celebration. Is it like a charity thing?
Yeah, it might be.
I'm guessing. Yeah. Croft has shanked it like the family lamb.
I'm pretty sure Bevo was just like, fucking these cunts.
Weeks for Sarong, says Matt. I think it'll be looked at. I think the fact that Croft took the kick and presumably is not concussed means they'll probably go lenient if they look at it.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll ban him for a final.
Nah, it was one of those ones
could have easily been.
Yeah.
Like, if that was a concussion, that we're looking at several weeks there for Sarong.
Sarong's having a good game today.
Yeah. Yeah, he has. It's like a young Will Day.
Weirdly, he's only had 3 clearances. Oh, no, he's had 5.
Oh, yeah.
That still feels like a low number for him.
Yeah. I might need somewhere to stay tonight.
You're welcome, mate. You can sleep on this bench.
Thanks, mate. Yeah.
Oh, dear. Freo in the finals. I mean, it's funny because I sort of prepared myself after coming into that Brisbane game. Like, I kind of thought Freo were already safe. Given what they'd done before that.
It's been a roller coaster for them, hasn't it? And I I mean, I suppose the Bulldogs have always been a little bit behind the 8 ball. They've always been a game behind for the most of this stretch.
They have. I think the thing that kind of pulled them out of it really is that they had a softer draw
Yeah.
than a lot of the other teams up the top. So it was, and they just had no issue beating teams below them this season, which was, I suppose, like there's some credibility in that.
I think Kane Burgess just said they're 2-9 versus top 8 sides.
Yeah,
with the 2 wins against the Giants.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? They had that really, really good win a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, 88 points over the Giants.
But every time they've had a test, and they've just beaten everybody else. So,
I mean, if you were ever going to throw around the word or phrase flat track bully, it applies here.
Yeah. And there always is that element where you kind of think about teams and you're like, well, you have to have these big sort of character. Croft has gone hard at that.
Yeah. He's pretty damn good, Jordan Frost. Croft, sorry.
Yeah, he looks good. If you like that phrase of like deserving to play finals, like it doesn't, based on everything, it doesn't feel like they have.
No, I agree.
Good tackle from Brayshaw. For some reason this season, Brayshaw, like his hair always looks really wet. Like, I know this has like just doesn't.
Make sure you subscribed for our analysis.
I don't know why I said that, but like
it does there. Well, that was Banfield there.
Was it?
Yeah.
Number 8.
Braze is at the back of the stoppage there.
Yeah.
Brayshaw was in the foreground. Sorry, Banfield was in the foreground.
Like, I don't know, just in other seasons, I feel like his hair is usually like kind of, I don't know, maybe he like wears like a product in it that's sort of more matte.
Yeah. A real matte finish
matte
to it.
composition. Yeah. And it's now like just seems to like let it, I don't know if that's sweat or
product.
Yeah.
Yeah,
as you said, good analysis. And
we're just trying to disassociate from the result here.
Yep.
Matt McCann says, can someone tell me who in the top 8 Freo has beaten this year? They've beaten Collingwood. They haven't beaten Brisbane. They beat the Giants. They beat Gold Coast, if you count them, which probably do at this point.
Yeah, haven't beaten Geelong.
No, they didn't beat Geelong, but they beat Hawthorn. And they've beaten the Bulldogs twice. Oh, yeah. If you count Gold Coast, you probably can't count the Dogs.
No. I feel like, though, we have, for most of the season, there has just been a thing where you're like, the top 8 is the top 9. Like,
yeah.
Given
in this year.
Given the amount of wins it's taken to get you to 9th, I think you can almost put the 9th team in. Does that work?
Yeah, I know what you mean. For the purposes of this conversation, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they beat Adelaide as well.
Oh, they did so, yeah. That real low-scoring slog of a game that was.
Yeah, Anzac, I think.
Noah Bolts, do you reckon Isaac should have got 5 weeks?
So it's kind of arbitrary what the punishment is. It's kind of just set as a precedent as 4 or 5 weeks, 3 to 5 weeks, I guess. So stuffed if I know whether it should be 3 or 5. You know what I mean? As long as it's like consistent.
I feel like also, sorry, I've just eaten a piece of chocolate.
Oh, that's fine.
I felt a little low blood sugar.
Oh, yeah.
Does Noah Bolts mean there, should he have gotten 5 instead of 4? Is that
I think
the
that was,
question?
I think it was never a chance of more than 5, I don't think. So he got 4, should he have gotten 5, which would have ruled him out for grand final.
Yep. Yeah, I'm pretty like okay with the punishment. The 4 thing, I guess the mental health element of that is like I don't know what's gone into that, so it's difficult.
I think that Adelaide played the AFL perfectly there, referring to Rioli and Snoop Dogg, and the AFL had to relent to some extent. I think it was just crafty defence that they put in.
I think the Snoop Dogg defence in all this is so absurd and irrelevant.
I agreed. But
I think it's embarrassing. Like,
but what does the AFL say in response? He really did put him over a barrel there. They put them over a barrel.
I don't think the AFL has to respond at all to that. He's an artist who has some lyrics in his song of potentially homophobic lyrics in a song, which is a completely different context to saying it to someone on a football field.
Yeah, which is a place of work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just found that part of it, like there was so much talk about that, the hypocrisy.
Oh yeah.
It was just ridiculous. Like what they've just got Snoop Dogg, who is a multi-million-dollar artist that so many other people have booked for different events, and somehow they've got to like, get themselves out of an hypocrisy there. I just found it weird. I found the discourse weird and a bit like the fan element of that a bit cringy.
The Crows just knew what they were doing there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, just putting on a bit of a pressure point.
I wasn't so much meaning that in the sense that the Crows played that. More so like how much of it was just online.
Yeah.
Like, how can they have Snoop Dogg? I mean, I've heard people say like they have to cancel Snoop Dogg now. It's like, no.
Nah, surely not.
Some weird stuff with that.
Yeah.
Lewis has said Adelaide out in straight sets. I'd be surprised.
Let's have a look at what that looks like, because we have a pretty good handle on the way the ladder's going to finish now. So Fremantle win this game. Let's just say Brisbane for the time being.
I was going to say that's the danger. Any side that gets Brisbane inside that top 4 group, they could do you.
Well, assuming that Gold Coast win, actually it doesn't really matter who wins that. Adelaide would play a semi. If they lose to Collingwood, they would play a semi against GWS, most likely, or the Suns, or in the unlikely event, the Bulldogs. That would be the semi.
Yeah.
We're talking about Adelaide.
Let's rule the Bulldogs out of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Just for the purpose of we'll say that they're done.
So it'd almost certainly be the Giants, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
and they could lose that. Yeah,
that. That's not ideal.
No,
it wouldn't be ideal if you got Brisbane into the Giants.
No. Crofts is good, man. He's
great.
Yeah.
He's looked like their most likely forward.
100%.
Where's Norton?
Good question. Yeah.
Wow.
He is just add to this production line of key position
forwards, yeah. And a complete lack of key position defenders.
Yeah.
His kicking he's set shot kicking.
It's been lackluster.
Yeah.
I think kicked 3 last week against West Coast.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Who hasn't, though?
That's a goal.
Bloody Griffin Lowe could kick 3 against West Coast.
They're back. They're back.
They're not back.
No, I know.
No.
I know. Not fucking stupid, but we've got 76 on the stream. We've sort of spiraled into talking some weird shit, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've got a fair bit to go through still post stream. We're going to be talking All Australian, and we're going to be doing a proper deep dive of the All Australian and who we think should be in the team. We're going to do some trade chat, and we had one other segment, didn't we?
I think those are good.
Oh, and the finals prediction.
Yeah. I don't know if that might be a next week thing.
You reckon it's too soon?
Yeah, because we still have a game left.
True.
Oh, we can run through it. It depends how we go for time.
Yeah, sure.
That's how we go for time.
And we'll get you guys to be included in that as well. This is a crazy day. I think, like, such big hopes for the Bulldogs. I feel like they will be absolutely devastated.
Yeah, it always adds into the narrative when they would have considered this very winnable.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, it feels like a real balls up, but at the same time, Fremantle swarmed them by playing their best footy.
Yeah. You know, though, like most teams, this is where it's going to be a interesting psychological one for them, the Dogs. Most teams, when you come out of this, like Freo last year, where like a team that really should have made the finals and has missed out, you look at games that you should have won and you're like, oh, I remember when we lost to, like, if Freo missed the finals, they would have gone, we fucking lost to St Kilda in round 5 or whenever it was at Marvel. Like, how did we drop that game? How did we drop this game? Like, the Dogs aren't going to have that. They just weren't good enough, really, at the end of the day. Like, when you look at the losses, they beat everyone below them.
Yeah.
They didn't drop any poor results like that.
Yeah.
It's just every time they came up against a contender that they had to win, they lost.
That's a really good point. Frederick puts a dagger in the heart. The amount of times it's crossed to Luke Beveridge looking depressed in this game is hilarious.
For some reason, when they're losing, he looks particularly sweaty as well. Like, he always just has a sheen on him.
So we've got a couple of players that are glistening, sheeny, matte finish.
Yeah. Oh, there is a sheen. I don't know. I've just noticed.
To call him Charlie.
You remember when he cut his head, Brayshaw? Like, his hair was so wet. Like, look at in contrast. Look at like Murphy Reid, a real dry look.
Yeah.
And look, they're obviously all sweating. So I don't know if he's like running. Maybe could he be running some kind of a slippery? You know how like
Gypsy?
they put oil to like
Oh,
for
yeah.
tackles and stuff. Could he?
Yeah.
Maybe he's running that through the hair.
Vaseline in his hair.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Maybe it's because of the injury.
Oh, yeah. Maybe.
Is he maybe putting a cream or
Coat
something?
of something.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I've talked about this too
No,
much. I'm
no,
sorry.
no. It's, I think we're just getting started, frankly. Oh, good mark by English. The
Um,
chat has spiraled here.
Woody's come in. He came in on the sweat comment. Yeah, we were just talking about Brayshaw's oily this season, particularly doesn't have a matte finish to. Oh, nice mark.
Arthur Jones. Good mark.
Yeah, he's kind of gone like a particularly sheeny type hair. Noah Dodd chat has spiraled clearly.
The other day, Essendon and Carlton, I clicked on Pommy and Oz's live stream, and as soon as I clicked on it, I just heard, well, if you're going to send a picture like that, you're going to make sure it's not flaccid, are you? And I was like, oh, I've come in at a weird time.
Oh,
Arthur Jones, again, not reading the room at all.
not at all.
Getting battered.
West just came up to him and gave him the
Chill, bro.
chill, man. We're
Yeah.
this is our season's done.
Yeah.
25 points.
Yeah.
Any hope?
No.
Brandon Cavallaro says this is an AFL channel, right? Yeah, and a hair
Loosely.
product.
Yeah.
And a hair product channel. I just want to know. That's how you learn things, though. Like you say, I bring that up about Brayshaw's hair, and you might have said, you didn't, but you might have said, I know.
We're actually sponsored by Pantene.
Yeah. Oh, dear. The Bulldogs kick 5 goals in 7 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Woody says, more bodily fluid discussions, please.
Were we doing that already? Oh, I suppose with the...
Yeah, he wants
Brayshaw.
more, though.
Yeah, right.
No more football.
Okay.
Football sucks.
Yeah, agreed.
Chapman.
Oh, it's a good kick by
It
Chapman.
is a good kick. He's been good today,
Oh,
actually,
that was
Chapman.
Sloppy by English, but Jackson totally flopped there.
That wasn't a 50.
He didn't need to touch him. It was sloppy by English, but Jackson fell back.
Yeah.
Tactically, definitely.
Tactically.
Rogie bleached his hair lately. Wow. Would Jesse support Freo if they made a grand final? There's no chance I would support Fremantle in a grand final. No.
What would you?
Yeah. No. What do I have to get out of that?
Is that like a WA union thing?
Yeah, there's not a thing. I mean, there are plenty of older fans in WA. They tend to be female that support both clubs.
Really?
Yeah. Or I think the reason it tends to be females because they're not as ego driven.
Oh, females, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it's just a camaraderie of the state.
Yeah, I think just more casual fans.
I never realised that how much, growing up, I didn't see it as much, how much Australians were state, what's the word for it? I don't know, unionised to their state.
Depends on the context.
Yeah, it does.
Because I'm not supporting Fremantle in this game.
I feel like growing up in Tasmania, and particularly around a football context, it was very... I was from the north, and it's a very...
Oh, there's Norton. Good contest.
what a good
Desperation
contest.
by Sarong wasn't quite enough.
Sukowski looks hurt.
Oh.
Wow. So Tassie's football rivalry revolves around north and south of the state.
Yes.
Which makes there not much of there's probably not a one Tasmania type thing, which has been difficulties of the team, but so much there's so much chat now, it seems, in the last 10 or so years around this whole thing of Victoria bias and stuff like that. It wasn't something that I ever remember hearing much about when I was growing up. That's huge now.
Okay. I've always heard that, the Vic bias concept.
Yeah, well, maybe it's because Western Australia is a more unified state as a footballing state, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess for us, and this does not apply to Tasmania, but we obviously have AFL teams and therefore probably the media coverage.
I love how that was. We actually have AFL teams.
For the time being. Do you have any temptation to go for Tasmania?
Oh, I'll 100%. I'll be
Casual supporter?
I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work practically with following North Melbourne and Tasmania, but I'll absolutely be I'll have a stake in what do you call it?
Horse
Skin
in the
in the
race,
game.
Skin in the game, yeah.
Yeah, for Tassie, yeah. You want to see him do well. Oh, Murphy Reid. There's your rising star, maybe? No.
Nah. No, just based on that, no.
Yep. No, clearly curtain.
$5 from Brandon Cavallaro. As a West Coast fan, thank you, mate. Thank you so much for that. As a West Coast fan, if Freo make the grand final, I'll be very much rooting against them.
Yeah, that sounds like how it should be.
Yeah, that's generally how it goes, I reckon.
Yeah. Like imagine like a Carlton and Collingwood fan being like, oh yeah, well like they're the other big Victorian team, so like I'd like to see them do well once they make the grand final. That's weird.
Yeah, that is weird. It is kind of cool, I will say, having a Perth team in the grand final when you're in Perth.
Yeah, got you.
Like there's just a lot of decorations up and there's a real sense of
festival atmosphere.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I did like that.
Well, it's the same reason why you like to be when there's like a World Cup or Euros or something. If you're in the city where those things are taking place, there's always a vibrance to the city, right? That'd be the same sort of a thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's happened 3 times since I've been an adult.
Yeah,
and I've noticed it every time.
I reckon though, if at the same time, if you're
that's a piss weak tackle.
Yeah.
Those real West Coast areas. But I'm Bond, sort of.
Yeah, there's elements to the Western Bulldogs game that's just really poor. Dale.
Oh, that's pace. Darcy.
Finally.
Oh, wow. You got to pay that.
Have to pay that.
Have a sense of theatre, umpire.
I hate when those contests happen and the defender's like, I touched it.
Yeah.
It's like, no one cares, man. Like,
it doesn't get paid.
Yeah.
Even if it is annoying. He has not kicked a goal today, Darcy, and he still has not. That's a terrible shot.
I think it's a goal. No.
That was awful.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
This will be your first GF parade, says Wooden Spoon. Hope there's a Vic team so you get the real vibes. Yeah. I mean,
are you in Melbourne?
Yeah.
He's talking about that, yeah.
I mean, I've attended 3 of them. Because I've been to...
Oh, because you've been to grand finals, haven't you?
I've been to our last 3.
Yeah.
Good tackle there by Tracy.
Yeah. Yeah, how were those for you as a supporter? I went to the Geelong Sydney one.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean it wasn't that great for me because I didn't care.
Yeah. No, it's sensational. I love the brass band playing Holy Grail, Eagles theme song. I've never gone as a neutral, so
sure.
I don't know, but I might trundle down there this year.
Yep.
It's a cool thing. Oh, far out.
That was Croft. I mean, he's played well.
Yeah.
Oh, Baker. Goal that.
Nice. Too little, too late, Bulldogs.
Joel.
Yoel Fraser.
It's crazy that this could end up being back to like what'll it be in the end? Could be 9 points in the end, something like that.
Yeah, wouldn't tell the tale of the game.
No, not at all. I mean, the Dockers obviously at this point they want to get out of here.
Yeah.
74
Frankly,
in the chat.
So do I.
Woody said, oh yeah, I forgot you support a historically very successful side.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a clip too. Man, I'm so keen to do this All-Australian team.
North and West Coast players feature heavily, I'm just warning you.
Richmond too.
Richmond actually probably had, apart from Jerry, like Vostrian could be actually in the team, potentially.
He's in the squad for sure.
Yeah. Oh, that's holding the ball. No, umpires put the whistle away. I thought that was...
Well done by English there. Oh, Jordan Clark.
I have to call him Kent.
I wouldn't mind just a quick Dogs goal here just to put the fear of life into...
Yeah. Druzy. Here we go. This will be it. Bolton. To the advantage of Jackson.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Why did he play on?
Fremantle into the finals. You can tell by my voice how excited I am by this prospect, but gee whiz, they've played well and deserve this. It's essentially like winning a final.
What are you going to... Oh, this is a final.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Because as much as we talk about the possibility of the Gold Coast missing out, it's not likely. So both teams had to go into this game...
Yes.
Assuming that they weren't going to make it if they lost. So it is It's exactly what a final is.
Yeah.
There's no tomorrow.
And there has been one much better team than the other.
Absolutely. No complaints. And that's what I said about the Dogs. Like they just every time there has been a really like a genuine do or die game, they just haven't really not that they haven't got up for it, but they haven't been good enough.
Yeah, they haven't really been clutch or resilient. No. You know, it's either gone all their way or it hasn't.
Yeah.
At all.
Sarong. That was a real sarong type clearance. Bit of dirty ball. They're on again here.
Yeah. Amos, he's had a really good day today.
Fire out. A miss or Chesser?
Amos is better than Chesser.
Amos. A miss?
Amos.
Another weird
That
pronunciation.
that is a hard.
Why does it look like a kettlebell? It's
it
like
does,
outlining the. For some reason, that's bothering me more than it should. So Freo are currently in 5th, but that won't stay like that, will it? Because one of Brisbane, Hawthorn will have to jump ahead of them, and the Gold Coast will. No, the Gold Coast won't jump ahead.
No,
they're on 56. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, they'll be a win behind.
Yeah.
1 minute to go. Ed Richards on the ball, 21 points down.
So Fremantle will play home final. It just remains to be seen.
Wow. That's big.
Yeah, they play the loser of the other game. That's about the equation, yeah.
I sort of thought that was ruled out for them because of their percentage being so low.
Yeah, no.
But they've had what have they got in the end? 15 wins?
16, I reckon.
16 wins.
That's a good goal from Fraser.
How many has he kicked? Is that the only 2?
Don't know.
I feel like he's been...
Yeah, 16 wins for the Dockers. I mean...
He's kicked 3 goals, Fraser.
16 wins might be up there with some of their best in history.
I reckon it would be.
Admittedly, we're playing an extra game per season.
Yeah, but that doesn't give you... Like, that's only potential for one more win.
Yeah. 15 wins, 1 premierships for several teams. It does count that extra game. It does. Because 15 wins got Richmond 3rd when they won their first premiership.
Yeah.
And the year before that, it was the Bulldogs had 15 wins and finished 7th.
Yeah. Hunter O'Neill just said in the chat, how far do you reckon Collingwood can go in the finals?
Prelim is probably...
They're going to be top 4, so...
Yeah, so I think they lose week 1 to Adelaide, worst case. Obviously, that's worst case. There's only 2 possible outcomes.
I feel like, if you finish in the top 4, you sort of have to say... Like, when you say how far can they go? I mean,
they could
how far can they go?
Final,
they could win the granny,
they could, yeah.
I reckon if you finish in the top 4, prelim has to be a minimum for your expectations. It doesn't mean you will, but it's not like you can't make top 4 and go like, I reckon we'll go out in straight sets. As Freo have qualified for the 2025 finals, the first time they've made the final since 2022.
Only the 9th time in their history. I can name all of those years.
Let's go.
2003, 2006, 2010.
We need someone in the chat.
I know I'm right.
Okay.
Then they missed 11, but they went 12, 13, 14, 15.
Okay, that would have been like peak Ross Lyon.
Yeah, when they played in the grand final.
Yep.
And then they didn't make it from 15 to 22, and now 25. That's 9.
Gotcha.
It's weird that I know that.
That is weird. They are somewhat in your head, I feel like, on some level.
Yes, but also I tend to have a ridiculous memory for football stuff. I was watching Chris Judd highlights. There's a 27-minute video of Chris Judd's highlights from like game 1 to the end of his career, or maybe they're just West Coast ones.
Yep.
And I can remember the score and the halftime score of some of those games.
Really?
Like they've just stayed with me.
Yeah, wow. I feel like I used to be quite a lot. I used to have this book in the parents' bookcase growing up, and it was called Every Game Ever Played, and it literally was just a rundown of year by year scores.
That's cool.
And I could quote,
like
my dad could say to me like prelim final 1964.
Wow.
And I could actually tell you the
That's
score
crazy.
of the game, but like I just completely lost now.
Oh, yeah.
And even like a lot of that just pretty surface level stuff now. Like I feel like people says, oh, that draft, and I can't remember the year of the draft.
Yeah. Oh, they become less important. And your brain, depending on how old you were when that happened, like
Young.
it's still like downloading
Yeah.
your subconscious. So anything to talk about this Fremantle result? No, an outstanding victory for the Fremantle Dockers. I think this is the crown jewel of their season, considering the stakes.
Yep.
I think it was more impressive than their Collingwood win. And
Absolutely, given the stakes.
potentially a coming of age. I don't know how deep they'll go into the finals. They could win a final. Who would they play in week 2? Like they'd be potentially playing like a Brisbane or a Geelong away in week 2. So I think it gets a bit sticky for them there, but they can celebrate now a tremendous victory.
Yep.
And I think we decided they'd won 5 out of those 8 top 8 clashes.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go.
And like if you actually look at the Dockers on paper, there's not really, as much as we say they're not like one of those dangerous sides that has a real like a major point of strength, then they don't really have a weakness anywhere. I feel like a lot of in the off season, you could probably say that they didn't have any really high end small forwards, but now they've gone and got Bolton, who can kind of kick those big clutch goals for you. Murphy Reid looks like he's given a bit of a different dimension in the forward half, and then Swikowski, who was probably their best small forward, is now probably almost like their third in line guy.
Yeah.
It's a bit more like a role sort of type player. Defenses from a back six point of view always been pretty strong, and then like the midfield's well balanced, so they don't really have any holes, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I agreed with that from that point of view. I suppose the caveat to all of that is I feel like a lot of their wins have their best wins.
Yep.
The common denominator with they played like animals. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So that pressure rating hit 283, and that last quarter against Collingwood was insane. But as far as a brand of football goes, that's probably what is holding them back, I think, from us considering them a real chance to go deep. It's just that they've put out these superhuman efforts, and they deserve a lot of credit for that.
Yeah.
But it's not as sustainable as like a system that wins games over and over again.
That was what I said last week. I said somewhat, and this is okay to be like that, but there's an element to Fremantle's victories, I feel, this season that are like vibes based.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, feeling the emotion and riding the wave of emotion. And even on like this win, which is really important and shows a psychological strength, I feel like there was still potentially a vibes element to that game.
Yes. I agreed. But I also think the psychological strength is very true of this football team right now. Despite like the narrative around them not playing finals and shanking those finals opportunities, they're also a young team.
Yeah.
And I think there's been lots of mental growth this year from that point of view.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
I mean, if you look at their back end of the season where they've had to win, it's really only the Brisbane loss, right?
Yeah, that's right. And
weren't they like 10 from 11 before that?
Yeah, 11 from 12, I reckon.
So what are they now? 12 from 13?
12 from 14.
12 from 14, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was before that game.
Yeah, that's true.
So like incredible form to carry into the finals. Like as you said, like not necessarily the performances there, but we have seen teams go on deep runs into finals that where like I do remember back to that 2023 Collingwood year where they had a lot of close wins, and there were the naysayers that were like Collingwood, they're not smashing teams enough, they're not dominating teams enough. So they kind of let everybody in on some level, and you can still go on a deep run. Collingwood kind of bucked that in that year too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think mental strength is something we got to give Fremantle credit for, which is not to undersell their talent. I think they're talented, but it's not. I guess it's the systemic way they win games. It's not the way they win games, if that makes sense.
What do you think? Because there's a lot of criticism continuously around Longmuir. Do you think there's anything in that, or do you think he's what do you think of him?
It's possible. Like, I always go back to the age thing and think, well, outcomes versus expectations. My expectations, I still think the outcomes he's achieving are not bad at all. Having said that, Joycey, good friend of mine, big Fremantle fan, made the comment earlier in the year. He said he felt like Fremantle get buy-in games through their talent rather than their system.
Yep.
Which I think is pretty valid. They do have talented players. In this game, it probably wasn't talent or system, as talent is fair, but it was arguably just the team football they played, which I suppose is system, but it's not quite
Yeah.
what I'm referring to.
It's organised. It requires, you can't just be to get that amount of pressure.
Yeah.
There's got to be a level of defensive organisation for individual players to understand when to go.
Yeah.
Because if everybody just swarms the ball carrier,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
mess.
Yeah, absolutely. GIMS. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, God, I let it hang as well. And I forgot.
I was like, what did I even do there?
Yeah. No, I think that's true. But they have shown up pretty consistently this year, albeit, again, like there were some wins through the middle patch of the year that were not convincing, but we'll see. It's the most likely outcome, I think, is they play Hawthorn next week, and they have beaten Hawthorn in Perth. So
It's such a fine line because if they lost this game today and they don't make finals, you're genuinely starting to go like, okay, it's been as much as there's like some development in the team and the squad and all of that sort of stuff, like you have to get wins at some point, right? Which brings us on to Thomas Atto's comment here. I get the upsides of Bevo, but at what point do you have to say the results aren't good enough? Surely this Bulldogs list is far too good to be a fringe finals team for the last 5 years.
yeah, I think the level of expectation on these two clubs was completely different today. To be honest, like for Fremantle, I personally would have probably given them a pass for not winning this game.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I think they started underdogs. They've had a 15-win season regardless. They are so much, I reckon, they're a fair bit younger than the Bulldogs.
I think you give Fremantle a little bit too much for the youth factor, because I don't think their youth is, as much as they might stack up, like they might look young on a page where you got like have average age, they've got seriously talented players that are in the right age group.
Yeah.
I feel like I get from a mental point of view, as in like Bontempelli, but like I don't know, Richards is younger than Sarong and Brayshaw, for example, like inside that Dogs midfield, right? Or about the same age.
No, he's the same age as Brayshaw, and they're both 2 years older than Sarong.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's not a good point. I was making that.
So Sam Darcy is a pretty young talent. And there's Buzzling.
Yeah, you don't have to back me up there.
Yeah.
I guess what I mean by that overall is like if you look at like if you gloss over the defence, for example, of Freo, not particularly young. I think the forward line, other than Murphy Reed's, probably not overly young.
Amos is young. Tracy's young. I think these guys are in their early 20s.
Yeah,
Jackson's still
young.
24.
They're not super. They're not Essendon young. You know what I mean? Like they're kind of.
I think the data would suggest it's close.
Between-
Maybe not this current Essendon.
Yeah.
Like Essendon's had the injury crisis, right?
Essendon's also playing Goldstein.
Yeah, true.
Like,
Well, they had 5 tonight.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
True. How old's Fife though? Like 32. He's not that old.
No, he's 34.
35. Jeez,
34,
I'm bad with ages right now.
Yeah, no,
Let's
that's
just
all right.
let's just end that conversation.
Yeah. I think the level of expectation between these two teams was different tonight. I would have thought it was more forgivable for the Dockers to lose tonight than it was the Bulldogs.
Really? Okay.
In particular, in the way they got shown up for hunger as much as anything else.
See this though. I come back to pre-season with this, and I get you as far as expectations change throughout the season when you start to perform. But every man and his dog had Western Bulldogs in the bottom 8 at the beginning of the season. So what changed everybody's mind for the expectation to rise so much?
I honestly don't remember where I had them.
Okay.
That makes it tough.
I went on podcasts in the preseason where we talked about this stuff.
Yeah.
And I strangely had them because I did like their up and coming young players, and I said they could be a bolter. Like they're a bit of a smoky team for me. Not a I reckon they're going to finish in the top 4 or even top 8. I think in my actual ladder predictor I had them 9th.
Yeah.
But everybody thought that was a crazy call that they could make the finals. They were the team that was like dropping for everyone, sort of coming out of the, aging players, young players, sort of that combination. It was in like a flux. I feel like that was a common thing with them.
Possibly. I can't remember if I agree with that. So I can't take a stance on that because I cannot for the life remember where I had them. But look, they're a team that over a number of years now has faltered when put in that situation. Like West Coast, of all clubs, put it to them. In the second last game of the year and ruined their finals chances 2 years ago. Fremantle made them look second rate today with how hard they played. And it's probably a bit lame to refer to the 21 grand final, but a lot of that group is still the same. What I'm saying is there's a little bit of a pattern here for the Bulldogs. I'm sure their fans feel that as much as anyone. And where did they finish in 24? That we said that they lost to Hawthorn in week 1 of the finals. So had they made finals and bundled out week 1, I probably wouldn't feel too much concern in isolation. But there is a bit of a body of work here. And then you think, well, are they young? They're not particularly young. They've got some young talent. But as a group, they don't have the same inexperience that the Dockers have in terms of these games.
And do you put that down to Luke Beveridge when you talk about the pattern?
I wasn't going to necessarily make that a Beveridge thing.
Because I actually think it does come in together, because I think Beveridge, I think he probably does, and what people are talking about, like there's a lack of pragmatism to how he sets up, and that's why they're so easy to score against at times. And I think if you if you look at that game, as much like Freo was definitely the dominant team, but it all sort of happened in a probably 10-15 minute patch. And then Freo were able to just control the scoreboard around that.
That's true.
Like they didn't really have to extend other than that. I mean, they clearly controlled the game. I'm not saying that Western Bulldogs were better than Freo for the rest of the game, but the scoring all happened in a quick succession.
It was like 6 or 7 goals in a row.
Yeah. And then from the team that's in front, like if you can control the scoring, then it's fine. And it seems to be too easy to do that against them. I think that's like something how they set up. I think they're the way that they set up at stoppage, the way that they move players in and around stoppage is like very offensive, which leaves them vulnerable, and probably why they are vulnerable against better teams and they smash the worst teams. Just that very offensively geared.
It's kind of an indictment that Fremantle put up one of their highest scores of the year this year. I think they might have scored 120 against West Coast, but outside of that, I mean, I don't think Fremantle.
It's not even the same game at that point. When you're playing like a North Melbourne or a West Coast.
But even then, generally speaking, Fremantle 112 must be one of their highest scores in a while.
Yeah,
which just shows how. I mean, there's some accuracy and potency on Fremantle's part, which is not part of their DNA, to be honest. It's usually the other way around. Like Fremantle have struggled with being potent and efficient with those opportunities, and they were today, but 112 points against from a team with a percentage of 140.
Yeah. I do think, like, back to this comment about Beveridge, like I've been a fan of him. Like I like those coaches that come in, and when you watch them play and you have a look at the stat sheet and you can see this real like identity on them, which I think Western Bulldogs have been for a while. And like I said, that when I go in and see that their strike rate from scoring from stoppage is just like so much higher than another team, I'm like, they must be doing something really kind of evolutionary in a way to be able to do that. But also at the same time, he's been the coach since 2015.
I reckon that's about right. Yeah,
that sort
Brendan
of
McCartney.
Yeah, so it's like it's a long time, right? So those older players, like, could they benefit from getting like an up and coming coach in as well? I think that's just a different voice, a different direction could potentially help them. I think that's probably AFL clubs tend to be with moving coaches on. It's like if you're sacking a coach, it's like they've done a terrible job. You can, I feel like you can move a coach on, and it's just a different voice. You're not telling them that he'll be a like Western Bulldogs legend, right? He's won their second flag in history.
Yeah. I guess where it comes to like a little bit of hesitancy from the Bulldogs' point of view is I feel like if you move on your coach, you kind of accept you're not going to win anything for the next couple.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if it comes to their thinking that Bontempelli is going to turn 31 next season, and there's just a risk of throwing out the baby with the bathwater to some extent.
Yeah.
And jeopardizing.
And if they were going to do that, they probably had to have done it when Bont was like 27, 28.
Maybe, yeah.
No, I get that as well.
And he had played in a grand final that year, so
exactly. And that's where it's difficult, isn't it? Like, so a lot of people view that now, like in retrospect, they view that 2021 season as a bit of a letdown because they made the grand final and then got flogged in the grand final. But also Beveridge, like, he has shown that he goes on these like runs where he can get the team up to play like late finals runs like he did in 16 and 21. They were probably somewhat thinking maybe in 2025, 2026, he goes on another tear. What he has shown, and I think which is pretty clear, and I think this lacks the conservatism and pragmatism maybe of some other coaches, is he can't seem to like sustain, like he hasn't ever finished in the top 4, which is problematic. So he hasn't been able to sustain it for season after season or even in season.
Yes.
Which is a bit strange.
Yeah, you're true. That's exactly right. After they won the flag, they failed to make the finals the following year. There was a bit of a setback, and then boom, one of the best teams in the competition again in 22. And even the narrative last year, I mean, while Hawthorn was being the sexy team, like there was also a conversation around how the Bulldogs were the most damaging team when you gave them that opportunity. And that's still kind of true this year. I mean, how many times has a team missed the finals with a percentage of 140%?
It's crazy.
It's just been lopsided in every sense of the word. So
yeah, there's like an inconsistency over multiple seasons and in season, which is interesting. So
and their best 22 is lopsided. Like it's just you can see this. It's imperfect.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to take another tactical tinkle.
Tactical tinky. That's good. We've got some comments coming here. Gary Smith. Western Bulldogs' bottom 6 players are their weakness. I would tend to agree with that. The Oscar Bakers, the Lockie Brambles, I suppose I'm trying to go through their defenders. They did draft in the mid-season Michael Selwood out of Western Australia. I'm sort of surprised that he didn't at some point get bought in as like a sort of a back flanker option. I feel like since Ed Richards has gone into the midfield, that extra kind of runner from defence hasn't been there in a high quality. Like Bramble and Baker aren't really that. Johannesson's been back there, but they do. There's definitely a defensive stability to them that isn't really there, and I think it's like mentality over the squad, inability to defend transition, defend from the midfield first, and then also so it's like a transition running thing and guarding space, but then it's one-on-one defending when you get further back as well. So. I think they've got bottom 6 issues. I think they've got a bit of a balance issue because most of their talent is in the midfield and forward of the ball. But yeah, definitely need to find a way. I think that's where the Beveridge conversation comes too, because they can't seem to protect that back 6. I feel like there's other coaches that have weaker defenses on paper, but they can sort of protect them with the system. And Beveridge doesn't really try to do that. He's just all out of offense. Dylan Sang says, it feels like Bevo tries to be too smart with his role players, bottom 6 players. Maybe. Interesting what you mean by that. Like, what would be an example of that? That would be interesting to know. I'm trying to think. Like, he definitely gets funny, and one thing that he's been criticised for, not so much this season, but past seasons, has been like the management of players and the selection of players. I think of Caleb Daniel, McRae. I was always kind of with him on that a little bit. Like, I felt like when he was phasing out those guys like McRae and Daniel, it was probably a positive, and he was doing it to give games to younger guys as they fell into this sort of transition period. What we're seeing now from players like Joel Frazier, I feel like that's a lot better, more modern way to play than players like McRae and Daniel for sure. Scott McLaughlin says, yeah, Dylan, Doggies need a fresh coach. I'm not necessarily saying that they need a fresh coach. I think of all the teams that potentially needed a fresh coach, they're not right up there, but it might be like you would sort of have to know, I feel with Luke Beveridge, you'd have to know what's going on inside the club. And maybe fans know that a lot better than me. And that's why a lot of them are off him.
I think a big variable that doesn't get talked about is how much is he up for it still? Because I feel like he'd have to have one of the longest 10 years in the AFL at the moment with 10 years. I feel like that's starting. I'm not actually saying anything about this game, but in general.
No, I agree with
10 years at a football club does burn you out. And I think that was probably why West Coast moved on from Simo, possibly why Goodwin was moved on. Maybe there was a bit of PR around the way they lost that game.
But it's hard to keep, like anything you do, even you think about things that you've done in your life, like it's hard to keep and be dynamic in something for that long, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, and Hinckley just had an enormous tenure as well, and it's probably just time for a new voice.
Yeah.
So,
and they can't make that decision themselves. It has to be taken out of their hands at times because they always think one more. Like I can get this done, like, and they're competitive.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that a fresh voice, and like we've seen it go both ways. Like sometimes you can move the coach on and the arse falls out of the club and it's terrible. But other times you see like the Craig McRae situation where probably the safest pick at that point was just to go with Buckley, right? Just continue on. He'd made a grand final. He was doing okay, albeit they'd come off a pretty bad season.
Yeah.
It's like, what do? They get McRae and they bounce. So it goes both ways. Johannesson overrated. They need to move him on. I probably agree with that. Yeah, he's definitely not a top-line halfback anymore.
Yeah, he's 33 now as well.
Yeah, and he's been sort of moved all over the place. Even their top players turn up today. Players like Kennedy was second best. Even their top players didn't turn up? I'll leave that one, Bray. Get back to me.
I'm going to assume he meant didn't.
Yeah. And potentially
maybe not, because he said players like Kennedy were second best. That implies that he played well.
I thought it meant like second to the contest, kind of.
Well, how did Kennedy go? He had 23 disposals.
I felt like
I
Kennedy
didn't really notice him
was
as a big
okay,
factor.
but
like Frazier had 3 and 18. Riley West was good, 10 tackles, 2 goals, 17. English, second most fantasy points. Bontempelli had 33 and 2. So I think that supports the idea that their players actually, like those best players, didn't play badly.
No. And the stat sheet would sort of suggest that.
Darcy was probably the only one that didn't really impact that much.
Yeah. It didn't feel like they isolated him that much either, though, to be fair. The game style looked fairly predictable moving the ball forward, whereas Freo definitely had that element of like, maybe that was because they were moving the ball from the back half quite a lot, but they just seemed to be able to, like every time I felt like Freo went forward, there was just that like miles of space. And you'd see like Tracy or Voss just tearing towards goal.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. There was a counter-attacking nature of a lot of their goals, I reckon.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the stats will say about where the ball spent its time, because like in the second quarter, I feel like it was in the Dogs' back half.
Yeah, that's when they went on that big centre clearance bombardment where like Sarong was coming.
Is that a word?
Probably not. No. Like, I do it.
I like it.
I'm creative.
Yeah, it's a perfectly cromulent word.
Oh, dear. Anyone give the Bombers a chance on Wednesday? I mean, you can't. You can't really.
No.
The only thing that you can say is Gold Coast seem to be scared. Playing with a scaredness.
A timidity.
Timidity.
That's definitely not a word.
I feel like since you've been doing this with me, you've started to go down the path of like turning like nouns into adjectives, like and stuff like that.
I actually do think I've always kind of done it. But maybe it feels like a safer space.
Yeah.
When you're doing straight to camera, it feels more pretentious. But now that we both do it, it's fine.
Yeah.
Timidity is definitely not a word. It's timidness.
I'd say timidity sounds better though.
Yeah, it does.
And if it sounds
smarter,
better,
go for it. Yeah.
That's kind of my ad. All right,
that's
let's do
good bombardment.
We are going to do our All-Australian team for 2025. Jesse, how is this going to work?
Well, we're going to use an intricate array of pulleys and levers to do a screen record. I probably don't need that charger in now. I can move that across.
Oh.
And that way, we can do this.
I do have a slight issue that I've got 1% on my iPad. Now,
that could be a factor.
It could be a factor of timidity.
Yeah.
But I do have a phone, so I
Okay.
can sort of like get access to this stuff as well.
Yeah.
So we'll go
That'd
with...
be great. Because you did some outstanding preparation for this. But we're going to pick our All-Australian team and we're going to screen record it so that you can follow along with us. You can, on the AFL website, submit your own All-Australian team. It's not like the under-22 under-22 where it's fan-voted. This one will not count towards the All-Australian selection, but you can still do it for fun. It's probably some sort of raffle.
Is the 22 under 22 completely fan? Oh, I didn't even know
That's
that.
probably why Paul Curtis missed out.
Yeah, I thought that was harsh.
Yeah.
Okay, so how are we going over there, producer?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay, you ready for that part? Yeah. Hang on. This one here. Great. Yeah. Good thing I didn't open up something else.
Yes. We're getting round to it. All-Australian. I'm excited for this. I'm going to go through the while we're waiting, I'm going to go through the 2024 All-Australian team from the back line, just to refresh the memories. Who's a recent inductee. Nick Blakey. There goes my iPad. Jacob Wiedering. And I suppose the other tall defender was Jeremy McGovern.
Yeah.
And then the
Smokey this year with his 3 games or whatever.
With his 3 games, yeah. I'm actually a bit surprised by that. I guess Sydney had such a good season. I need to assist.
Okay.
I'll throw this back over to you, Jim.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want me to keep going through that team? Yeah, why not? So we had Luke Ryan in that team. We had Dan Houston at Port Adelaide and Zorko. So no real surprises there, although Houston certainly hasn't recaptured that form. Goulden, Bont and Dacos, Gawn, Cripps and Sarong. So a fairly predictable team there. Cripps won the Brownlow, didn't he? In the forward line, they picked Warner and Heaney as forward flanks. So once again, Dylan Moore there is probably the only genuine forward there, although, Heaney and Warner do spend some time there. Cameron, centre half forward in this team, and you'd expect he'd go close to another All-Australian this year, winning the Coleman distantly. Jake Waterman made the team. Missed that guy. Jesse Hogan also had an outstanding year. He's another player who kind of forgot missed a lot of footy this year, hasn't he? Whitfield, Lockie Neal, Adam Treloar and Butters. So That's the bench there. You'd imagine there's a few names there that won't make it. I mean, Lachie Neale probably didn't have an All-Australian quality season. Adam Treloar obviously missed a lot of footy. Patrick Cripps, I don't know if makes the team. Sarong's been pretty good. Maybe a slow start this year. Not sure if Dylan Moore is really in the mix. We know that Houston won't be. McGovern won't be. And there'll be a few other changes, which we'll get to.
Apologies.
It's quite all right.
Let's do it. The 2025 All-Australian team selected by Jesse and I. Now, I think some of the considerations here, Jesse, just off the top, we talked about it before. I sort of have a thing where I probably lean towards players that have been in successful teams.
I hate this.
Yeah, I know you hate this.
Continue.
If there's this only applies though if there's a similarity to two players. I feel like their seasons are quite even.
Like a tie-break.
A tie-break type situation. I would lean to the player who's been in the more successful team. That's me personally. You're not really into that.
No, I think some of these players have harder jobs because they not in every case is a case-by-case thing, but in a lot of cases, it's harder to be an All-Australian player in a bottom four team.
We'll discuss that as we go along.
Yeah.
The other one is building a team thing versus picking the best players. Because I feel like a big narrative around the All-Australian teams usually is, he played midfield and he's on a wing. How do you want to do that as far as picking this team?
I think that there's a time and a place for picking like genuine wings, genuine smalls, and we do need to honour that to some extent, but also at the same time you can't produce weird outcomes where you pick someone who's clearly not as good as a forward midfield. Like, so let's say it's a small forward that did really well, but is clearly not as good a player as a Petrarca, who's probably not going to feature in this team, I would have thought. But that's an example where some player has clearly had more impact and he's probably a little bit of a square peg in a round hole.
Yep.
But I think it's a common sense approach and you go case by case.
Yes.
And I mean, wings are a tough one because there's probably only a few that really stand out as being elite per year.
Yeah, I do feel like you have to honour the, whatever you want to say, All-Australian season.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like the positional clarity that I would give it, I feel like you have to build it somewhat as a team, and they have to have played a certain amount of play in a certain position, to some extent. But also, I feel like there's not many, for example, in the AFL, there's not many All-Australian level players that just play wing.
Yeah, exactly. And equally, you wouldn't go too far the other way where you're picking a genuine midfielder that is only a stoppage player and chuck them on a half-forward flank. That's too extreme, right?
That's too extreme.
We got to go case by case, really.
So we're going to honour that.
Yeah.
Let's get stuck in. You've got it up there. You've got the players. You can kind of see the players that are in line for this. These are the guys that have been put into the squad, right?
Yep.
The 40-man squad, and then we're going to break it down.
Yep.
Now, my first thing with these defenders, are we going to pick the keys first and just put them across the fullback line?
We can do that.
Maybe that'd be...
It'd be simpler to do that way.
It would be simpler.
Yeah, so let's start with our key position players. Anyone that comes straight off the bat, lock.
Yes. Sam Taylor.
Yes, I was going to say that would be my first choice here.
And I've actually seen him out of a lot of people's teams, Sam Taylor, which is really, really strange to me.
Vic bias, bro.
Absolute Vic bias. He has played 18 games. So of the players that are sort of in the mix, he's played the least amount of games, but he clearly has the highest AFL player ratings of 11.31. His disposals per game, I mean, that's not really a factor for key position players, but he's got 14.3. Defensive 1v1s is massive for him, so 3.3 overall, but it's the loss percentage. So when he is in a one-on-one contest, he only loses 11.9% of those, which is considerably better than sort of the next best key position defenders. I think that's particularly relevant for the Giants, given how many inside 50s they concede. I've got a little table there, not that you can see it on the screen, but you've probably seen it there.
Yeah.
They concede 56 inside 50s a game.
Wow.
Which is a pretty large number. When you look at teams like Carlton and Brisbane and Collingwood, who have defenders in the mix for this, 48, 49, 48.
I don't need... Does West Coast concede that many?
Probably not.
I didn't think so.
I think it's 17th in the comp.
Okay. I mean, we could be the 18th.
You're probably 18th.
But I didn't think we did even... I would have said less than 56.
Yeah, so they get a lot of ball coming his way.
Yeah.
And he's still that good. Intercept marks, he's the best in the comp, 3.8. Intercept possessions, he's the best in the comp. He's right up there for spoils. It's just it's too much of a volume of numbers overall. And given that they do concede that much ball in the back half. I think he's just a lock.
I agree. Yeah, no arguments. I think he's been an elite player for some time. And the 18 games thing, I mean, you sort of just accept that there's probably a threshold at which you say, yes, he can play All-Australian and he can't. I think 18 games, there's been a number of those players who have made the All-Australian team with 18, and I think it's loosely like 16, is it?
Yeah. That's another quick conversation to have just on when someone has played less games. Do you sort of like in your head, do you scale it down as in, okay, so he's got to have played this much better than the other guys because he's played 4 less games? I don't. I kind of just say he's played 18 good games.
Yes and no. I think, like, for instance, I'm thinking key forwards. If you've played less games, then your average has the potential to be higher for goals per game. I know that's simplistic, but
yeah,
it kind of depends. And I think 16 feels like a lot less than, say, 18.
Yeah.
If someone's played 16 games.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Probably more how I do it, which maybe isn't the correct way to do it, but like I feel like there's a cutoff.
Yeah. I think it's 16, but 16 feels, for me, quite low to make the All-Australian team.
Yes, it does.
I feel like it's probably 17 or 18.
I feel like 18 is safe, though.
Yeah.
Safe enough
Sam Taylor,
overall. So Sam Taylor is definitely in. Do you have anyone else?
So for the second key position player, I like Jacob Wiedering here. I think for defensively, I mean, you've got the numbers in front of you and I don't, but I looked at him earlier. And his one-on-one loss percentage is really high. Forgive me if the screen keeps going black. It's my computer. We've got it back now. But his one-on-one loss percentage is quite low as well. Is he second?
He's second
to
of
Sam
all key
Taylor.
defenders.
Yeah. I think he, in terms of that defensive player, again, probably, I mean, Carlton would also be fairly high in the inside 50s conceded.
No,
they were pretty good?
They're actually pretty good.
Well, forget I said that then.
That's because they're protected by a pretty good ball-winning midfield.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Nonetheless, I mean, he won it last year. That's not an argument for him winning it this year, but I think there's been a sustained body of work there. I think, I've lost when I just read it on the screen there. I think Jacob Wiedering is my second one, but who are you thinking? Because we have to decide it together.
Yeah, so he's one of the ones that I've got. I had in my head, the 2 locks were Sam Taylor and Harris Andrews.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
As a different type, like Harris Andrews, as much as he doesn't have that win percentage, in fact, he's actually pretty poor. He loses 28.6% of defensive one-on-ones.
Yeah, it's really high.
Which is much higher. So he's not as much of a one-on-one type player. What he does give you is a lot of spoils. So those rangy long arms get into a lot of this stuff. He's pretty good with his intercept marking and his intercept possession work as well, 7.2. So not as good as Taylor at 8.8, but he's above the average there. He's sort of in that next best group. He's good for player ratings, and I feel like there is an element of Harris Andrews where like he's a leader of that back line. You could make the same argument for Wiedering there.
Yes,
in this conversation as well. But they're kind of different types. Like I feel like Wiedering will be that big-bodied guerrilla defender that has that one-on-one. That's probably another reason I rate Sam Taylor so highly, because he's not as big a size as Wiedering to take on these big guys, but he still can. But yeah, I feel with Andrews, he's probably doing a little bit more outside of physical sense.
Yeah.
And that's where the spoils and the intercept possessions come into it a little bit more. So he was sort of mine. Again, I'm probably splitting that a little bit on Brisbane having a more successful season and Carlton struggling a little bit. How do you feel? Do you feel like it's an either or with those 2 players? Or do you feel like for you there was an element where Andrews was in as well?
I like Wiedering for the defensive aspect. I didn't have Harris Andrews in my team personally.
So it will be an either or.
Yeah, and for me, again, I think in theory it should be harder for Wiedering because he plays for Carlton rather than Harris Andrews at the Brisbane Lions. That one-on-one percentage throws me a little bit.
Yeah,
for me. So.
I think it's because they're different types. I think also like system does come into that a little bit as well, where you can get isolated. I feel like with these 2 teams, I would agree with you if it was a really low team, but Carlton aren't necessarily a side that get
a lot of inside 50s.
A lot of inside 50s. Yeah, they're not that kind of a team where they just get absolutely smothered. So I'm not sure if the fact that Carlton are worse in this instance is a factor.
Fair.
I don't know if I really want to die on this hill, though, because I didn't ever feel... If you argued Taylor, I would have died on this hill.
Oh, sure.
But I'm not going to die on the Harris Andrews. So I would be happy to have Jacob Wiedering in there.
Cool.
My third one, and he was the kind of the 50-50 with Wiedering for me, was Josh Worrell.
I also went Worrell.
So we'll go...
So we don't need to debate too much about that one.
Yeah. And his is definitely like, if just to kind of explain his inclusion, he's a different type of key position defender.
Yeah.
The 1-on-1 percentage, he's not great in that area as well, like 17.5% of 1-on-ones. Not that that's bad, but he's more of a high disposal key position defender, 17.7 there. Not a contested marker like the other ones as well. So it's more of a distribution thing.
Yeah. So we'll go with Worrell there.
I'm
happy there. So an inaugural All-Australian for Josh Worrell, who was a second-round pick a number of years ago. Forget the year, to be honest.
Great selection.
Yeah.
So that modern defender type. So should we go to the smalls?
Yeah, let's move. And we'll just decide. We'll go 3, assuming we won't pick any more key backs. Let's find 3 players here that are probably the running defender types or at least medium-sized. So who's a lock for you?
I mean, there's one that's just standing out so much here. I've just seen Woody come up with a comment here.
Sam Collins.
He said he's Taylor, Wilkie, and then hard to pick between Worrell, Ash and Vlosten. Okay, that's a bit of a mix of small and tall.
Yeah, that's right.
So
you're confusing us.
You're confusing us. Damn it, Woody. Damn it.
Hell, Lord.
Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller.
I don't know.
I think you have to put him in as a running defender.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, clearly in the last few weeks, he's been a sort of utility or a midfielder, I suppose. But 22 games, 16.13 rating points, 30.2 disposals, 658 metres gained. He's top for all of those. His score involvements are 6.4, the highest of all the running defenders, and he's kicked 17 goals off a half-back flank / midfield. 17 goals. The next best is 9 by a defender. And ironically, he plays for the same team, and it's Jack Sinclair. But as far as from an offensive point of view, there is no one better than Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller, and I don't think there's any argument that could suggest that he's not an All-Australian this year.
There is no argument from me. He's the biggest lock of them all. So, past that, I feel like it gets a little more even. There's so many players here you want to give credit to. I mean, there's Lockie Ash, Bailey Dale, Josh Dacos, Dane Zorko, Jordan Clark, Max Holmes. Now, I suppose we could pick Holmes on the bench or as a mid.
Yeah.
I mean, he spends a bit of time in the midfield, doesn't he?
I've got a bit of an idea of where I want Holmes.
Yeah? Sexually?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, continue.
No, that's, I wasn't going to actually bring that up, but I do feel like there's another kind of lock amongst these back flankers.
Whitfield?
No.
No, it's his name, so it's a pun. I'm derailing. Continue.
Wait, I didn't get that.
Lock Whitfield.
Lock Whitfield.
That's his name. Lockie.
Oh, Lockie. Yeah. Damn it, Jesse. You can. It is Bailey Dale.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I think he is the next most obvious as a running defender. Like very well balanced. Again, like 14.41 ranking points, 27.2 disposals, 545 metres gained.
How many posies did he get in that game earlier this year? Was it like 49?
49.
It was 49?
He was one off getting the big 5-0.
Yeah.
One thing that he does slightly differently to Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller in that similar role is his intercept work. So 1.5 intercepts per game and 6.1 intercept possessions. So he wins the ball back a little bit more than, say, Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller, who's kind of all offense. So gives it a little bit more balance as a team. Not that we're really doing the All-Australian team on that. But
No, you're right. No, I agree. He's a lock. His production has been consistent throughout the year. I don't think there's too much doubt about that. But the next one gets hard. I didn't even mention Vostruin. Do you think Vostruin makes his team? I just think the strength of his opponents for this third position here. I suppose we still have a bench spot to consider at the end if we want to do that. But Zorko, Dacos of the Josh variety, Clark, potentially Holmes, Ash and Vostruin, let alone Jack Sinclair and Rosie.
The thing that would caress me in the way of, not sure why I use that word, the thing that would put me in Vlosten's direction is he's a different type to all of these guys. The rest of these players are really offensive. Vlosten, not at all. Like more of a low disposal. I mean, 19 disposals a game, where all the other guys are like 25 plus, really. The others are all 500, 600 metres gained players, and he's more like 300 metres gained, 375 to be exact. Where he really excels and beats all of the other ones convincingly is intercept possessions and intercept marks. 2.6 intercept marks. Like he is that shield of the defence. Ultimately, they have had a lot of ball back there. So he's probably had the opportunity to be able to float across and take some marks as well, but he's obviously had to do that in a pretty young side where he's been the main guy. So that's the argument. I think the other main standout amongst the more running defenders, like you said, Sinclair, Ash, Dacos, Clark, for me, it's probably Dane Zorko.
Okay. I was thinking Ash, but
Really?
but I am not going to die on that hill. I mean,
Okay.
Zorko in particular, I've really noticed him lately.
He's been really good lately.
And Josh Dacos, I think I had in my first draft of this as well.
The thing
But,
that's tipping me over the edge for Zorko is just how much he's involved in Brisbane scores, like 5.6
Sure.
score involvements, Ash's 4.4.
Mm.
So definitely someone that's getting the ball slightly in closer to goal areas, higher areas. And you can just see how much of a big part of Brisbane's game style Dane Zorko is. It's
True.
kind of everything, right?
Yeah.
The ball movement.
Yeah, I mean, his kickouts against Fremantle in particular. Like, it's actually amazing. Well, who's the oldest All-Australian we've ever had? I don't expect you to know that, but
Absolutely
Zorko
no
must be
idea.
pushing it now. He must be pushing it.
He must be. What is he, 36, 35?
Yeah, 35 or 36,
Yeah,
I'd
he's
say.
very,
yeah.
very old. We've got a few comments in here just to go along with it. Rogue Riot says Nas, Jacos, Dale. So similar to us with Dale and Nas. Definitely
Yeah.
the third position is the most difficult one. I do feel like Josh Dacos has had some big games, but I feel like he took like a little while maybe at the beginning of the season to get going. I'm not sure if he's been as, what's the word for it? Like
Omnipotent.
omnipotent. Well, no, that actually wasn't the word at all. The word I was going to say for Josh Dacos was like integral
Sure.
to that team. Like I feel like some of these other players, like Dane Zorko, he's sort of like everything about their ball movement. Where I don't think Josh Dacos is so important to Collingwood.
Sure. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It is funny that we don't have a single Collingwood player in here yet, but we need to ignore that, I think, for the time being, and we just got to pick our guys.
For sure.
I'm fine with Zorko. I'm genuinely so torn between a bunch of these guys, gross, that I am happy to go Zorko.
So Woody's Dale, Holmes and Sinclair with Nas on the wing. That seems weird to me though, given Nas has played so much halfback and Holmes hasn't played any, or not much anyway, not as much.
He's eligible for this on the website. Like, you can put him as a defender here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. No, he
Yeah.
does. And he takes kick-ins and stuff like
That's
a fair
true,
bit.
yeah.
Ash, Zorko, Vlosten, that's rogue.
But the way he's phrased that is that Vlosterin is the best.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if he meant to, because it's left to right, right to left.
Someone's put Pendlebury. Is Pendlebury in the squad even?
He's not selectable as a defender. I don't think so. Pendlebury.
I'm Zorko or Vlosten. I'm probably slightly leaning Zorko.
I would go Zorko out of that choice. So
Okay.
I'm happy with that.
Who was the other one that you wanted?
I liked Ash, but I also thought Jordan Clark. Oh, no, I'd say Dacos or Ash would have been my backups, then
Okay.
Jordan Clark.
I feel like Ash, again, like he came out of the blocks really hard and has probably died a little bit. And he's sort of like, I don't know, it's a tag team with Lockie Whitfield with him. They both do like similar role. They're both that kind of like really offensive defender. And I feel like it's a shared job for them. Whereas like for who are we talking about? Zorko, very much the fulcrum in that role for the Brisbane team.
Nice. Yes. Yep. I'm happy with that. So we have moved to our centre line. So they're not our followers. They're not a ruck. So we're actually picking two wings and a mid. We can decide whether we want to pick actual wingmen. I suppose as you look at it, how many pure wings are in this team?
Do you want to try to get the wings? I had a bit of a thought myself on the wingman. I wanted Max Holmes
Yeah.
as a winger. I actually went...
Or was Bailey Smith too?
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, let's go double Geelong here.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if you're comfortable with
That's
that.
fine. I reckon both of these guys are in the team, so I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
And positionally, they probably make sense most as the wingman. So I'll go Bailey Smith on one. And then I want to keep it in order. So let's leave Holmes and then pick our sentiments. So, look, I think we can go pretty obvious here. I mean, does Bond make your team?
Yeah.
Dacos makes your team. Like, we can just choose one of them. So let's go Bond. If you want to talk about him, we can.
Yeah, I had in mind, in my head, that the sentiment, if you want to be traditional about it, it's either Bont or Jordan Dawson.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was kind of...
So, yeah, I think some of these guys are locks, and I'd never argue against Bont in this team. How many games? I don't suppose you have off the top of my head.
No, I do 17 games for Bont and Pelly. So
that is borderline, but I think he's still got to make it.
It is. I mean, his numbers are outrageous.
Yeah.
He's gone at 66% centre bounce attendances, which is actually one of the lowest out of all these midfield players. So I think there's maybe a question mark that he gets on a half forward flank.
Yeah.
Because he has played forward quite a lot. His first possession to clearance, so when he gets his hands on the ball, 87.6% of the times he executes the clearance. Like that's way above anybody else.
Yeah, wow.
Clearance numbers are a little bit more modest, just 6, where like the best are probably up around the 8 mark, but that is because he spends more time forward. The scoring though, 9.2 score involvements, and the next best is 8.1, and he's kicked 19 goals, which brings him in as the second top goal scorer, having played less games.
Yeah.
So the goals per game is outrageous as well.
Best player in the comp, in my opinion.
Yes.
So I think
just
he
has
makes
to
it.
be in the team. And I feel like even though he's a mid-forward hybrid, you reward Bontempelli with a midfield spot,
Yeah.
given his quality.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I got some nominations for Anderson, Curtin. It's a bold one. McCluggage. McCluggage's a good shout. We'll move through because we got bench spots and stuff to consider here.
Yes.
So what will it ask us next?
So the people the ones that people are saying there, like Dawson and Anderson, like they're probably going to make the team.
I think they're in the team. We still have like the 2 follower spots, but we are now with our half forwards. So we're picking 3 small forwards to medium types first now.
Yes.
Let's do it that way.
Yes.
Okay. So any absolute locks out of the non-key position forwards? I mean, to throw some names at you, Heaney, Jack Higgins kicked 50 goals this year, Cozzy Pickett, Jamie Elliott, Isaac Rankin, Dawson, is a choice here for a forward. But I think those are the obvious ones, to be honest.
Yeah, he's kicked a lot of goals, Dawson.
Yeah.
I mean, I reckon there's a world where he ends up on a half forward flank.
Yeah,
I was going to put him in the midfield,
I was too.
if you're happy with that.
Yeah.
The player, if we kind of draw a player here that has played a bit as a mid-forward hybrid, sort of like over their career, probably more of a midfield, definitely more of a midfielder now, is Isaac Heaney was the one
Yeah.
that I was going to say. So
I totally agree with that. I thought he had missed more games than he has this year. And I think he is still one of the best players in the competition. And I think his numbers are pretty good. I mean, I don't know.
he's played 22 games.
Yeah, I thought he missed football. Maybe he just
Yeah.
had a quiet patch. But then I think he's emerged to be so elite in a
Yeah.
lot of these games this year.
And you have
I'm gonna
to,
pick him.
I think with Isaac Heaney, you have to consider the clutch factor
Yeah.
and the big game player, because in this back end of the season where they did start to play better football, you could argue that back in the beginning of the season when they needed to bank wins, the whole team was a little bit down. But I thought he was still pretty consistent across that time.
Yeah.
36 goals
Wow.
for the season
Yeah,
as
that's
an
outstanding.
accumulating midfielder as well, at
Yeah.
like almost 24 disposals per game as well. Big for score involvements and those sort of numbers as well. So like I reckon he is, again, like he can just have those outrageous games
Yeah.
where he kicks 4 or 5 goals.
Yeah, 5 and 23, I think
Yeah.
he had recently. Was that against Brisbane? I can't remember the exact.
Yeah, that was the game
details of
they
that.
upset by 2 points, right?
Yeah.
So like, yeah, class player. And he, again, is it a bit dodgy to put him on a half forward flank? Maybe, but
Not if you kick 36 goals.
exactly.
I don't think so.
Exactly. And I think Bont
That's
was,
double Bond. Sorry.
Yeah, what a Bont kick?
19 from
19,
17.
that's right, yeah.
That's a good return, but
Yeah, for sure. The other player that I think would almost have to be a lock here, and as the leading goal kicker of the small forward brigade, is Jamie Elliott.
yeah, totally.
I think maybe there's a bit of like recency bias against him because he, like Collingwood's form coming into finals, but his front end of the season was incredible
Yeah.
as that sort of hybrid type forward. 50 goals, 2.3 goals per game, which is the highest amongst all these players. Just good numbers across the board, really.
Yes.
And just lethal.
Yep, he's a lock. Rogue Wright agrees. He says, I will not hear otherwise. Elliott could not be any more of a lock. I didn't really consider not having Elliott in this team for all those reasons you just discussed.
Yeah. And I do think someone's put in the comments, Rogue Wright here, Pickett, Elliott, Heaney. I completely agree.
That's what I was thinking.
That was the next player I was going to say.
Yeah. Again, another player who has hit the scoreboard and also, I don't know what his disposal average is, but I feel like there's been games he's had like high 20s disposals.
Well, he's averaged 19.7 across the season.
That's
he's
pretty
kicked
high.
38 goals. So his disposals are getting up close to an Isaac Heaney, who's a full-time midfielder. Pickett's more of an impact mid, right?
Yeah.
He's
True.
played 19 games, so he's played 3 less games than a Heaney. Kicked more goals. 2 goals per game is what his per game target, and 7.1 score involvement. So of all of the small
Wow.
forwards, highest for score involvements as well.
There you go. I don't think there's any debate about that. It's interesting that the chat agreed, or at least Rogie did.
Yeah, that's
Isaac
very
and
rare
Jamie
that
out.
like everybody is like, yeah, they're the three players.
I'm glad because there's a few other good shouts. Like I thought Rankin would be in this team when I first did it, and Higgins, 50 goals. It's like you kick 50 goals as a small forward. I feel like it often gets you all Australian, just maybe not this year.
Yeah.
We still have a bench spot though. Full forward. All right, we're picking our talls. So should we start with Jeremy Cameron? Do you think there's any suggestion he doesn't make it?
No.
No, yeah, okay,
no way.
good. Yeah, I thought you might.
What's he up to? I've got 79 goals, but I think
it's 83.
83 now.
Yeah. Which I think is the most since like JK. We might have even beaten JK's 82. So since Buddy, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a ridiculous player, isn't he?
Yeah.
Over a long period of time. There's probably not... Like maybe like people would make an argument there that Geelong have had a fairly good draw. So he's kicked a lot of goals against lower quality opposition, but I think you have to... Given the the entire year and all of that sort of stuff, and you can only play what's in front of you, right? So
yeah. Okay, so then it gets a little more subjective because second in the Coleman, I think, is Ben King. Or if he's not second, I'll just double check that. If he's not second, he's still got a game in hand anyway. He is second with a game in hand. So you'd think he'd be a consideration.
OJZN says the key forwards are easy: Cameron, Gunston, and Thilthorpe. I don't think it's easy because I think Sam Darcy must be considered. 16 games though.
I reckon he would have hit 17 today because
he would have.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So
yeah, I did this.
That's enough.
Yeah, I mean, player rating 15.39.
Mm-hmm.
The next best key position forward rating is 13.64.
Okay,
which is Thilthorpe. So he's got a 2-point better rating than Thilthorpe and Cameron, approximately. He's kicked 48 goals for the season, which averages out to 3 per game, just under Cameron, but more than Thilthorpe. His contested marks are really what sets, like as a key position forward, that's the thing that sets him apart. 3 per game. Next best is 1.9.
Wow.
It's a big jump.
Who is that 1.9 Thilthorpe?
Thilthorpe.
Yep.
Yeah, and Cameron's obviously much lower because he's a different sort of player. I think factoring into that too, like 14.3 disposals. As much as I don't look particularly at disposals, but just to show that the kind of player that he is, that actually does get a bit of ball as well. When most of these other guys are more like 10, 11, 12, he's up at 14.3, which is the most of all of the players, like more than Cameron. I think most people would sort of expect that Cameron's that player that gets higher up the ground, gets some uncontested ball and then kicks, but Darcy does that more than Cameron.
Yeah. You know, my only thing with Darcy is he's missed more than a quarter of the season.
Is that true? Is it 17 games?
Because out of 23,
7 games.
Or it's about a quarter.
It is too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is because that's 7, isn't it? How many did that
no, it's 6 because he's 23 plus a
yeah,
bye.
yeah, okay, yeah.
So that's the part that makes me a little bit uneasy about picking him. When some of these guys have had just sensational seasons, like Gunston kicking 61. Is there a lock for you before we get to Darcy?
So for me, the only 2 locks are Cameron and Thilthorpe.
Interesting, because again, not going too much on goals, but Thilthorpe's like 5th in the Coleman.
Yeah.
I'm probably okay with the Thilthorpe one.
You know what, though, I factor in with Thilthorpe, and I know people don't like this because, again, it comes into the team thing, but they've got Fogarty and Walker also kicking around in their forward line who become targets that take ball away from him a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think that actually plays against him here as far as his numbers and his goal output. When you actually consider what he does for the team and the contested marks that he takes different times in games, has to be factored in a little bit over just pure volume.
Yeah. Yeah. He's also won some games for him.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
I'm happy with Thilthorpe, actually, in hindsight. He also rucks as well, which I don't know if you want to pick a second ruck, but...
Yeah, I feel like based on... I am going a lot off the eye test of that, but I mean, again, you get a team that comes from 15th on the ladder to 1st on the ladder. It's pretty significant, and some of their players have to be responsible for that. I think he's been one of the
That's true.
more significant ones for sure. When you've had... Like Dawson and Rankin were great last year.
Yeah, that's true.
Thilthorpe's a big riser.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
So Darcy is the question.
Darcy, yeah. So who would he be competing against for this last lot for you? Gunston. Okay, I was also leaning towards Gunston. I think when he kicked 61 goals...
Did you want to make an argument for King? Because I'm
Oh, I
not.
forgot about King for a second.
I know he's second in the Coleman. I feel like he's fairly one-dimensional.
Do we have any
And-
games he played?
It's a good question. My argument against Ben King, in a way, is the opposite to what I'm saying about Thilthorpe.
He's the main target.
He's clearly the main target, and he's playing with two really young guys in Walter and Ethan Reid. Where Thilthorpe, like, there's obviously going to be, like, if you look at that entire Adelaide forward line, you even bring in, like, Keys has kicked 35 goals nearly. Rankin's kicked 35 goals nearly. Alex Neil-Bullen's kicked 28 goals or something like that. There's, like, Rochelli's kicked, for the games that he's played, he's kicked a lot of goals. So there's, like, they've kicked a lot of goals, but there's also a lot of goal kickers there to get involved.
Who's taken goals off Gunston, though? If we're considering this a Gunston versus King thing.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I mean, I think Gunston kicking 61 or whatever it is more surprising. Has he actually been better?
It's a good question. Is it too romantic?
Yeah, that's kind of possible.
It may be in my head. I was thinking with him because he's like a clear kind of a third tall. It seems more impressive.
Yeah.
But who is actually competing? Yeah,
and his age as well, which
exactly.
you factor in. Yeah.
But you've had Lewis and Deere out of the team for extended periods. Like Chol's probably been the mainstay. You are going to kick to a Gunston. You're going to target a player like that.
Yeah.
He's a different type because we've gone for Riley Thilthorpe players here that are big contested markers, where Gunston's like an on-the-lead guy. He's only 0.5 contested marks. He goes at 2.3, which is clearly the highest on the lead. So he's more of the ball movement player, which probably suits Hawthorn with their kicking.
Yes. Yeah.
That's tricky.
It is tricky.
What
But
are we going to do?
King has played one less game and he's got Essendon. He could kick 5 goals and end up on 67 goals and miss out on Australian. It's probably not the strongest argument, but I'm leaning towards King out of those two.
Yeah, it's a strange one for me. For some reason, when it comes to volume with the goals and stuff like that, it doesn't sort of bother me that he's like second in the Coleman.
Yeah.
I felt a little bit similar with Larkey. At different points. Like, I actually think the fact that they get kicked to a lot helps them more than the fact that they play in a poor team and it's harder. There's obviously certain character traits built into having to cope with that, but they've got such a good midfield. Like, their midfield has dominated from stoppage and centre clearance, got him pretty good entries. He's going to be the only guy that gets targeted in there.
Is this all not true of Gunston, though? Maybe Hawthorn's midfield isn't as dominant.
No, it's definitely not as dominant.
But they're both good teams. Gunston 3.2 goals per game. Oh, that's right. He might actually have a better average than King.
Yeah, he definitely does.
Yeah, okay.
He's got the highest is Cameron, 3.6. Gunston is 3.2.
Okay.
I'm leaning Gunston, but I'm happy to if you're more King.
Well, I'm not that bothered. I probably if it was just me, I probably would have gone King, but it's probably marginal. So we've gone with Phil Thorpe, Gunston, and Jeremy Cameron as our key forwards.
I sort of can't believe Darcy's not in there.
For
the season.
I think he would have had he played more than 17 games.
Yeah, that's tricky for me. Like that feels like that hurts me a little bit that he's not there.
Thomas says Chol will kick 36 goals as well. So that's just and Lewis and Deere will be the other targets there. But we're now on to the followers. Okay, is there any doubt there's Max Gawn as the number one ruck?
No, not at all.
So we got to pick Max Gawn. I think that one makes sense. Aging like a fine wine.
Yep.
Not much needs to be said. We said Dawson is a lock.
There's 2 players that are locks here for me.
Yeah.
Jordan Dawson
and Nick Dacos.
Exactly.
But sorry if I interrupted.
No.
Flow there.
All I was going to say about that is like Dawson. I don't think we've seen for a long time. We haven't seen a midfielder mark the ball like Dawson as someone that can go in, win a big clearance for you, kick goals, like marks in the forward line and in the back line.
Lays a lot of tackles too, doesn't he? So he's defensively minded. So yeah,
great captain.
Yeah. I don't think his disposal average is as high, but I think the way he hurts you is just...
No, and I think that plays into the fact that people said like he could potentially be a forward because he does float forward quite a lot. Yeah. I mean, 73% CBAs, so he's
That's pretty midfieldy.
Pretty midfieldy, but definitely someone that floats. But yeah, 23.7 disposals for Dawson, so he's lower than the top guys.
And then Dacos is the Brownlow favourite, and I think... there's not really too much doubt to be in this team.
No, I don't think so.
So now we're on to our bench. A few people calling for Grundy. I'm not sure.
People calling for Grundy. Grundy over Gaunt? Nah.
Not over Gaunt.
Nah.
So how do you want to structure this up in any particular way? I mean, I don't know about 4 mids personally.
You don't like 4 mids?
No, I think that's wild.
I know that doesn't make sense for a team, but how could you argue, say like just an example here, but say you went for like a Jordan Clark.
Mm-hmm.
How do you argue that over a Noah Anderson?
Well, I would have Noah Anderson in the team.
Yeah,
So,
no.
I know what you're saying. Like the caliber of midfielder is higher than the caliber of defender, but at the same time, we are choosing a team here, and Anderson's competing with midfielders, and Clark is competing with defenders, and it gets to a point where I think it's a bit wild to have extra midfield spots.
Yes.
When we're talking about 4.
Okay.
Personally, but let's just see how we go.
Let's just go through it.
How I would personally do it is 1 defender, 1 forward, 2 mids.
Really?
Yeah, but maybe let's start with mids. Should we start with mids?
Can I just draw you though to the 2024 team?
Mm-hmm.
Not that we have to stick to that.
Yeah.
But that was the interchange for that. Meanwhile, you had Nick Dacos on a wing. You had Errol Goulden on a wing, who in fairness did play wing. You also had Chad Warner and Isaac Heaney, who were both mids, play half forward in that team.
Mm-hmm.
And on the bench, you had Lockie Whitfield, who's a running defender.
Yeah.
Lockie Neal, Adam Treloar, Zach Butters. So 3 mids,
Yeah.
1 running defender.
I mean, it's better than 4 mids, but it's probably not.
It's
how
better
I
than
would do
4
it.
mids, but it's just as a guide.
Yeah,
we
just a
don't
bit of a
have to stick to that at all.
Yeah. So on Noah Anderson, is there any scenario where he doesn't make your team?
No,
It's a bit hard for me to exclude him.
I don't think so.
Yeah, there's a lot of Gold Coast players nominated.
Yes. Well, I mean, that midfield's been exceptional.
Yeah.
Tuke Miller,
And we
Matt
haven't
Rowell.
picked any of them yet. That's why there's still so many left.
I almost...
Okay, Noah Anderson.
Yeah, I think Noah has to be in there. We're
Yeah.
talking, like, as far as his just general output, like, he's only kicked the 8 goals, so he's a little bit lower in that sense, but 30.4 disposals, 7 clearances per game. I think as a kind of, like, transitional midfielder, he's probably been one of the best in the comp, and a big reason as captain of Gold Coast that they've made such a surge up the ladder. The only argument that I would make, if we're talking an either or, like, and this isn't really an either or position, but like Matt Rowell in that team, you could probably argue that this season, compared to the other midfielders we've got in this All-Australian team, is Matt Rowell like a bit of a point of difference? That you could make that team argument thing. I know this team doesn't play anyone, but he's a different type of mid, a more in and under first possession player, where Anderson's more that run and carry kind of guy.
I get that, but who ultimately is better for their team and goes further to winning the game? I still think it's Anderson.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
It's just a...
We've also run into an immediate snag. I see 2 midfielders that I think should be in the team in addition to this. I think we're going to probably agree on Ed Richards.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
he has to be in this team.
Yeah.
Outrageous numbers this season.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely outrageous. He's kicked 22 goals.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
22 goals, 8.5 score involvement. So off just a pure numbers point of view, like far better numbers than Anderson.
Yeah.
And sometimes, again, like that can be team-based, right? Like Adelaide and Western Bulldogs players tend to have more scoring numbers because they put up big scores this season.
Yeah. Gotcha. That surprised me. I didn't realise he'd kicked so many.
Yeah. He's a big dog.
He is.
Was the other one
literally.
that you were looking at was McCluggage?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Okay,
So
good.
he's
I'm
in
glad
for
you
me
agree.
too.
I had a feeling you weren't going to put him in. So I think
This is
McCluggage
what
has to make
happens
this team.
because like I went through this process during the week to have a bit of a look at it, and I was like, oh, I want to get some balance in this team. I want some defenders and I want some forwards on the bench. But then you're like, okay, I'm picking between Jordan Clark and McCluggage.
Yeah.
And it's hard to make that call, right?
So he's does Butters make the All-Australian team?
No, he
He
doesn't.
missed how many games?
He missed only 2.
Okay. Interesting.
15.92 rating points. Good disposal numbers and stuff like that. He's averaging 28 per game. Just kicked the 1 goal and 6.1 disposals. So like while I reckon he's a real heart and soul player for Port Adelaide, but I think when you factor in the numbers aren't jumping off the page particularly. He had a better season last year statistically, and they've had a considerably worse season as a team, and it really dropped off. Like there's elements of that where you could argue from a leadership point of view he's probably been really strong for them, but I don't think you could argue Butters into the team this year.
I'm fine with that. It is getting harder to actually pick that 4th spot because I am trying to avoid midfielders a little bit.
and they just keep looking at you in the face, don't
yeah,
they?
but even then, I'm actually finding it hard to really isolate one that I think is a must-have. I mean,
So we've got Anderson, we've got Dacos, we've got McCluggage, we've got Dawson, we've got Richards, we've got Bont, we've got Bailey Smith, we've got Max Holmes, and we've got Isaac Heaney as a forward.
yeah, I think we've oversupplied with mids.
We definitely have.
Yeah. Okay, let's just throw some names out there. I think Jordan Clark is pretty close to this team. I think Lockie Ash is pretty close to this team.
I agree. I wouldn't go Ash. I'd go Clark over Ash.
I'm happy with that from that point of view.
Yep. I think so. These are the ones I'll throw into the mix. I'll throw Jordan Clark. I'll throw Matt Rowell.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's the next mid in.
Yeah.
I'll throw Luke Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll throw. I feel like there's a forward I'm missing.
I would throw Grundy as a option, but Jackson is probably more that second ruck than Grundy is.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. Maybe we're being inconsistent with how we do that, but
Jackson
is very good.
I don't feel this team needs to have two rucks.
It doesn't, but is Jackson worthy? I think Jackson's probably. It's pretty. He kicked a lot of goals this year.
He kicked a lot of goals, so he's more of a forward and a utility. Like I think Jackson's one of those players that kind of uniquely he could sort of be in any team, in any position in a way.
I mean, we're about 8 or 9 mids deep, so like Rowell is like the 8th or 9th midfielder, and Jackson might be the best player of his type as well.
Yes,
so I kind of want to respect that. Sinclair. Rankin, players haven't even listed here. Dan Curtin is even in the squad.
No,
I didn't think so.
No. I mean, he's had a really good year from a young player perspective.
Yeah, it was just in the comments.
I think Oliver Dempsey's probably a similar one in that sense, where like a really good pure winger.
Yeah,
it probably isn't quite in the scope of being all Australian.
Yeah,
I mean, you could have a look. Like you could put someone like a Jack Higgins. I know you kind of advocated for him earlier.
Yeah,
Ben Keys has had an unbelievable season.
Yeah. What do his numbers suggest? I know that when you watch him play, he's good. But
I mean, he really goes close to that sort of like deeper goal scorer because he's kicked 32 goals, which is right up there.
Yeah.
And then he's averaged 17 disposals per game as well. So he's going at 1.5 goals a game. 5.9 score involvements isn't particularly good. But I feel like, again, as far as like the problem is with him, it's like differentiating him between Neil Bullen, Rankin, even Neil Bullen. I said Neil Bullen, didn't I?
You did say
Rochelle, the other one. It's like who's actually been better out of those guys because they've all produced a lot of goals.
Yeah.
So in some ways you think, it's more of a coaching thing, but they've got them all going. But he's had an incredible season too. Higgins, as you said, like 46 goals is pretty incredible. Ben Long's kicked
50, I think. I think it's 50.
It might be 50 now.
Yeah.
Has he played? Yeah, he's played today.
He played today. Did
Probably
he kick 4?
He must have.
Maybe I'm tripping, actually. No, sorry, it was 46. I decided in my head it was 50, somewhere along the line. It's still good.
Gotcha.
It's still good.
And then, I mean, you could make an argument for Vlosten, I guess, as well.
Yeah, that's true. But I think Jordan Clark was closer to this team for me than Vlosten.
Yep. I'm happy to go with that.
But we got Clark or Jackson. We don't have a single Fremantle player here yet.
Give us a tiebreaker, chat. Does Toby Green get the nod after today? I mean, Toby Green's had a great season as well. I didn't even mention him.
Yeah.
I feel like he's one of those guys that's a victim of his own incredible performances because you kind of expect more from him.
That's true. The fatigue.
He's kicked 37.
Yeah.
What did he kick today? He goes at 7 score involvements a game.
Yeah, wow.
So, he just makes stuff happen as well. And again, he's not like the focal point of that forward line. You've got like Jesse Hogan types in there as well.
He kicked 4 goals too. By the way, did you realise Darcy Wilson had 23 and 5?
No.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see any of the stats to that game because we're getting ready for this.
Exactly.
That's incredible. I think it's okay. So at this point, I think it's Clark versus Matt Rowell.
Not Jackson.
And
Jackson. For me, Rowell is not as in the conversation as Clark
because
or
of the
Jackson.
midfield
It is a
factor?
bit of that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
like we would go on 8 or 9 mids deep now, and I think this team would be kind of nonsense if we didn't have a single non-mid on on the bench. So
Fair.
So we've
Okay.
got Anderson, Richards, McCluggage.
I think I'm probably Jackson.
Interesting.
I think I'm probably Jackson.
I'll probably go with that too.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah. It's fine.
I'd be just as happy with Clark.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think Jackson's probably just that more match winner.
Yeah.
I don't know, but so is Clark's probably not a match winner, but he's probably also one of the most important players.
I was going to say, I actually messaged you during that Brisbane game that Freo had, and I said he's their most important player.
Yeah.
And he is in a way, just from the the way that he gets involved with halfback. So,
But this team probably could have used a second ruck. Mind you, there's still Thorpe too.
Do you want to just put Clark in then? Put Clark in.
All right.
We're changing Jackson to Clark.
Yeah,
we're
okay with
changing Jackson to Clark.
Yeah.
I feel like people in the chat may not be as keen on Jordan Clark because he's not as sexy a pick. But I think that's pretty good. Should we go over the team?
Yeah.
Let's have
Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, if you go next from
Okay.
there,
Oh,
it should
beautiful.
bring up a
Overarching. Yeah.
Let's go through it, Jesse. Let's do it.
Omnipotent. All right. Sam Taylor, Jacob Wiedering, and Worrell were our tall defenders. Then we went Nazaya, freed from Nazaya, Bailey Dale, and Dane Zorko as our back six. Any regrets there? I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, there's a few speculative. I
think Josh Dacos and Vlosten
Yeah.
are really close, and I think there's a world where they get that bench spot
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Bailey Smith, Bontempelli, and Holmes. There's not too much to say about that, I would have thought.
Yeah.
I think all three of those guys are all Australians this year. Forwards are Heaney, Elliott, and Pickett in terms of our medium to small types with some midfield rotations. Jeremy Cameron, Riley Thilthorpe, and Jack Gunston were our all-Australian key forwards. Our midfielders, or our on-ballers rather, were Max Gawn tapping it down to Dawson and Dacos, and our interchange comprised of 3 midfielders and a defender. We went Noah Anderson, Ed Richards, Hugh McCluggage, Jordan Clark. So, yeah, as we said, a few of those unlucky ones were Vlostruin and who was the other one you just said? It's been a long stream.
I mentioned
Josh Dacos. Josh Dacos. Luke Jackson and Rao were considerations.
The other one would have been Harris Andrews.
Yes. Yeah.
From the tall backs.
Yeah.
Because we went Worrell and Wiedering.
Yeah.
Right. Luke Jackson, like you said. And then I suppose those small forwards, because we brought we brought a Heaney up.
Yeah.
To small forward. You could have gone Higgins, potentially could have gone Ben Long.
Yeah.
Or you could have gone for one of those more specialist high half forward type players. But
yeah.
maybe none of them were actually potent enough. I was going to say omnipotent then. Potent enough to actually as far as from a goal kicking point of view. Because again, you're not looking for role players in this team. If you think somebody played a really good role like Brian Myers, it doesn't mean he makes the All-Australian team. He just had a good season.
Yeah.
He could be rewarded for that in their best and fairest.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, I'm happy with that.
Lovely.
Cool. So,
scrolling down.
Should we hit confirm?
We hit confirm. I don't know what happens then.
I can't be bothered submitting it.
We're not going to.
I probably have to submit my personal details.
What are people in the chat saying about that team? I feel like all Australian squads are so divisive.
Oh, it's submitted, but I didn't put my name on it at all. Oh, well.
Okay.
Yeah. True footy.
We've got 74 on the stream. Elliot said you guys streaming the Brisbane game. We weren't planning on it. That'd be a long day.
I don't think I could pull that off, to be honest.
Joel Falconer said Sarong unlucky. Yeah, we didn't really. I don't think we picked really that first possession player necessarily. I mean,
no.
I think.
You wouldn't omit any of those midfielders for Sarong. I wouldn't have thought.
No, and it's more difficult to put. You'd have to be putting a Sarong in, and then you'd leaving out a Holmes or Bailey Smith type. I imagine with your wingers, and then you'd have to probably play a Noah Anderson or a McCluggage type on a wing, something like that perhaps. But I'm fairly happy with that. Centre half back is dodgy. Who do we go? Centre half back? Do we go Wiedering?
Yeah, unless it's because we didn't pick them at centre half back, we picked them on the back line.
Yeah, we didn't. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
We didn't do the.
I think we went Bailey Dale at the centre half.
I just find it easier to break your defence into small and tall.
Yeah,
but
because they're competing with each other, so that makes sense.
Each to their own. Thomas Payet says Andrews over Wiedering. He has not been as good this year. I mean, I think we kind of discussed our reasoning there. There's probably been certain games where Wiedering has had poor games, I imagine, in some Carlton losses. where he's probably been a little bit exposed, but I think overall he has been. I mean, the numbers kind of don't lie as far as like how solid he's been across the full campaign. Out of the players you picked, the only one that I really disagree with is Umpiring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you were, I was going to say edging toward, but you were thinking about...
I did have Harris Andrews
okay.
over Umpiring, but it wasn't one that I was particularly strong on. I think
there's good representation for some average sides in this team.
Is there?
I feel like there was a lot of players who didn't play finals this year.
Really?
Which now include Bailey Dale.
Yeah. Again, did like the Western Bulldogs season was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, sure.
14 wins, did we say? No Trembath. I like that. Matt Owies, unlucky to miss.
Some others were Jacob Umpiring. It was the biggest one there.
See, that's where my brand, probably I would have gone Harris Andrews, a finalist team.
Yeah.
Who else was that? Umpiring?
Heaney didn't play finals.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Pickett didn't play finals.
Yeah, they were too good though.
Yeah.
Their seasons, I'm totally fine with those.
Yeah.
Nasiah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I reckon the mids mostly will be playing finals. Like Noah,
Geelong and
Richards.
Adelaide.
Yeah, they're all in there.
Bulldogs won't play finals though, so Bont's not.
Oh, true. Yeah. I mean, Bont's not missing.
Yeah.
He's not bloody missing.
Yeah.
Andrews, Vlosten, and Jackson stiff. I'd agree. They are. They're probably almost for me like the next three in. Not that we were debating it because Andrews was it's a Umpiring or Andrews, right?
Yeah, that was what you decided. Yeah, but it was really me. I think if you had your way, you would have gone Andrews. So fair enough.
I would, but I feel like I got quite a lot my way, like Ben King.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, do you want to, while we're at it, go through the finals?
Let me pee. Is there much point because we don't know the result of Brisbane Hawthorn?
Maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe not. We may just make ourselves look foolish.
Yeah, maybe we'll give that a week. I reckon.
Give it a week.
Yeah.
Rightio.
But we can speculate about the first week of finals. We don't necessarily need screen record for this, but if we have a look at this, I will just... Damn you, squiggle. Reset. All right. So the Dockers ended up winning by 31. So that's sweet. Brisbane and Hawthorn. So if you assume Brisbane win and Gold Coast win, so that's Adelaide v Collingwood in a qualifying final, Expansion Cup in an elimination final at NG Stadium, Fremantle host Hawthorn, and Geelong host Brisbane.
Ooh.
So if that result is reversed and say Hawthorn win tonight, what changes? Geelong play Collingwood and Fremantle host Brisbane at Optus Stadium. And Adelaide host Hawthorn in a qualifying final. So there's a bit of juice to that.
There's a bit going on there, isn't there?
Yeah. So there's still a few different permutations there.
Yep.
But for Fremantle, it's simple. It's the loser of tonight they'll play against, assuming Gold Coast win.
Who do you reckon Freo would rather get?
Hawthorn.
Yeah, they would, wouldn't they?
Because they've beaten Hawthorn recently and the Lions just gave them a footballing lesson. So, I think they'd give them a chance, themselves a chance in either of those games. And equally, neither of them are simple. So I think head-to-head, though, Hawthorn would probably be the preferred option there. Geelong, equally, I think will depend on the Brisbane-Hawthorn game. They could play the Brisbane Lions if Brisbane win, and if Hawthorn win, they'll play Collingwood. So they'd also probably prefer to play Collingwood than they would the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba. Would you agree with that?
I do. I sort of feel amongst this final series, like the Collingwood are the weaker link.
Brisbane Lions are the G, sorry, I meant to say. Yeah, Collingwood do feel like the weakest link out of those four teams if we assume that Hawthorn is one of them.
I'd almost rather play Collingwood than a lot of the teams from... like Adelaide, Geelong and Brisbane feel scary if that is the other top four teams.
Yeah.
And then Collingwood feel like a team that if they were coming out of the four, you wouldn't mind playing them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Albeit they have some things in their favour, obviously, like experienced players, and they have a big crowd that they take you to at the MCG, which is somewhat scary.
I feel it probably feels a bit less scary because they're not as damaging. I suppose they don't win games big, so there's an illusion that it's like not as scary, but they'll probably still win.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
They're such a like, again, they're like another one of those teams. You know, we talked about Freo before, and we said like they don't really like. There's not a part of their team that is really scary that you go, oh, that part of their team is going to kill us. I feel like Collingwood probably fit into that bracket too. Like they don't have scary key position forwards. They don't even, other than Jamie Elliott, they probably don't have like really scary small forwards as a brigade.
Yeah.
They're just all like, the midfield is, other than Nick Dacos, not particularly scary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
agreed.
It's more just an accumulation of knowledge and a wealth of knowledge and IQ.
And wisdom, yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose Bobby Hill and De Goey are those players that scare you.
Yeah.
But neither have really been playing much lately, right? So,
True.
yeah. All right. Shall we call it? We must be up to nearly 4 hours now.
We'll call it a day. Yeah, we started...
nearly 5.
Nearly 5 hours. Yeah, it would be
Yeah.
because we started... we usually start pretty close to kickoff.
Yeah, we had a false start as well.
We had a false start.
Yeah.
Went again. All good. Thanks once again to producer Vicar.
Best on ground as always.
Behind the cams. Killing it. Sending us our comments and whatnot.
Yeah.
That is a wrap for this one, and we will be back.
No idea. We'll be back next week. I was thinking of which final game we'll stream, but we've got a whole week off.
We've got a whole week off. So we're going to do a stream sometime across the weekend, probably Friday night, something like that. But we'll let you know during the week. And it'll be sort of like I guess we'll structure it up just talking about different topics and what could happen in the finals. Not sure how long it'll run. We'll get that info during the week. Thanks again for watching, guys. We'll see you in the next one.
Up the Eagles. That's how I sound out True Eagle videos now.